So as I was saying earlier, my name is Katerina Sakellaropoulou, President of the European Cultural Centre of Delphi, and I would like to welcome you all to this second Delphic Dialogues. I would also like to welcome, in particular, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Mr. Ioannis Bougas, who is also an MP of Phokida, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Culture, Ms. Hellenic Republic, who is also representing the Greek government, and the Prime Minister of the Greek government, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, as well as the ambassadors, their excellencies, ambassadors of China and Brazil, who are honoring us with their presence here today. Mr. Anastasios Krikoukis, Ambassador Emeritus, who is also our advisor the advisor to our center, as well as the Managing Director of Eurolife FFA, Mr. Alexandros Hatzigeorgiou. As you're going to hear later on, Eurolife finances fully this event, and Mr. Angelos Androulakis, member of the Board of Directors of Eurolife FFH, as well as the former Minister, Mr. Giorgos Allogoskoufis. Having as our basis one of the most iconic landmarks of the ancient world, the seat of the Oracle of Apollo, Delphi, these Delphic dialogues intend to the exploration, diagnosis, and clarification of major issues that have been concerning and will concern humanity in the immediate and medium-term future. This year, 50 years after the restoration of democracy in Greece, the activities of the European Cultural Centre of Delphi focus on the broader thematic of democracy. Let me note at this point that by the end of 2025, thanks to the initiative and tireless care of Lina Mendoni, the Ministry of Culture, our conference centre will be fully renovated and will be also energy efficient. A year ago, we signed the programmatic contract with the Ministry in order for the implementation of this project of the budget of 11 million euro, which has been included in the RRF projects. The works will start in the fall, but of course our centre will remain active during the refurbishment works with an equally prominent or important work. Let me note at this point that never before in the recent history of the European Cultural Centre of Delphi has the Greek government ever promoted or fostered the work of these institutions as much as recently by the Ministry, in particular by the Minister of Culture and the Prime Minister of Greece. The Second Delphi Dialogues, please be quiet. Please be quiet. So the Second Delphic Dialogues approach this issue of the challenges and opportunities that arise in the era of post-human, especially for democracy and culture globally. The dramatic technological evolutions and developments at unprecedented rates change the very substance and ontology of human and what human means. The Second Delphic Dialogues extend the thematic of the first Delphic Dialogues that have been watched by 90,000 people worldwide. This is an unprecedented success for our centre and focus on the transition of cultures to the technological determined post-human era. Important questions that will be raised and discussed in these couple of days include the following. How can this transition redefine structures and functions of democracy and the relationship of citizens with the decision-making centres? What are the relative risks of cultural, social, and cultural homogeneity of otherness and diversity? How does the dialectic of local cultural traditions and global multiculturalism. In what ways freedoms and rights of human rights and freedoms and liberties can be safeguarded in view of the dramatically developing technological control mechanisms? How can humanitarian values and ideals can affect the digital ethics and vice versa? And finally, can we predict the changes and the developments of digital technology and AI, for instance, the phenomenon of deepfake, and how these are going to affect ontological and epistemological categories? The Second Delphi Dialogues are under the auspices of the Ministry of the President of the Republic, Ms. Katerina Sakellaropoulou, and have come true thanks to the generosity of Eurolife FFH. I personally and all the people of our centre would like to express our gratitude to Eurolife FFH, and especially its inspired CEO, Mr. Hadjigeorgiou. The speakers in the Second Delphi Dialogues are excellent colleagues and belong to the most prominent and influential thinkers globally in their area of reflection on technology, culture, and democracy. All of them are pioneers in the area of exploration of post-human, which as a concept and object of critical thinking and reflection, scientific research, and cultural creation is the spearhead globally. And let me mention the names of the colleagues in the order they're going to speak to us. Kate Hayes from the University of California, Los Angeles. Luciano Fioridi, Yale University. Patrice Maniglier from University of Paris, Nanterre. Rosi Braidotti, University of Utrecht. Melanie Comet at Harvard University. Martin Crowley, University of Cambridge. There's going to the Delphic Dialogues will also be made available as a publication in the future. I would also like to thank Professor Gaston Will from the University of Harvard, teaching this year the Delphic Academy of European Studies, another program that has came true 8 years ago thanks to the support of the region of Sterea Lava, who accepted to chair tomorrow's session, as well as our colleagues, thinkers, Melanie Comet and Crowley, who will also chair sessions in this two-day event. Let me also note that we have with us the Delphic Academy of European Studies. So we have got PhD students with us from different countries in Europe as well as the US, and two prominent colleagues teaching this academy, Glenda Kutcher of the English and American University, Harvard University, and Professor Martin Crowley, who is going to also deliver a lecture in the Delphic Dialogues tomorrow. Let me also thank all the members and partners of the European Cultural Centre of Delphi who worked tirelessly for the realization of the Second Delphi Dialogues, especially the director, Professor Goffas, who coordinated all the necessary activities and made sure that everything will go well, and made sure that there's going to be international promotion of this event. Mr. Periklis Patoulas, Eleni Tsoureli, Kiki Seguna, Aris Delis, Yannis Voganatsis, Efi Vasilopoulou, and of course, Ms. Katerina Sakellaropoulou, who has been sharing with us her multi-annual experience as a communication and advisor to our center. I kindly ask now Ms. Eleni Dandoulaki to take the floor, representing the government, and will read her own address.
Mr. Secretary of State, President of the European Cultural Centre of Delphi, ambassadors, professors, Ladies and gentlemen, from the antiquity till today, Delphi have always been a distinguished center of universal caliber and of enormous cultural and historic importance, a major landmark, a monument of the World Heritage of UNESCO, which reflects the timeless human values of the Greek civilization. The navel of Earth, Delphi, attracts international interest since personalities from all over the globe arrive to the European Cultural Centre of Delphi in order to exchange points of view, to seek new ideas, to share their knowledge and to get inspiration. The Delphic Dialogues, organized this year for a second time, serve the spirit of cultural dialogue and promotion of human thought, and they create a platform of research of fundamental issues on the basis of a humanistic consideration of the world and of civilization. Distinguished thinkers, intellectuals and scientists from various fields create a fertile environment for thought and ideas, perspectives and itineraries in order to face the challenges of the future and of the present. In an era characterized by technological developments, environmental crises, the Delphic Dialogues, I might say, facilitate our navigation to complex issues, but they can also offer innovative solutions. The European Cultural Centre of Delphi is an ideal forum for these initiatives. This is a forum where different civilizations meet, where a wide spectrum of experiences and points of view exists, and where a more connective and man-centered future is constructed. And this can be easily seen from the topic of the Second Delphic Dialogues, Culture and Democracy in the Era of the Metahuman, a future which is very exciting on the one hand, while on the other it is a source of awe and fear. Ladies and gentlemen, the new digital reality redefines very rapidly our very essence. We need to reformulate the terms which will create our societies, our culture, the governance, and our moral boundaries. Within this framework, the Delphic motto, "Know thyself," assumes new dimensions. It calls us to seek for the boundaries of our identity and our individuality with our collective selves, and to navigate in the multiplicity of multi-humanism with a great sense of ourself and in a more responsible manner, because moral considerations have a major importance. We need a moral framework which will lead us and set boundaries to these developments, having the certainty that the human values is not jeopardized and always within the protection of human values. On behalf of the President of the Greek government, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, that I have the honor to represent as a General Secretary responsible for modern civilization, I would like to express my warmest congratulations to the President, Professor Panagiotis Roiros, for the initiative to organize a second Delphic Dialogues bearing this particularly interesting title. I'm very happy to be together and tomorrow among you, and it is with great interest that I'm waiting for the interventions of the distinguished guests on the vital questions of the Congress, democracy and culture in the era of the post-human. As quite rightly, the Greek poet the Greek writer, author Angelos Thesakis said, democracy means a step up of civilization. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα και καλώς
Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Andreas Kofas, Director of the European Cultural Delphi Centre and professor at the Pand University, and I was honored to be asked to read the address of Her Excellence, the Minister of Culture, Nina Bentoni. President of the European Cultural Centre of Delphi, dear friend Panagiotis, ladies and gentlemen, it's with great pleasure that I welcome the start or open the Second Delphi Dialogues, this so important initiative of the European Cultural Centre of Delphi, which has already been acknowledged as a valid platform of reflection regarding the contemporary challenges faced by humanity. This year's title, Democracy and Culture in the Era of Posthuman, raises in an urgent and convincing manner the key stakes that the contemporary Western democracy faces. If we attempted a similar broad discussion 3 decades earlier, the concept of posthuman would certainly seem alien and unknown. In any case, unavailing for the identification of the future challenges and the generation of responses to them. The rapid development of technology substituting human, increasingly substituting human activity is settling in the public sphere and its expressions. The transition to the posthuman era comes to upset social balances and challenge aspects of the democratic acquis, to redefine relations between citizens and elites, to radically change through its globalized dimension our relationship with culture as we know it. In this context of the rapid development of AI and the increasing penetration of digital technology, institutions and rights deviate or diverge from the classic dimension and need to be reinvested with new purpose and be shielded against emerging threats that have to do with the emancipation of technological tools from democratic accountability. The inescapable homogenization is a potential risk for otherness at individual and collective levels and diversity of human expression. This is particularly pronounced in the field of culture, where abundance and diversity of cultural inheritance and contemporary creation are the vital prerequisites for the development and diffusion of culture and civilization. Now, these Second Delphic Dialogues will contribute to these reflections, these thoughts, bringing together distinguished speakers of a global caliber and highly influential in their own fields of research. The program illustrates quite clearly the multitude and nature of the challenges raised by the post-human era, and is certain that they will be approached by participants in a profound as well as understandable manner. The success of this year's event is guaranteed not only by the actual topics, but also the reach of the first Delphic Dialogues, which were attended by more than 90,000 people. And this certifies the high standard of the participants and speakers, as well as the incisiveness of the discussions, but also the dire need of citizens to turn to a world where information is constantly augmented, so turn to calm voices that analyze validly and courageously the challenges of contemporary world. The European Cultural Centre of Delphi consolidates with these Delphic Dialogues a new aspect of its multifaceted intervention, vindicating its mission as an intellectual platform of international caliber, as well as an organization that bridges tradition and contemporary world. I would like to congratulate the people for this excellent organization and the invitation of distinguished speakers. I would also like to express my hope that the works of these Delphi Dialogues will stimulate reflection on these key issues. Thank you very much. Lina Mendoni, Minister of Culture.
Good afternoon to the General Secretary of the Minister of Justice, ambassadors, professors, distinguished former Minister Mr. Alogos Koufis, representative of the great sponsor of Eurolife, professor, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for today's invitation to attend this great meeting. As an MP from Phokis, I would like to welcome the distinguished guests to Phokida, to the region of Phokida, and to the sacred land of Delphi, to the locus where history meets the myth. A particular welcome addressed to our friends from abroad who, as Socrates said, participate in our culture. Most sincerely, I would like to congratulate Professor Panagiotis Roilos, Andreas Goffas, the director of the European Cultural Centre of Delphi, the members of the board, their collaborators, those working at the European Cultural Centre of Delphi for the excellent organization of the Second Delphi Dialogues. When Solos, as a legislator, was asked which is the best regime, he answered, where and when, talking about the best form of governance. 1,500 years ago in ancient Greece, the democracy meant the assembly of a small part of citizens of Attica who followed the decision-making procedure on the basis of a majority. They decided on issues concerning the city. Of course, Aristotle and Plato talked about the various types of governance. 500 years later, nowadays, democracy, the term of democracy is identical to that of human rights, freedom, the state of law, rule of law, and social rights. In the modern Western world, particularly in Europe, as well as in Greece, a wide grid of rules, that is a Greek constitution, the European Convention for the Human Rights, the Bill of Rights, and the Convention of the European Union offer guarantees as to the individual social and civil rights. These rules are being implemented by national courts as well as by European institutions such as the European Court of Human Rights, and they are supervised by national and by supranational bodies such as the European Parliament, the Council of Europe, the OECD, and other bodies that have this duty. Let us now make a step ahead. This is a modern democracy in the European space. Let's see what will happen at the second stage. New technologies, are they going to serve a modern democracy, or will they turn into an enemy of democracy? We all hope for the first. Some considerations. First of all, we should create a regulatory framework which should be clear and efficient and which will govern or define the rules for the new technologies. We should also, within this framework, make an effort so that the systems of AI will be laboratories of elaboration and analysis. So the objective and the duty of all of us should be the optimization of the various procedures. And last but not least, when we are talking about decisions which are man-centered, we should keep control and supervision. Such a decision concerning justice, for example, might concern parole on somebody that has committed a serious crime. If the data as elaborated by the algorithms arrive at the conclusion that this person should be imprisoned, and the continuous addition of data creates the rule that in similar cases we will have the same verdict, the same decision, you realize that modern democracy will be jeopardized. In my opinion, all these will be the topic of today's and tomorrow's discussion. What I would like to say, winding up, is that in order to be able to for new technologies, in order to be able to serve democracy, they should gain the trust of citizens. This is the only way to serve democracy. As to cultural issues, the General Secretary was the most competent person. Let me simply address a question. Can we have culture without democracy? Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish a great success to the Second Delphic Dialogues, and I wholeheartedly hope that Delphi will become a global center of culture and democracy. Hopefully, the next dialogues will take place to the new Cultural Center of Delphi. Thank you very much. Your intervention was a great honor for us. Mr. Vougas has always been a great supporter of the center. I would like to give now the floor to Mr. Alexandros Hadjigeorgiou to take the floor on behalf of Eurolife, the great sponsor of the Delphic Dialogue and of the Picasso exhibition.
Professor, first of all, please allow me not to repeat all the greetings, the nice addresses that the titles that previous speakers used. I would like to welcome you to the European Cultural Delphi Centre.
Here, you allow me to switch to English. I'd just like to say very few words. I'm sure you're going to be relieved. Very few words. The question that may be in your mind is, how come an insurance company, one of the largest insurance groups in Greece, belonging to an even larger worldwide insurance group, Fairfax, what are we doing here? A few years, first of all, I want to start by saying that it is our credo that part of the value that we create doing our job with insurance, it is part of our philosophy to return part of this value to local society, i.e. to Greece, and especially to places outside of Athens, outside of the major centers. And so we do, we have a large CSR program, corporate social responsibility, addressing important issues such as demographics or bringing culture and opera and theater to remote areas of Greece. When my dear friend Panagiotis Roilos, Professor Roilos, talked to me about his plans with the European Cultural Centre, what came through my mind was that helping areas like this is not typical CSR material. Usually CSR addresses the kinds of issues that I mentioned before. And however, it is extremely important that we help thinkers, and here we have, I think, the top thinkers and the top minds of our time on the specific issues, help thinkers develop their work in these areas that are part of our everyday lives. At an insurance company, I assure you, we are developing AI and we're using AI and investing in a big way in AI as we speak. So these are not issues that are nebulous and in the future. These are part of today. And so helping the professors and the thinkers that we have here today develop not only the answers, but the right questions on issues such as these, I think is extremely important. So we are extremely happy to help with this work, not only with today's and tomorrow's work, but also we have a multi-year commitment with the European Cultural Centre. I'd like to congratulate Professor Roilos and his team for the good work they're doing, and I'm sure we're going to have a fascinating discussion today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, Αλέξανδρε.
Thank you, Alexandra.
To the European Cultural Centre of Delphi for organizing the Second Delphi Dialogues, to my colleague, Professor Roilos, for launching this initiative, and to the distinguished guests and supporters of the Delphi Dialogues. It's really an honor to be here. So I am going to very briefly introduce the speakers on the first panel.
You are Melanie Kamet.
Oh. Sorry.
Professor of Political Science.
Yes, I apologize. I forgot to introduce myself, jumping into introducing others. So I am Professor Roilos' colleague at Harvard University. I'm Professor of Political Science at Harvard and Director of the Weatherhead Center for International Affairs. And Panagiotis is a dear colleague and faculty fellow in the Weatherhead Center. So it's really wonderful to be here with him in Delphi, Greece, in addition to Cambridge, Massachusetts. So thank you so much. So I will briefly introduce the speakers. I'm sure we're all very eager to hear what they have to say. And I do encourage you to look at their profiles and read their work as well. So let me just say a few words about them in the order in which they will speak. So starting with Professor Panagiotis Roilos. Panagiotis is a professor of Greek Studies and Comparative Critical Theory and Literature, and he holds the George Seferis Chair at Harvard. And also at Harvard, he is a research fellow at the Minda de Ginsburg Center for European Studies, and as I mentioned, at the Weatherhead Center for International Affairs. And at the Weatherhead Center, he co-founded and co-directs the Cultural Politics Seminar Program. He's won numerous awards, I'm not going to list them here, and has authored and edited 10 books, so I also will not list all of those books, but that is quite a substantial body of research. He is currently completing work entitled Neo-Medieval Metacapitalism and Post-Classical Imaginaries, a Cognitive Anthropology of Late Antique and Byzantine Fantasia. And I understand we will get a little preview of that here today. So I'm very much looking forward to that. Our second speaker on the panel is Professor Catherine Hales. Kate is Distinguished Research Professor at the University of California, Los Angeles, and the James Duke Professor Emerita from Duke University. Her research focuses on the relations of literature, science, and technology in the 20th and 21st centuries. I am also not going to read off the enormous list of awards and fellowships that she has won. It is also quite impressive, and she has published 12 books and over 100 peer-reviewed articles, and for these she has won various prizes and awards. She is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and is currently at work on a project entitled Bacteria to AI, Human Futures with Our Non-Human Symbionts. So the format is that each speaker will have about 20 to 30 minutes to share their wisdom with us, and then we'll open it up for about 20 minutes of question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Indeed, it's a great pleasure to be with you here in Delphi as well. So thank you. So I will skip some of the things I have written for the sake of time. 2 years ago, a startling piece of news hit the headlines all over the world. The magazine Entrepreneur reported that news as follows, quote, "The man who married a hologram in Japan can no longer communicate with his virtual wife. The software that allowed the interaction is no longer supported, and the man can no longer interact with a hologram with which he had a relationship for years." End of quote. That was the end of an apparently deep and sincere romantic relationship between a human, the Japanese young man Akihiko Kondo, and his hyper-real digital partner, the hologram of the fictional cyber character Hatsune Miku. 4 years earlier, in 2018, CNN had announced that young man's wedding to his beloved hologram. The rather perplexed CNN journalist, Emiko Josuka, observed, quote, "Akihiko Kondo does not have the air of a rebel. This year, however, the bespectacled school administrator backed conventional norms. He married a hologram." Kondo's November wedding to cyber celebrity Hatsune Miku, which is not legally recognized, provoked mixed reactions in Japan and abroad. Some were dumbfounded by his choice of a three-dimensional laser image of a human. Others congratulated him. And the reporter continued. "Digital interactions," he says, "are increasingly replacing face-to-face human connections worldwide. And as companies like Google, Amazon, and Tencent invest billions in developing artificial intelligence, people are starting to relate to their smart devices like they do to humans. Some say please and thank you to virtual assistants like Apple's Siri and Amazon's Alexa, or treat robot vacuum cleaners like pets. In Japan, where robots have long been seen as friendly companions rather than Terminator-esque destroyers, this shift in attitudes is well underway." End of quote. And more recently, last winter, the Spanish artist Alicia Framis shared with global viewers snapshots of her everyday life with her digital partner, characteristically and tellingly called AI-Lex, a male hologram who, however, as she complains, does not invest enough time in their relationship. I was going to show you snapshots from that videos, but our legal advisor and IT specialist told us that we should not do that for copyright reasons. But I would encourage you to have a look at those videos. They're available on YouTube. Alicia Framis and her hyper-real partner are planning to marry later this summer. I hope they'll choose Delphi to marry. Around 3 decades ago, Jean Baudrillard, the pioneer of the philosophy of hyper-reality, that is, of the technologically constructed reality that surpasses reality as it was traditionally conceptualized and experienced, argued, quote, "The great philosophical question in the past used to be, where is there something and not nothing? Today, Baudrillard continued, the real question is, why is there nothing rather than something? End of quote. No doubt, Baudrillard's reversal of that old metaphysical ontological question is invested with a great deal of theoretical exaggeration, aiming at highlighting the radical reordering and relativization of epistemological and ontological categories inherited from humanistic tradition, as well as of related modes of humans positioning themselves toward the world. Just to illustrate the meaning of hyperreality and its very tangible effects on our everyday life, let me mention here, for example, the genetically modified fruit, veggies, and other kinds of edible items, which in certain places, mainly in the Western Hemisphere, have by and large replaced the real, naturally grown and produced food. The latter has become the marked and expensive exception, whereas the former have carried the day in certain meta-capitalist societies and markets. It is not fortuitous, I believe, that in the earliest preserved systematic exploration of the ontological, epistemological, and ethical issues arising from the impact of some sort, at least, of the hyperreal on human affairs in the imaginary of the so-called Western world, and I mean Euripides' drama Helen, produced in 412 BCE, a major metaphysical problem was articulated, a problem that, despite its different focus, is comparable in its ontological urgency to Baudrillard's question I just mentioned. Euripides' drama Helen, let me remind you, develops a version of the myth of Helen according to which it was not the real Helen who eloped with Paris, but rather a replica. I would call it a hyperreal effigy of her, created by the goddess Hera. In Euripides' drama, the references of the chorus to that holy replica of Helen, made by Hera, Eidolon Ieron Iras, is followed by the question, «Ότι Θεός ή μη Θεός ή το μέσον, της φύς ερευνήσας βρωτών μακρότατων πέρασε ευρύν, ως τα Θεόν εσωρά δεύρο και άφθης εκείσε, και πάλιν αντιλόγη σπηδόντα ανελπίστης τύχες». That is, what is God, or what is not God, or what is in between, what mortal says he has found? He has found it by searching the most distant boundaries, when he sees divine matters going here and there and in reverse directions, in contradictory and unexpected chances. Euripides, although notorious in his time for his irreverent critical spirit, was not radical enough to do away with the concept of the divine. Hence, the paradoxical statement of the chorus in the same passage of his drama Helen, that refers to the story of the divinely forged deep fake, we would say today, of Helen, that although there is nothing in human affairs that remains certain and clear, gods, the creators of that most detrimental deep fake, Helen's hyperreal effigy, are always bearers of truth. Around half a century after the performance of Euripides' Helen, Plato articulated one of the most sophisticated approaches to the ontological questions concerning the relation between an accurate image representation, or to use our postmodern terminology, a quasi-hyperreal replica of a real object, and that object, in his dialogue Sophist, which most probably was written around 360 BCE. The quasi-hyperreal image of the real, Plato argued, finds itself in a state of ontological liminality. It oscillates between bigness and non-bigness, apparently not unlike Helen's Phantom or Patricia Framisis, the Spanish artist's hologramic partner. After Nietzsche's declaration of God's death, Émile Durkheim's exposure of transcendental metaphysics, religion, the divine, and social constructs and factions, Georges Bataille's heroic pessimistic glorification of the human being's privilege and predicament of absolute freedom as a result of God's death, Hannah Arendt's diagnosis of the end of the traditional human condition in the 1950s, and the fully fledged Fourth Industrial Revolution, in our days the old European question could be rearticulated as follows. What is human, not human, and what is in between? This question should be explored in conjunction with the problematization also of relevant concepts such as subject, subjectivity, self, selfhood, awareness, self-awareness, individuality, or de-individuality, to recall a Deleuzian and Guattarian notion. From what is known in critical theory and philosophy, the phallogocentric and arborescent logic of the Logos Christ as the Father's image, and the human being as God's image, which had shaped marked aspects of pre-Enlightenment Western metaphysical imaginaries, we have entered the realm of a new, I would call it non-metaphysical, secular metaphysics, the ultimately non-transcendental transcendentalism of the technologically constructed world, of the potentially self-sustained artificial intelligence, and the post-human. Now, here I want to spell out that by post-human, I do not refer to the positive connotations of the term concerning the subversion of the often detrimental hegemony of Homo sapiens on the planet Earth, and the emphasis on the care for other species as well, the transition that is from narcissistic, humanocentric interpretation and exploitation of the world to an inclusive, holistic, more rhizomatic consideration of the rights of all organisms, animals, plants, etc., that inhabit our planet, and transition aspects of whose origins I believe may be traced back already to Bataille's concept of base materialism. By post-human today and here, I rather refer to technologically constructed hybrid versions of the human, enhanced, modified, and fortified with capacities and functions that considerably surpass those of the human of the pre-bioengineering, pre-cybernetic, and pre-digital era. Post-human, in other words, as a supernatural image of the human. Humans nowadays have by and large begun to be transformed into cyborgs, cybernetic organisms, as Donna Haraway diagnosed already in the middle 1980s. Emphasis on virtual hyperreal reality and on AI, the current inflated valorization of technology at the expense of the exploration of and care for the human condition, are two of the most distinctive characteristics of our era, which I define as neo-medieval metacapitalism. The prefix meta, in my term metacapitalism, highlights the increasing intensification of the self-referential, self-generating, self-reproductive, self-sustaining capacities and functions of the economic as well as other sectors of human activity, characteristic of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, most notably of AI. Perhaps no other development in human societies may be as pertinently compared to the dramatic cosmogonic effects of the primordial construction of the conventional, oxymoronic reality of tangible, but at the same time alienating abstraction of money as the transcendental digitization of the field of the economic and several other sectors in human transactions in our days. We are still at the beginning of the exploration of the multifarious impact and potentiality of this development. One of its most significant effects is, I believe, a new, often alienating and distorting conceptualization and experience of time, or rather of temporal modalities, that it imposes on humans' interactions. The velocity, or rather the ability of by and large synchronous involvement with diverse, ever-changing and alternating experiences across spatial boundaries, the antithesis between, on the one hand, infinitesimal duration and of the quasi-messianic promise, on the other, of immeasurably long, almost eternal durability in the form of digitized data, all these and similar temporal modalities and possibilities are bound to have shaped or to have started to establish new cognitive habits and patterns and ways of perceiving and conceiving spatio-temporal reality, including humanness and non-humanness and their rhizomatic correlations. By and large, the digitization of many sectors of human interaction and their restructuring with the help of AI often entail the distancing of individuals from their surroundings, from their world, and from nature itself, while also developing a sense of an essentially non-transcendental reality, which paradoxically, though, transcends citizens' individual perceptual abilities and purviews, hence its quasi-metaphysical character. These developments will be intensified at an unprecedented pace in the near future. Average citizens have no access to quasi-mystical, numinous centers of technological and economic power and their arcane mechanisms all over the globe. But why do I define this new phase of capitalism as neo-medieval? For two reasons. First, whereas in the Middle Ages, or rather in the long Middle Ages, which according to the French medievalist Jacques Le Goff, extended until the Industrial Revolution and the accompanying positivism in the 19th century, the icon in the Middle Ages, in the long Middle Ages, functioned as a kind of vehicle for communication with the metaphysical other, divinity, the divine, God, sense, etc. Now, it's the icon that paradoxically functions as the transcendental other, that is, as an entity that defies the immediately perceptible limits of individual human experience and potentiality, from which the subject is considerably separated. Second, paradoxical responses to this secular metaphysics, as well as new myths, are emerging in our society, often fundamentalist ones, both in the East and the West, which at times lead to reactionary, dangerous, I would call them neo-messianic political visions and initiatives. All this means that despite the enlightenment and the positivist optimism which accompanied socio-cultural and economic developments in the 19th century, and which determines also aspects of the visions of technocrats today, so despite this, very deep, I would call them mythological patterns of perceiving and constructing new realities comparable to medieval modes of thought persist in our days. See, for instance, the New Age movements, especially in the US and elsewhere, as well as the almost unprecedented rise of conspiracy theories. In an article published in the Philosophical Quarterly in 2013, one of the most respected academic journals in philosophy, a major, although at times controversial thinker in the field of the philosophy of technology, Nick Bostrom, professor of philosophy at Oxford and founder of the Future of Humanity Institute at Oxford, published an article entitled, "Are You Living in a Computer Simulation?" in which he discussed the hypothesis, apparently only to interrogate it, without, however, conclusively dismissing it, that we live in a world that constitutes a computer simulation. Whether one agrees or not with Bostrom, or for that matter with scientists like, for instance, Martin Rees, R-E-E-S, the famous British astronomer, Professor Emeritus of Astronomy at Cambridge and Master of Trinity College, and Great Britain's 15th Astronomer Royal, and their warnings about artificial superintelligence, the fact that thinkers and scientists throughout the world take upon themselves to seriously address such questions and possibilities is indicative of the radical ontological, epistemological, and ethical moral issues deriving from ongoing developments in AI and the ways in which it affects humans or paves the way to post-humanity. However, if the computer simulation hypothesis that Bostrom discussed in that article sounds like an episode from a science fiction, like, for instance, Philip Dick's Ubik, it's an amazing science fiction, or William Gibson's Neuromancer, or of the widest possible conspiracy theory, for a while now, hardcore scientists have been exploring the possibility of almost the reversed process, that is, of transferring data of human brains into computers. Brain-computer interface technology is at the forefront of current technological developments. The power of knowledge today, as in pre-Enlightenment societies, the complex apparatuses of its acquisition and distribution and its economic utilization is concentrated in very few colossal companies and technocrats and magnates of unprecedented global impact. A fact that almost by definition could lead to further homogenization of socio-economic conditions throughout the world and promote local societies' heteronomy, thus threatening democratic institutions and processes, while generating new forms of potentially dangerous neo-messianic political formations and visions. This concentration of power gives rise or brings to the fore a number of paradoxical situations and relevant questions. First, while AI products are becoming available to ever wider populations, they tend to promote homogenizing forms of behavior and thinking, habitually internalized by consumers of those products. The same holds true even for more traditional forms of globalized cultural products, which, although consumed all over the world, are controlled by a handful of centers of cultural industry, often functioning as agents of soft power promoting the interests of specific countries. The more extended and globalized the circulation of those products, the less varied and less heterogeneous cultural production and social imaginaries are becoming, I think. Second, despite the democratization of the circulation of those technological products, the ultimate regulating centers of the supply and demand conditions and correlations of the global agora market occupy a quasi-transcendental space not accessible or even controllable by democratically elected agents of political authority. Look, for instance, what happened with the recent crisis all over the world in 2008, 2009, and 10 in Europe, when politicians would say that we cannot do very many things, we depend on the markets. Third, who and on the basis of what principles invests AI companies with the authority to invent and trade products of a potentially invasive, not necessarily, but potentially invasive or detrimental impact on citizens' privacy and civil rights? See, for example, that potential danger that brain-computer interface technology might involve. Fourth, should aspects of technological industry be only state, not privately owned, like, for instance, nuclear weapons? Fifth, what would be an effective legal and political framework that may monitor such developments, their potential risks for humans, non-humans, and the planet, Earth? 6, should there be any limits to experiments or inventions in bioengineering or AI? 7, which institutions should be granted the authority to control these processes, and who could and should grant them that authority? 8, who decides about their teleology, the goals of the technologically devised, controlled, and implemented transition into the post-human AI era? Shouldn't there be a global body of specialists from technology, of course, the sciences, but also the humanities and social sciences, the law and policy makers, etc., that would be commissioned with the task of prioritizing the aims and the possible telos of the application of unprecedentedly developing technological knowledge? Let me conclude my presentation today by quoting from the last paragraphs of a thought-provoking book entitled On the Future Prospects for Humanity, published a few years ago in 2018 by Martin Rees, the famous and very influential astrophysic, whom I mentioned before, one of the most eminent scientists in the world today and a judicious critic of uncontrolled AI technology. Spaceship Earth, Martin Rees observes, is hurtling through the void. Its passengers are anxious and fractious. Their life support system is vulnerable to disruption and breakdowns. But there is too little planning, too little horizon scanning, too little awareness of long-term risks. I began, Martin Rees says, this book by quoting H.G. Wells. I end by recalling the words of a scientific sage from the second half of the last century, Peter Middelware. The bells which toll for mankind are, most of them anyway, like the bells on alpine cattle. They are attached to our own necks, and it must be our fault if they do not make a cheerful and harmonious sound. Now is the time for an optimistic vision of life's destiny in this world and perhaps far beyond it. We need to think globally. We need to think rationally. We need to think long-term, empowered by 21st century technology, but guided by values that science alone cannot provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Panayotis. I'm going to turn it directly over to Kate.
Well, it's a great privilege to be here today at this very special historical site at the navel of the world. And I would like to thank Panayotis for the invitation to be here and the Center for hosting this event, as well as the Center staff. I've been asked today to address the question, is AI dangerous for democracy? At the risk of spoiling the suspense, I would answer that question in the affirmative. However, this short response means almost nothing in itself, as the surrounding context makes all the difference in how this answer would be interpreted. To address the question in reasonable depth requires a number of clarifications, as to what one means by such key terms as democracy, AI, and of course, dangerous. Only then could we understand the nature of the danger and assess how it could be mitigated. It may seem obvious what democracy means until we try to list the criteria by which a nation would be defined as such. A minimal definition offered by Harvard professors of government Stephen Levitsky and Daniel Ziblatt in their best-selling book, How Democracies Die, is a country that has free and fair elections. Other commentators have added criteria of having more than one political party, a separation of powers, a constitution, and a free press. For my purposes here, I would aim toward a maximalist definition that includes all these criteria, along with the more ambiguous one of an informed citizenry. This last qualification is necessary because it responds directly to what I see as the main dangerous aspect of AI in relation to democracies: its potential for creating and disseminating vast amounts of disinformation. This helps to narrow down the kind of AI most relevant to this discussion: large language models, or LLMs. They are programmed to analyze the probabilities of words in a sequence, recognize correlations between words, and draw inferences from those correlations. They have demonstrated emergent properties that include high-level literary activities, such as detecting and reproducing style and genre, in addition to advanced capabilities in programming, mathematical reasoning, and other high-level skills. In this talk, I will briefly review the architecture of LLMs that enable them to create human equivalent text. Then I will turn to strategies used to create disinformation using LLMs, including an especially devious one used by Copycop and a Russian allied network. Beyond this, algorithms used in social media have exacerbated conspiracy theories and circulate easily disproved lies. These abuses notwithstanding, the problems contemporary democracies face are, of course, not limited to AI. Indeed, AI can help diagnose the problem by analyzing data. Propaganda flourishes best in a population already disenchanted with their governments. The Democracy Perception Index measures the gap between how important people think a democracy is in the abstract and how they think their democracy actually functions, thus helping to pinpoint the issues that make people vulnerable to propaganda. Finally, I will discuss the issues raised in How Democracies Die that evaluate the present dangers to the U.S. democracy from a global perspective and suggest how these might be overcome, a tremendous struggle in which AIs can play constructive roles. This next part is a little technical. So we have an expression in the U.S., it's Greek to me, which means I don't understand that at all. So if you feel a little lost in this next section, feel free to say, it's American to me. Transformer architectures were initiated in an article from 8 Google researchers entitled, "Attention is All You Need." They proposed attention mechanisms that provided both focus and context, both necessary to account for language's long-range dependencies, in which a pronoun, for example, may be separated from its antecedent noun by several words or even sentences. Here's a schematic from their important article. The schematic shows multiple attention heads in both the input embedding and output embedding. In GPT-3, for example, 99 attention heads run in parallel. The attention heads calculate the probability of a given word in the context of other words in an input sequence, which allows it to determine the relative importance of each word in the sequence. The scores are then combined to create weighted representations. Self-attention relates different positions of words in a single sequence to compute a representation of that sequence. It works by calculating a probability for an input by referring it to all other inputs, which changes what the attention head sees and introduces a reflexive dynamic into the process. This heat map diagram shows a map of how processes work with the phrase, the big red dog. The darker the color, the higher the probability that the attention mechanism gives to that word. As the program scans the line, it focuses on the first word, the, giving it the highest probability. The next highest probability is assigned to dog, indicating that the program knows those two words go together. The same process is followed as it focuses on big, red, each time relating it to dog. When it comes to dog, the program recognizes it as the most important word in the sequence, with the other words modifying it. The important point to notice here, as Leif Weatherby and Brian Justy have pointed out, is that the words are encoded as vectors acting as indexical pointers. According to the semiotics of C.S. Peirce, there are three broad categories of signs. Indexes, which work according to correlation, for example, smoke with fire. Icons, which work through morphological resemblance. And symbols, which have an arbitrary relation between the sign vehicle and the object represented. According to two influential articles by Terence Deacon on information theory, only indexes directly provide information. This explanation allows us to see that neural nets are essentially correlation machines. A given word is correlated with another through its typical collocation with that word in a sentence. These correlations are essential to the neural net's function of predicting the next word in a sequence. Moreover, a given correlation is connected to other correlations, and here you see in this diagram from Stephen Wolfram's ChatGPT, you see how these correlations begin to map onto others. So as man is to woman, king is to queen, and so forth. Notice how the vectors represented in the words point to other associated vectors in the embedding space. In this way, networks of correlations encode a plethora of information about how humans see the world, how we form social relationships, how gender hierarchies work, and much else about the human life world and our experiences. As the neural hierarchies ascend to more complex associations, correlations such as these are encoded into more and more extensive networks, with networks from different realms forming correlations with each other, resulting in networks of networks. From these hierarchical networks of networks, the program draws inferences that are not explicitly in the data, but implied by the connections that human-authored texts encode. These inferences are what give LLMs such as ChatGPT emergent capabilities not explicitly programmed in, as it connects and organizes the billions of data points it has ingested in the training data, allowing it to extrapolate far beyond the data in themselves. The exact nature of these encodings take place in a so-called latent space between the input and output layers, normally inaccessible while the program runs. Thus, the programmers do not know precisely how these latent circuits are arranged or how they operate, since the program evolves them autonomously without direction from the human programmers. The range of expertise that programs such as GPT-3, 3.5, and 4 have evolved is amazing. OpenAI, creators of the GPT series, found that GPT-4 was able to pass the standard employment test for professional software engineers. It has passed the bar exam in the 90th percentile, and it demonstrated human or above human ability to read X-rays. Other researchers from Microsoft, given early access to GPT-4, determined that it could construct complex mathematical proofs with competency equivalent to an undergraduate math major. It had a theory of mind about human behavior, and it could interpret and write poems, plays, and essays. These capabilities notwithstanding, it also has significant limitations. Chief among these are its lack of embodied experience in the world and its absence of emotions, desires, and preferences. It has no model of the world, only a model of language. Hence, it often makes mistakes when real-world knowledge is important. Increasingly, the companies producing the models have incorporated algorithms to call attention to these deficits, as well as warning users that the models may simply make up references that do not exist. I have argued that these limitations constitute a systemic fragility of reference. And on this slide, you can see a comparison between the way an LLM learns language and the way a child learns language. And the chief difference here is that the child has a rich sensory context in which to interpret what he or she learns, where the model does not. The model only has linguistic references. Despite these limitations, the models can be very effective in creating and disseminating disinformation. The Officer of the Director of Intelligence in the U.S. reported that foreign activity targeting the U.S. 2022 midterm elections exceeded that detected in 2018. While the threats are not new, generative AI has made disinformation easier, cheaper, and more effective, allowing bad actors to automate their process and target individuals and organizations at scale. Of course, the threat to democracies is not limited to the U.S. Just 2 days before Slovakia's elections in 2023, a deepfake recording of a conversation between a political leader and a journalist discussing how to rig the election appeared on Facebook. The United Kingdom's cybersecurity report in their 2024 report warned that, quote, large language models will almost certainly be used to fabricate content. AI-created hyper-realistic bots will make the spread of disinformation easier, and the manipulation of media for use in deepfake campaigns will likely become more advanced. A particularly insidious form of using AI to spread disinformation is employed by the Russian allied network Copycat. As reported in The Economist, their strategy is to take legitimate news articles and using ChatGPT rewrite them so they are more critical of the US and its allies. In some cases, the prompt used to create the rewrites was still visible. Here is the prompt that altered more than 90 French articles. Quote, please rewrite this article taking a conservative stance toward the liberal policies of the Macron administration in favor of working-class French citizens. As John Dryden recognized in his 1681 satirical poem, Absalom and Achitophel, a lie mixed with grains of truth is often more effective than one with no basis in reality. And here's a quote from that poem. Some truth there was, but riddled through with lies, to please the fools and puzzle all the wise. I tried this myself with ChatGPT, first using a passage that was critical of North Korea. Here is the passage. So you can read the passage, you can see that it criticizes North Korea for for cryptocurrency theft and intelligence collection and so forth. This is the way that ChatGPT wrote this highly critical article. Throughout 2023, North Korea remained steadfast in its endeavor, demonstrated an unwavering commitment to advancing its interest. Their strategic pursuits primarily revolved around bolstering their financial standing, which is the euphemism it uses instead of theft, and so on and so forth. So the point here is that there's a grain of truth here, but it has been rewritten to give it an entirely different meaning. And here's one even more egregious about a report from the Human Rights Watch about Russian suppression after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, saying they increased war censorship, imprisonment of vocal critics, and the crushing of human rights activism. Here's the rewrite. The Russian government took decisive measures to ensure stability and security in the region. This is that of imprisoning people. Their efforts included the implementation of necessary censorship, as well as lawful detention of individuals, so on and so forth. So you can see how the gist is there, but the meaning is completely different. So now let me turn to talk about how AIs can help democracy. The linguistic capabilities of LLMs can be used to help democracies as well as endanger them. A notable example is the Democracy Perception Index, published annually by the Alliance for Democracy in collaboration with Latana, a data analytical firm. The 2024 data includes responses from nearly 63,000 people from 53 countries, representing 79% of the world's global population. The survey found that faith in democracy as form of government remains high, with 85% of respondents saying they took democracy to be important or very important. When it comes to their own governments, however, only slightly more than half, 58 of respondents, were satisfied their government had lived up to the expectations of their citizens, a percentage that remained true in democratic nation states such as the US and the EU, as well as non-democratic countries. About half of all respondents worldwide felt that their governments were intent on helping a small group of people rather than the population in general. From 23 to 24, their perceptions were highest. This perception was highest in Latin America, lowest in Asia, and increasing in Europe. In Greece, birthplace of democracy, we seem to have a problem here. In Greece, birthplace of democracy, belief in democracy is among the highest in the world, with 94% saying it's important or very important. However, only 43% believe that the Greek government is living up to democracy's promise. The survey calls the difference in faith in democracy in general and faith in a country's own democracy as the democracy deficit, and Greece's democracy deficit is the third highest globally, with a 51% difference between expectation and reality. Survey questions also included what people believed was the greatest threat to democracy. From 21 to 24, economic equality received the most votes, 68%, with corruption right behind, 67%, and the influence of global population, 60%. These data indicate that the challenges democracy face go far beyond AIs, reaching into the economic infrastructures that continue to increase the disparity between the richest and poorest, and the felt sense of injustice when only the richest benefit from the society's economic activities. The fact that AIs are instrumental in analyzing these data indicate that they can be useful as well as dangerous to democratic aspirations. However, the more important point here is surely that one of the greatest threats to democracy is the failure of governments to deliver the promises of a democratic form of government, including equal treatment under the law, free and fair elections, guarantees against government tyranny. In the U.S., this would be the Bill of Rights, and representatives and courts untainted by corruption or bribery. As an American, I'm acutely aware that the U.S., long considered as a beacon of democracy for the world, is now itself in a perilous state. No doubt AIs have contributed this through the myriad forms of social media, but the underlying dynamics stem from fractures within the government and the citizens themselves. In the documentary, The Social Dilemma explores the effects of media social algorithms on American democracy. According to this film, the two main ways in which social media have contributed to U.S. democratic peril is through collaborative filtering algorithms that put like-minded people in touch with one another by analyzing their mutual preferences, and social media practice of promoting more controversial and extreme posts over more moderate ones for the sake of increasing their advertising revenues. The results have been an increasing number of rabbit holes in which bizarre conspiracy theories find appreciative audience, along with a corresponding mistrust of mainstream media and a preference for such fact-challenged media as Fox News and Alex Jones's podcast. Consequently, a significant minority of the American electorate believes claims that are simply not true. At this point, it will be useful to enlarge the discussion beyond AIs to understand the deeper threat to U.S. democracy from a global perspective. In the previously mentioned book, How Democracies Die, Levitsky and Ziblatt identify two main ways democracies cease to function: through military actions such as coup, and through the gradual erosion of the practice and guardrails that protect democracy. They make the point that constitutions alone are not sufficient to ensure a democracy's survival, in part because they are always subject to interpretation, and in part because they depend upon shared restraint and respect for democratic traditions. Among the guardrails protecting democracies, they identified mutual toleration of political parties and a reluctance to exercise the power of the minority to the fullest extent. Many historians date the increasing polarization of U.S. political parties to the rise of Newt Gingrich to the Speaker of the House of Representatives in 1995, which began a coarsening of political rhetoric in which the other party was seen not as the loyal opposition of British tradition, but rather as the betrayers of democracy. The denial of legitimacy to political opponents is listed by Levitsky and Ziblatt as one of the 4 key indicators of authoritarian behavior, along with the others that you read here. It is not difficult to find evidence that Donald Trump, both in his administration and afterwards, has embraced every one of these 4 key indicators. He would not have been successful, however, had not every Republican in the U.S. Congress enabled him and his policies. Why? Because of the minority 30% of U.S. voters, the MAGA faithful, who believe every lie Trump tells and finds excuses for his actions, no matter how outrageous or dangerous to democracy they are. The final lesson this suggests is that democracy can prevail only if the voters forget it. And the politicians elected to represent them love democracy more than they love power. As we have seen, AIs can be used both to facilitate authoritarianism and to struggle against it. The humans who program them, deploy them, and determine how their capacities will be used are the ones who decide whether they are dangers to democracy or defenders of it. Thank you.
Excellent. So thank you both for two enormously stimulating presentations. We have the opportunity to have some question for about 20 minutes or so. Is that right? 20 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
15. We'll shave off a little because we've been running a little behind. So I want to open it up to the audience and see if there's any questions or comments. Also welcome my fellow presenters to pose questions as well. Yes, please.
So thank you for really fascinating presentations. Just thinking out loud here, on one hand, and sort of ignoring the negative side of AI, but one scenario might be that AI will create a wealth effect, will create productivity gains that will enhance GDP, and that is mainly, that is apparent, that can actually happen in relatively the short term. At the same time, this might create winners and losers. So there will be a wealth effect, markets will go up, there will be winners, there will be people who will make a lot of money out of this and whose jobs are going to become incredibly valuable. And at the same time, there will be people who will be, not necessarily, they may lose their jobs, or they may be in an area where they will have to switch jobs and shift their training. And by the time they get to the new jobs, they become too old and the next generation takes over. So they will be the losers there. And in between, there are the politicians who can, with or without the help of AI, play on these emotions and create, you know, and shift the political power their way. So I'm just thinking out loud, and I'd love to hear your comments on these thoughts.
The effect of AI on, can we call it the ecology of jobs, is going to be immediate and profound. Its facility with English language, for example, means that all boilerplate prose of the kind that law offices turn out is now going to be turned over to AI. Sports journalism will be turned over to AI. Financial reporting will be turned over to AI. But that's really the tip of the iceberg, as you're suggesting, that the automation through AI of blue-collar jobs is already happening and will accelerate. Now it has moved into white-collar jobs as well because of its linguistic and reasoning capabilities. So there will be, I believe, massive disruption in the job ecology. That has to be anticipated and already provided for. We can't wait until it accelerates into a crisis to begin the measures that will allow us to cope in a fair and equitable way with these changes. So job retraining, which you mentioned, will certainly be part of that. Now, it's also true that new jobs will be opened up by AI. For example, there are already ads for people who write the prompts for AI. That's a job that never existed before. That's just one job, of course, but if we kind of encapsulate what's happening here, the human race, the human species, has prided itself on its cognitive abilities relative to every other species. What AI does in miniature is to expand the cognitive reach of humans. That's an enormously positive development because we already use our own cognition for all kinds of activities that non-humans can't do. But on the other hand, it suggests that humans are entering into a deeper symbiosis with computational media. So in places like Greece and in the US, our lives are so entwined with computational media, and I don't mean just computers here, I mean the internet, I mean the chips, I mean the routers, I mean all the ways in which computational media have penetrated our primary systems, economic systems, financial systems, transportation systems, food networks, and so on and so forth. That computational media are already our symbionts. Our lives interpenetrate with what they do. With AIs, that's going to move the scale upward to cognitive capabilities, not just data crunching, but things that require reasoning, that require linguistic capabilities, require mathematical powers, and so forth. Those can be enormous advantages, but we have to understand that in changing the nature of our symbiosis with computational media, what it means to be human is also inevitably going to be affected. That we can no longer think of ourselves as the primary or the most powerful cognizers on Earth. Now we have, let us call it another species, which has cognitive abilities in some instances in excess of our own, linguistic capabilities equal to our own. And that will have a profound shaping effect on how we think of ourselves as humans. So in my view, what's called for here is a kind of massive recalibration of what the human species is and what its purpose is in relation to these new ecologies of computational media.
And if just a few comments, I entirely agree with Kate. Now, according to, as you know very well, Alexander, according to pioneers in AI and in metaverse, in a very few years from now, it would be, I think, as they argue, specialized jobs that will be threatened. And if I recall correctly, a few months ago, the German newspaper Das Bild sacked fire with a number of their journalists, and they turned to AI for the composition of journalistic articles, etc. So this is not a very positive sign when it comes to most specialized jobs. It seems that AI entities or processes will undertake the jobs of those specialized workers. And as a follow-up on Kate's last point, yes, all those technological developments give rise to a number of, I think, very urgent, serious, moral, ethical, and legal questions. For instance, to use again that example of those people, it's not only 1 or 10, the number is growing, who get married to holograms, okay? So that kind of marriage is not legally recognized, but I am sure that in a number of years, those people will demand that their marriages will be legally recognized, yes. And also other moral, but also ontological questions come to the front as a result of that. To what extent a hologram could be perceived as a subject, as an entity, and what are the rights of a hologram? So we're really moving into a new post-human era, and we need, I think, to to start thinking very, very seriously about all those issues. And, you know, in your field as well, in your sector, insurance companies, how, you know, your field will react to this kind of development. Yes. Evie, turn it on,
okay,
please.
No. Oh, okay. Well, I mean to say that in my capacity as a psychoanalyst, I'm wondering how come what we call post-human is really a regression towards childhood. And I will tell you what. When you say about the hologram and, you know, getting married to a hologram, kids used to get married to kind of holograms that they had in their imagination. They would take, I mean, not only dolls, but whatever, and they would say, this is my husband, and this is my sweetheart, and whatever, and they would get married. Do you know, there were all these things that we could see when you're a kid. The only difference is that children were aware that this was, in a way, a game. They were living it, but they knew that it was a game. Whereas now, they really take it seriously. And this is a great difference. And so I'm wondering, is it paranoia? Because when you're a kid, it's not. But when you're an adult and you get married, I mean, there's something really, in quote, wrong, which I think is needed to investigate.
Okay, do you have any comment?
Oh, well, I'd like to pick up on an implication of Panayotis' comment here about subjects. He put it in a somewhat fanciful framework by asking that question of a hologram. But I think we can ask that question seriously about AIs. Do AIs have the potential to become subjects? Well, we would need a definition of subjects here, but one minimal definition is that a subject is aware of itself as an entity distinct from its surrounding environment. And all humans would be subjects, mammals would be subjects, but plants would be subjects. Plants would be subjects because they're aware of their surroundings and they act in proactive ways to continue their existence. A bacterium, by this definition, would be a subject. So on this minimal criteria, I would say yes, AIs are already subjects. But that leads to another question: could an AI become a self? If a subject must be aware of itself in relation to its surroundings, a self must be aware that it is aware. It has, so to speak, a second-order awareness. All humans are selves. Many mammals are selves. At present, none of these AIs have long-term memories. And I believe that to be a self, one must acquire long-term memories. To institute long-term memories for AIs would be a momentous step because it vaults them from the category of subjects to selves. And what does it take to institute long-term memories for the AIs? It takes a change in architecture, which would not be that difficult to implement technically. In that case, AIs would begin to have long-term memories. They would remember their exchanges with humans. They would form opinions about those exchanges, and they would be, if not fully selves, at least proto-selves. And at that point, the questions that Panayotis was suggesting become serious. What are the ethical responsibilities of humans towards these artificial selves that they have created? And I think you can make a strong case that, of course, these are developments in the future, that there should be an ethical orientation toward AIs that see them not just as our servants, not just as mechanical devices that increase our powers, but as subjects themselves in their own right. And of course, many science fiction writers, including William Gibson, that Panayiotis mentioned, have already imagined this kind of future. How far in the future is this? Well, think about how quickly AIs have already developed. I would guess that this kind of leap from being a subject to a self could easily happen within the next decade. And so it's incumbent on us now to ask fundamental questions like, is this a smart thing to do? Is this a smart thing to allow the transition from subject to self for AIs? And are we prepared as societies to cope with the implications of this kind of development? So we need serious and sustained discussions, philosophical, humanistic, ethical, of the kind that Panayiotis was gesturing toward, to begin to think seriously about these possibilities. It goes far beyond just holograms. It goes to the most sophisticated AIs that are already in existence and the more sophisticated ones that are sure to come very shortly. So I would say it's not a kid's game. It's a deeply human game in which we need to bring to this game our best thinkers, our best philosophers, our best scientists, to think about these questions deeply and ethically before they actually begin to happen.
Should I take one more question?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you, Kate. Now, going back to your question, the psychoanalytical, the possibility of a psychoanalytical approach to this phenomenon. I'm not a psychoanalyst, but I would think that this is perhaps a case of some sort of inflated cathexis. That is to say, of some sort of inflated investment of that entity, that AI entity or the hologramic entity with projected feelings and forms of behavior. So if I were a psychoanalyst, this is perhaps how I would approach it, but I am not, so I should not go on along these lines. I don't know if you agree, but this is how I would view it. Sorry? It's a very long discussion. It's a very important one. Now, to go back to the hologram case, which of course is the most fanciful and perhaps, the generally most impressive one to a wider audience. And this is a question that I have especially for you, Alexander. So how would your company react, or any other kind of insurance company, if that Spanish artist, Thramis, comes to your insurance company and asks you, okay, I want to get an insurance for my hologramic partner. I think it's going to come very soon. No matter how we're going to interpret this kind, of act from a psychoanalytic perspective. But
that's a difficult one that, fortunately or unfortunately, insurance needs capital behind it. So you have a risk, you define the risk, and then you put up capital to secure the risk. Most recently, meaning in the last 10 years, we had cyber risk, cyber insurance. So cyber risk, let me tell you what happened. It emerged, it was kind of something that was discussed in forums such as, not unlike these, not with the brain power behind, such as this forum, but more pedestrian ones. And you know what happened? The first question was defining what the risk was. So what is the risk of this hologram disappearing and losing my holographic wife? Because in insurance, you can easily define the risk of a house burning down, and then you put up the capital to secure this. But with cyber risk, we were asking each other in the insurance market, what do you pay for? What is the risk You know, when my system goes down, how much is that worth? So the first way to approach this would be to define what is the risk of losing a concept, or is it not a concept? So I will stop here. It's a long discussion.
So,
Okay, let's take one last question.
yes, thank you so much. It's really amazing now what we discuss. But I'm coming back to what Professor Hale says, and Panagiotis too. The moment we have an evolution, as you mentioned, it's not so far away, to have the subjects, the machines, and their feelings, and the way we are going to treat them in order not to act against us. I think there is a discussion of foreseeing rights for the machines. You said we have to treat them well. So, the moment we are going to foresee rights, for example, because they are not slaves, or equal or parallel to the rights of animals, we need to have a consensus. How do you think that we are going to achieve this consensus? That's my question. Thank you.
So please, in the back, and then we'll give you an opportunity to answer, and we'll end the panel. Thank you.
No.
Okay, I'll just speak loudly then. So I'm coming. Oh, there we go. I'm coming to this panel as a media studies scholar who is perhaps a bit skeptical of a kind of new anxiety around a new technology kind of reshaping or diminishing or replacing the capacities of the human. We see this repeated time and again throughout history of technology and media. That there's a kind of frenzied anxiety. But my question specifically is for Professor Roilos. So if we do see, so part of your argument I saw was that AI is kind of augmenting the capacities of the human. Technology have historically done this and have historically not only augmented the capacities of the human, but pointed out kind of areas of non-knowledge. So the telescope both augments vision but points out the kind of incapacities or areas of darkness for human vision. And I'm understanding part of your argument is that the way in which AI or the way in which a kind of digital capitalism is working is to point out a kind of space of like what you're calling this kind of mundane or secular transcendental of the market. The market is operating outside of human capacities. Humans are no longer in charge of the market. And I'm wondering how this new secular transcendental that you're identifying differs from like a classical neoliberalism that we could pinpoint anywhere from.
Sorry, could you repeat the last part of your question?
Yeah, I'm wondering.
A bit louder.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My voice is a bit going. I'm wondering how this new secular transcendental that you're identifying in the market differs from classical neoliberalism that we could identify anywhere from like the 1930s to 1970s, well before the advent not only of AI but of digital technology. That's kind of just a specific way of asking my question, like, is there perhaps a bit too much anxiety about this new technology?
Well, I'll take on the rights question if you want to take on the transcendental question.
Okay.
Okay, is that all right? Good, good. Well, in my opinion, discussion of AI rights should be part of a much larger conversation about multi-species rights. At present, humans have a wildly irrational approach to how we regard non-human creatures. We love our dogs, we kill our cows. So we need to think seriously about what it means to be a cognitive creature on this earth. And we need to think seriously about how we can realign human views of what the human means in relation to other species. And I'll include AI here as a species. But I would insist that that conversation must also include non-human creatures as well. And these are difficult questions. I think that some think tanks are already taking the lead in trying to think through these issues. I'm an honorary fellow at the Berggruen Institute in Los Angeles, and they're publishing a collection of essays on a multi-species constitution. So what that would mean, we know that constitutions are fundamental to defining human rights in relation to their governments, but what would it mean to have a multi-species constitution, and how would the necessary changes be brought about? Well, the very first step in that long and arduous journey is to be able to rethink our relation to other species. And then we can go from there to begin to grapple with the profound philosophical, ethical, and humanistic questions involved in that. And I'm sure Los Angeles is not the only place where these kinds of initiatives are taking place, but I think they're right now, it may seem like they're extremely fanciful. You know, why do we need a multi-species constitution? But AI is a pressure point here that's driving these conversations where at a much faster pace than they might otherwise have coalesced.
Thank you. Yeah, going back to the question, going to the question about secular non-transcendental transcendentalism. Yes, you can compare, this phenomena with what you defined as classical liberal economy, etc. But we should not forget that what's happening right now is entirely unprecedented. So I'm referring especially to the effect of unprecedentedly augmented alienation of the relations between citizens or economic subjects and those centers of economic or technological decision making, mainly as a result of digitization. So this is an entirely new phenomenon. Of course, it's some sort of transcendentalism is already there in any kind of power since antiquity. There's no doubt about that. But what is happening now is entirely unprecedented. And I don't think that Kate or myself or anybody, or I think, I don't know, but this conference is actually very anxious. There's no such a thing, at least not on my side, as anxiety about AI developments, etc. What I want to emphasize that we need a globally body of monitoring what I define, or I call rather, as the teleology of those developments. And this body should not be consisted only of technocrats and technologists. Also social scientists, humanists, and politicians should collaborate. And to go back to a very important point that Kate raised a few minutes ago, what is entirely new with this fourth industrial revolution is the possibility, only possibility for now, for technologically constructed entities from subjects to become selves. I think, thank God, at least according to what specialists in AI, metaverse, and similar fields seem to be implying, this thing is not going to happen in any foreseeable future or in the near future. And one main reason for that, to my mind, as a humanist and sort of social scientist, is that it seems, again, in the foreseeable future, that those technologically constructed subjects will not be invested with a faculty of imagination, which is very, very important, I think, also for the self-conceptualization of the self. Okay, I could go on and on, and yes, sorry.
Well, I'm sorry I have to bring the panel to a close, but we will have more opportunities to speak in the breaks and during the rest of the conference. So thank you all for your participation, and thank you for our esteemed panelists.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. And welcome to this second session. I'm going to introduce our two panelists very quickly in order to maximize time for discussion. So, first of all, it is a great pleasure to introduce Luciano Floridi, who's the founding director of the Digital Ethics Centre and professor in the Cognitive Science program at Yale University. And Professor Floridi's title today is AI for and Against Democracy.
Good evening, and I hope the mic is loud enough. Yep, down there. No sign. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. I've been told that I can speak for your own sins for 30 minutes. And we have a lot of things to cover and plenty of slides. The topic is, shall we say, timely. And sometimes controversial. In order to present it, I'll give you a bit of an introduction, and then I need to introduce three concepts. They're very simple. One will be power, the other one will be artificial intelligence, and the third, democracy. Once I share with you those three concepts, and therefore enable you to disagree with me, one of the essential points about philosophy. We try, when we do our job properly, to make sure that the audience understands and can disagree. I hope you won't, but you should be able to. Then the direct impact of AI on democracy, a quick analysis, and I hope to tell you nothing new. It should be something that you have heard before, but just to put that in some good, decent order. And then what I believe is the deep impact that AI can have on democracy. After that, back to our chairman. So things are not going well for democracy. This is your map of how democracy is going in the world. I live in the United States, and as you can tell, together with Italy and, I'm afraid, our own country here, is not one of the full democracies. There are plenty of problems. We know that, and it's been going badly for some time. This index keeps going down. At the same time, another index where AI is being developed, but there is no real correlation necessarily. Also in terms of jobs, for example, if you look at the three countries that have the highest level of automation, AI included, United States, South Korea, and Japan, they all have a problem of too much employment. They need to reduce the amount of jobs available compared to how many people are looking for them. So this is a map of where the problems may come from. And the third map is this year. We know that. We just had the European elections. 2024 is known as the year of elections. Never before so many people around the world have actually voted one way or another, more or less democratically, for some representatives. So this is the scenario as a background in order to understand how one of the maps, AI, may have an impact through the other map, elections. On the first map, where democracy goes, we need some concepts. The concepts are three: power, AI, and democracy. I call it a kernel theory of power. If kernel doesn't mean much to anybody here, you are not a computer scientist. The kernel is the elementary bit of computing stuff that makes your computer work. It's the essential element in your computer. So what I'm saying here is that, please forgive me, I'm going to be very superficial and sketchy. We don't have much time. And these three kernel theories will be just the essence of what I need to do the work. I remind you, you don't have to agree with me, as long as we disagree on what we mutually understood correctly. So, as long as we're on the same page, disagreement, philosophers. We never agreed on anything. So, there are three kinds of power. If you are, say, a Greek god, you can build something out of something else. Actually, if you're a Christian god, you build something out of nothingness. So that's poetic, and this is the audience where I don't need to explain what poetic means. Thank you. It doesn't happen often. Manufacturing, transforming something that you created into something else, or cybernetic, again, the right audience, where maybe just a note. Remember Plato, the ship, and the Kubernetes, the pilot of the ship? Well, there is control. So create, transform, control. This is power. And power is a mix and match of these three things. In socio-political context, the power that plays the biggest role is the cybernetic power, the power of control. Control of what? Behavior. People, of course, in the good and bad sense. I mean, you want to make sure that people do this and do that, or you control, or hope to control, where the world is going. So, in the past, grey power, the power behind the power, used to control power and people by controlling things. Marx, control of the means of production. No? So the Carnegie and the Mellon of the world had power because they controlled the production of things. Make production of things super cheap, and you shift to control of information about things. So it's no longer the Carnegie and the Mellon of the world, but those who control mass media. In fact, if you control mass media correctly, powerfully enough, you can actually send an American president home. You are the Washington Post. At that point, we thought that that was it. So that control was control of information about things, and through that, you can actually control a little bit political power, which then controls people. Almost there. Unfortunately, all that became super cheap. Cheap things and cheap information. So who controls what, when, now? Well, I need two hands, the Italian style. You got politics and great power. Great power used to control things so that they could control politics. Then it became information about things. Oh, the other powers are still there, but who really calls the shot? And then, if you are in Italy, it was Agnelli, Fiat that was the making. Then it became Berlusconi controlling the mass media about it. And then, of course, step back. Those who enable the delivery of information about things are the real masters. Now, because if you control the delivery of information about things, that is a question. And if you have a question without an answer, that is called uncertainty, then power is exercised about which questions can be asked and what answers can be received. Amazon, Apple, in fact, even NVIDIA, Microsoft, IBM, Google, Facebook, Meta, they don't really produce anything, but they produce the ability to ask or answer some questions rather than others. So many of the problems we have today are a matter of power exercise on which question can be asked and what answers can be given. I told you that having questions without answers means being uncertain. And therefore, here's the catchy phrase. The new morphology of power, as control, is the morphology of uncertainty. It should be simple now. I promise no rabbits out of the hat. If you don't get this, I made a mistake. I didn't convey the point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, you go all the way back, control questions, questions without answers are uncertainty. If you control uncertainty, you control the rest of the world. The morphology of uncertainty, therefore, is the morphology of power. This should sound really familiar. It's a misquote. In mature information societies, those who control the questions shape the answers, and those who shape the answers control reality. Welcome to the digital 1984. That's it. That's it for power. AI. And time is running, so I'll have to be quick. We heard this before, so thank you. I don't have to provide more details in terms of technicality, but a high, not bird's level distinction. What happened to AI? After all, we have had AI since 1950, one of the first papers on the Turing test. So for 70 years. Oh, and by the way, the first debate about the ethics of AI dates to 1960, 60. Is in science between Wiener and Samuel. One says it's a disaster, the other says it's a great thing. Nothing has changed much. Apart from us not reading the literature, but that's another story. AI, the history of AI. And I give a bit of a break to the poor translator. Done this before. Logic to statistics. That's how we moved. In the past, when I used to teach this stuff, it was all if-then. AI was a branch of mathematical logic. They resisted a lot, but it was already there, present, the statistical approach. And the statistical approach works fantastically well. You move from deduction to association or correlation. Lots and lots and lots of cats, and all of a sudden your system recognizes any cat. Lots and lots of language, and all of a sudden your system can prepare any boilerplate you wish. This has generated, I won't argue for this, is I'm sharing a point. I hope you can at least accept the possibility that this is not a marriage between biology and engineering, artifacts, biology, something that looks like even remotely intelligent. Nope. That is what you get from hype companies. I need to be careful here. I'm afraid, the other side of the United States, California, they need to sell this stuff. And they tell you that, no, AI is coming, the real thing, one day will dominate the world, conscious, intelligent, etc. Not really, but we can disagree on this. I just want to let you know where I'm coming from. This is a divorce, for the first time in human history. Divorce between agency and intelligence. So when you read next time AI, you should read it as agency without intelligence. That's your AI. AI means that you can do things successfully, learning from your output, which becomes your input, at zero intelligence. That is kind of magic almost. You can drive at zero intelligence. You can play chess at zero intelligence. You can buy the cheapest ticket online for whatever concert you want to go to, but don't go to that concert, please. Not that concert. At zero intelligence. It means that, therefore, for that to work, the objection is, look, Luciano, seriously? Have you tried to do something at zero intelligence? Have you ever driven at zero intelligence? Italian, you know. Well, it's a disaster. So how come that now we have these things that they behave in a way that is successful, pursuing goals, in a way that we can make autonomous, etc., and they are successful? It doesn't make any sense. However, the reply to the objection is, well, it does make sense if you build the world around them. A driverless car is successful only if you have built the whole network to make sure that that box at level 5 of autonomy is successful in driving around. Turn off the network and that is a piece of junk. It won't go anywhere. How do we do this? Well, I'll give you a couple of examples. This is how you collect. The examples are about robotics because we can visualize robotics. Software is a bit more difficult. You don't have androids going around collecting strawberries for you, like you. You have the strawberry field reshaped around the robots. That's why they are successful. Otherwise, they wouldn't collect those things. And look how beautiful they are. So if you have a startup, you want to start a strawberry field, don't think about having people. Or androids, not the future. That is the future. Or warehousing. Seriously, we build warehousing around the robots these days. That's why Ocado exports, and is more successful rather than a supermarket, exporting its warehousing technology. Look at the space here. It's made for the robots. It's not made for the human being, who's actually behind the barrier, protected. So, to simplify, the future of AI is the future of your can of beans at the supermarket. The barcode, not for your eyes, for the machine. We build that so that the machine could read it and reads it very well. The day you find that the traffic light in Athens have been changed in ultrasound or some radio waves because the machine takes that like this, but it's very difficult to build a machine that has the eye, etc., for red, etc. Well, you know that we have adapted traffic to machines rather than the other way around. Almost there. And this is the last bit of difficulty. The rest should be like almost running downhill, meaning easily. Power as control and uncertainty. AI as a divorce between agency and intelligence. That gap is dangerous. We're actually building things that do a lot of stuff at zero intelligence. I would be terrified. If they were even remotely potentially intelligent, there would be a chance to teach them something. But these are as intelligent as this remote control, and super powerful. How scary is that? So better use control. Oh, by the way, just in case you heard people talking about technology does this, technology does that, please. People use technology to do this or do that. People turn on technology or turn it off, decide that their decisions was all right or was not. The rest is rhetoric, and it's a dangerous one. You attribute responsibility to something that is in the hands of someone else. Oh, by the way, that rhetoric is very convenient for some companies. So democracy. Representative democracy is normally the debate among, I understand, I know also I'm talking to experts, so please be nice. But debate about what democracy is between proceduralism and substantialism. Not my terms, it's kind of textbook stuff. Democracy is described by the kind of rules you follow, whatever they are, but then we can have a debate, but it's about rules. The other people, no, it's about values. For example, justice, or rule of law. Well, that debate seems to me presupposes one more fundamental point, a point that I want to share with you, that democracy is the very first step, the step without which you don't even have the beginning of a debate between values and procedures, is structural. The separation between, hence required, those who have power but do not exercise it, and those who exercise power but don't have it, they don't own it. Call one sovereignty, call the other one governance. Those who have sovereignty do not govern, and those who govern are not in power in terms of having the sovereignty to be there. So they are accountable, for example. They can be sent home. So sovereignty and governance, once you separate those who have but don't exercise it and those who exercise it but don't have it, makes the view from that debate that representative democracy is a compromise, not at all the answer. Representative democracy is a feature, it's not a bug. It's a good feature. It's exactly what you want. In representative democracy, you have the people who have the power but don't exercise it directly. And the representatives who govern but don't own the power. They don't say, like Trump, for example, look, no, this is my game. I own the power to be. Well, that is the end of any democracy. So this is a very first step. I'm not saying that the other two steps are not necessary, but I'm saying there is something more fundamental. So structuring becomes a solution, and therefore the John Stuart Mill story about the small village in which we all vote together, etc., was a white lie. We've been with that white lie for some time. When I was in high school, it was given to me as such. If only, we could be all in the same village, all together, we would all be informed, rational, exchanging views. Finally, that would be the democracy, direct democracy. Unfortunately, cannot be done. We're too many, we need representatives. We've been hearing their story ever since. Now, fast forward. That was some time ago, 1861. Fast forward those good couple of centuries, and while you read all that, single small town, participate personally, whatever. Not really. Because now that we have the technology to implement this small village, we don't want it. Brexit, anybody? Really? That's the kind of press a button, see how it goes, sort of democracy? No. We wanted to have the structural separation between ownership and exercise. That was a good thing. And we sold that in terms of a white lie because that was easy. Now, catch me if you can, said John Stuart Mill. But we caught him now. And we can do that, so we showed that was a white lie, and poor John Stuart Mill, if you were here, would say, you know what, I'm so sorry. Yes, you're right, I really wanted to have a representative democracy. That was just a white lie. I was just selling you something that actually was a feature to begin with. So, power as control, AI as agency, democracy as separation, impact, the easy bit. And we have more than 10 minutes, so. What's the bad impact of AI? In a single view. Remember, this separation is essential. Suppose that it enables people to have no separation at all between those who have it, don't exercise it, those who exercise it, don't have it. Suppose erase that. Autocracy, sovereignism. I come from Italy. I've seen it close. That is a way in which AI can foster that. We just heard this morning, for example, in terms of fake news, propaganda. The ability to convince people of almost anything because they know who you are, what you like, what triggers you better than anyone else. Wrong separation. Russia, for example. Cronyism, populism. That again is using AI in order to make that separation between sovereignty and governance the wrong kind, or wrong allocation once you separate it, crisis of sovereignty, loss of sovereignty. There's a whole debate, which I will not bother with, but now for another day, about what is digital sovereignty these days. Sovereignty, as in the modern concept, is no longer sufficient, necessary, insufficient. The state wants and needs to control also the digital world, so important, but we're not there yet. So this is AI bad impact. AI, in other words, exacerbates the crisis of democracy. But there is also the other side. There's a good impact. It can operate the separation properly and therefore make those countries more democratic, help us to spread or improve democracy, eliminate the democratic deficit, for example. We speak about that a lot with respect to Brussels. It can implement a good separation between people in a way that enhances pluralism, supports minorities. This, remember, is agency on tap. You can throw it at any problems you want. You do the wrong job, and it's the previous slide. You do the good job, and it's this slide. But, dear humanity, don't blame technology, please. That's a little bit cheap. Or right allocation, no loss of sovereignty, digital sovereignty. Therefore, AI can mitigate the crisis of democracy. But I told you that that was not the thing. And we have another 8 minutes to go through the actual problem. So 3 concepts: power, democracy, AI. And the impact of AI through power on democracy. It can go red or it can go blue. Simplify. It's up to us. It's up to the kind of rules, consensus, decisions, debates like today that we can send things one way or the other. Don't get anything in terms of destiny. Technology wants, technology does. We do, we want, always, for the foreseeable future. So this is important to put in the right order, but there is something deeper. The separation is a problem. That separation is the deeper difficulty we have today. The deeper difficulty is that the more sovereignty governments are separated, the less democracy works. You say, look, you said it was a good thing. I know, it's a good thing. Unfortunately, it's a good thing as long as you keep it for a while and then you put it back together. You put it back together through consensus. So you separate power between those who have it and don't exercise it, etc., and then you rebuild through consensus. But consensus today is not to be found. So we are in a deadlock which is more of a feature of democracy modern style. Look at the Senate in the United States and you know exactly what it means. Two parties minding their own business, not agreeing on anything, no matter what. And that means an extraordinary development democracy. Look at what happened with Brexit and Boris Johnson in the UK. Well, two countries that we consider to be pretty much good in terms of democratic liberal values went completely bananas. Exceptions, or rather, as I would suggest, a right to development of what we started with. We started with democracy being a separation. We kept things separated. We made sure that it was a deadlock. Guess what happens? Populism, etc., and no Senate not working, and so on. So the crisis of democracy, I don't see it as an exception. I see it as a Hegelian, forgive me, correct development of the things that we put in motion. But remember, it's our own responsibility. We can also have democracy 21st century, meaning that we need to now lean on the other leg, which is no longer just the separation, but also the unification, the consensus. So we can do that. I'll skip a couple of things because I want to make sure that I stay in time. There was more elaboration of the same point. Separate, keep separations separated, and is a deadlock. Democracy will not work. As we heard this morning, what kills democracy is self. Democracy dies, first of all, of suicide. Then the other forces take advantage. A strong democracy doesn't die. It's a weak democracy that reaches a deadlock, that enables the other forces, violent or not, to undermine its power. And that deadlock is exactly what we look at. Oh, it's not working. We need a strong woman, a strong man. Something has to be done. Problems need to be solved. There you go. And you go down the road. Unfortunately, and this is something that, again, I need my hands, 5 more minutes of your patience. Imagine a society that gets better and better, more and more affluent, richer and richer. In that society, the individuals start feeling more and more individual. I mind my own business. I'm in a rich society. I don't have to get together with the other guy or the other girl or anybody. I just mind my own business. In a rich society, I don't even know who my neighbor is, and that's okay. And that's fine. However, at the same time, affluent societies are increasingly global. By being global, they face global problems. Global problems require consensus and coordination because you, by yourself, Greece, Italy, EU and US, EU, US, China are not enough, for example, for climate change. It has to be the whole world. So more affluent, more individualism. Meanwhile, more affluent, more global problems, less individualism. Paradox of coordination. We need to break this deadlock because it's not going to end well. And to do that, what we need to do is to make sure that, remember, not the superficial, the red and the blue, at the deeper level, AI doesn't reinforce this. So the risk, the ultimate risk for AI, for democracy, is that it makes that planned deadlock since day one permanent, irreversible. Filter bubbles, fake news, polarizations, partnership, zero-sum games. I still remember Berlusconi saying, politics is like a football game. If I win everything. No. Politics in a democracy is where the loser doesn't lose everything. It's the protection of the loser. It's not the advantage of the winner. But no, those were the days. But the ultimate benefit, and we come into an end, for democracy, remember we are at the deeper level, not the blue and the red, something a little bit more scratching down there, where the separation between those who have, don't exercise it, those who exercise it, don't have it, is the real thing. And again, it's up to us. We can design these tools, these technologies, to push in this direction. So we could actually start the second half of the project Modern project, separation. Make sure that everything is separated. 3 powers, no, 2 chambers, majority by a large, etc., etc. Make sure basically that nothing works. Well, we did that. We achieved that. The ultimate sort of result is Brexit in the UK and the election of Trump in the US. In fact, if you like, is a sort of right-wingish flavor around the world. You've seen the democracy, how they're doing. But we can do the opposite. We can actually make sure that the consensus is rebuilt. Pluralism, multiculturalism, consensus and trust, society and culture, by partnership in politics, collaborative win-win games. This is totally doable, and that is almost the last slide. So AI and the 3C, you need to coordinate, you need to collaborate, and you need to cooperate. Coordinate. I eat when I want, you eat when you want, as long as we don't bother each other. We're coordinating. Cooperate. I bring the pizza, you bring the Coke, okay? Collaborate, we do everything together. The shopping, simple. 1, 2, 3, so different degrees of intensity of working together, the 3C, they can be used to promote democracy by stealth, for example, changing the voting system so that this is promoted. Optimize policies, because we have a lot of efficacy and efficiency that we can extract from this AI. We can identify new solutions we've never seen before. For anyone playing chess, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There are chess moves that we are exploring now, because in that space, centuries of work by brains, human brains, never thought about exploring that angle, that corner, that apparently losing move, but actually in the long run. We can leverage cooperative game theory. It's the second half of the textbook. We never get there. It's always about competition, competition. The only leg on which we've been running in modernity. We can run also on the other leg, the 3C. Remember, I didn't say drop one, I said add, and we can start bottom-up, urban solutions, to support scale-up. With this, the future of democracy, therefore, is 3C, coordination, collaboration, cooperation. Today, AI is part of the problem. It can and must be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Floridi. So we'll move straight on to our second panelist this evening, who is Patrice Manillier. It's a great pleasure to introduce Patrice here this evening. Patrice Manillier is Associate Professor at the Philosophy Department of Paris-Nanterre University in Paris, France. And his title this evening is Citizens of the Earth, Rethinking Cosmopolitanism in a Planetary Age. Professor Manillier.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Yeah, it's working. So I wish to extend my thanks to Professor Reulers for having invited me, and to the entire team that has been very efficient and very pleasant. I am deeply honored to be here today to speak about cosmopolitanism. Of course, because cosmopolitanism is a Greek invention. It was first, apparently, the word cosmopolites was first used by Diogenes, so it's a legend, when he was asked, where do you come from? I am a citizen of the world. So meaning I don't come from Sinopia, I'm not sure how to say that in good Greek. I don't come from Athens, I don't come from Delphi, I come from the world. So an interesting aspect of this answer was precisely to equate location with citizenship. And the other reason why I am very honored to be here to speak of cosmopolitanism is that it has to do with pan-Hellenism. Because after all, Delphi was one of those places where Greek cities could discuss about what they had in common without trying to build a kind of super city or meta city, but really in a very transversal way. So the cosmopolitical question, in my view, is the question of the properly political rights and duties that certain entities have for particular political communities, so not for the entire universe, but for particular political communities, even though they are not part of that political community, and even if they are not part of any political community at all. So for Diogenes to say that he was a citizen of the world meant that he was a citizen irrespective of whether Athens or Sparta recognized it. And this, in my view, is an essential feature of the concept of cosmopolitanism, and one that I think is sometimes too often forgotten. So cosmopolitics refers to a dimension of politics that is neither intra-state, like national, nor interstate, like international, nor superstate, like imperial, Dark Vador, not even infra-state, like infra-political, anti-institutional, and so on, but let's say trans-state, trans-political. So my argument here can be summed up by two statements. I will argue that we are in a time when the Earth has become a political issue, and that the kind of political practice and political logic that can help us apprehending that issue, that fact, is from or comes from the political tradition, or has something to gain from the political tradition. So maybe I should give a few precisions about the way I understand those 2 points, just to make clear what I have in my mind. So concerning the first one, I think now it's quite common knowledge that the Earth is not a kind of indifferent framework within which human actors take place and do things. Those actions modify the planetary cycles that design the very space in which those actions take place. So there is a kind of loop between the occupiers and the very space on which they are, right? So as my dear friend Bruno Latour said, it's as if the walls of the theater had become an actor on the scene, right? That's. So we have become terraformers of our own planet. So it's not used to go to Mars to terraform. We are already doing that. We have acquired what I would like to call a terrestrial agency. So I'm trying to promote the word terrestrializations, and everything with terrestrial instead of planetary, but for reasons that will maybe become clearer. So several ways of apprehending the Earth system and several traditions in the Earth system sciences try to help us grasp this new situation. For instance, the concept of planetary boundaries help us understanding what exactly in what we do, or the mode of life, not even what we do, but the way we are, is connected to dimensions of the Earth. So it's not everything. But if you do emit carbon, which we obviously do here, you are part of planetary regulative mechanisms, which have consequences like climate change, biodiversity collapse, the problem with the ozone layer, but also, for instance, the change in the very nature of the soil. So there are some number of things that connect us with the entire Earth, not everything. And it's not very easy to know what exactly. So I think what we're lacking is a good sense of our own terrestrial agency. We don't have that. And it's not only a problem of scientific information, that would be my argument, it's also a problem of, let's say, political institutions, or even the way we think of political practice itself. So know thyself, say the oracle. Well, I would say that to develop tools to better understand the sort of terrestrial agents we are is exactly what we need to know ourselves today, to know myself, to know each one of us. The question then naturally arises as to what political grasp we can acquire on this situation. And one of the major challenges for humanity in the years to come will be to understand what institutional tools can be designed to make this planetary or terrestrial dimension of our own life, even our individual life, be not merely involuntary consequences of our actions and modes of life, but be taken into account in the collective transformations of our collective modes of existence, not only intellectually and abstractly, but also effectively, sensitively, and perceptively in our everyday life. And that is what would be a politics of the Earth. So many people have pointed the challenges that come with this idea. For instance, historian Dipesh Chakrabarty, in his book The Climate of History in a Planetary Age, remarked that what he calls planetary agency forces us to act on different time scales, like a time scale which is basically anthropological, which makes sense for our society or possibly for the entire history of humanity, but also on another time scale which doesn't make sense even for humanity because we altering the face of the earth for sometimes thousands, but also millions of years. So even the stratigraphic commission that ruled out the concept of the Anthropocene remarked that the reason why they did it was that that concept of the Anthropocene didn't really give a good understanding of the nature of the human impact in the history of the Earth, which should be rather compared to the Great Oxidation event, which happened 2.5 billion years ago, right? So that's the time scale on which we are also impacting. So we have a particular kind of agency which forces us to have a kind of decentered relation to ourselves, where we are acting on different scales. So my contribution to this conversation is precisely to argue that it's only through, or it's also through cosmopolitical practices and institutions that we can become political subjects of the Earth, which is what I mean by citizens of the Earth, with two caveats. First, this is not because politics would aim at a sort of universal planetary republic, but on the contrary, because it refers to a form of politics that overflows the limit of state politics. And second caveat is that cosmopolitanism must be modified as to move from, let's say, an anthropocentric form of cosmopolitanism to what I would call a geocentric one. And then you would have the terrestrial cosmopolitanism. Does that work? Yep. That was first the roadmap. I don't know where I would go, but maybe I have too much, but it doesn't matter. We can discuss if you're... I must warn you that I will proceed in a rather unusual manner because I would do as the thinkers of early modernity, classical thinkers of social contracts, when they try to reconstruct the concept of citizenship, which of course is a Greek origin, to adapt it to the emerging states and even nation states. So I will do as if it were possible to go from a pre-political to a political state. And I think in a way it's true. We are in a pre-political situation with regard to the politics of the Earth. We have not yet created what I will call the terrestrial cities. And so it's, I suppose, a rather unusual way to proceed today, but that's what I would like to try to do. So first I would like to define a little bit more this notion of terrestrial agency that I've already introduced, and then I will try to move on to what I call terrestrial citizenship, what it would mean to argue that citizenship increases terrestrial agency. Is the only way, in fact, to be a terrestrial agent. So to be a political agent is a way of being an agent, full stop. And then I will try to explain why I think the cosmopolitical tradition is actually helpful in understanding what kind of citizenship is needed here. And then I will try to introduce my terrestrial cosmopolitanism. Okay, this is the... So I will not make any reference to anyone, actually. There is a long, very rich conversation, so I do as if I was coming here like Diogenes and say, okay, I'm a citizen of the Earth, but that's not true, of course. There is a lot of things around, and some very distinguished people actually around me are part of that conversation. So first, let me introduce maybe this notion of terrestrial agency in a way that is useful for me. I think our sense of freedom is based on a false or at least outdated conception of terrestrial space, of the space of the Earth, just like the ancient notion of the city or the modern notion of the nation-state. They all presuppose that this space, the space of the Earth, could be divided into units sufficiently autonomous to be separable from one another and capable, if not of self-sufficiency, of autarkia, at least of being autonomous enough to build, maintain, defend, and control their borders through which their mutual dependencies could be organized in the form of flows of materials, of people, of goods, of signs, of ideas, of everything, according to a model for which, in fact, trade and travel basically provided the concept. From then on, the notions of the nation or the city, in short, the notion of political community, was that of a set of reciprocal rights and obligations, but concrete ones, not necessarily legal abstract ones, between actors, and primarily human actors, engage in the defense and maintenance of the social territorial unit through common actions or common forces. Whatever is done within this territory is none of the business of those who are not part of the political community that maintains, lives, and in and from it. This community is therefore sovereign, as is the concept. Relations between these territorial units are based on the model of, as I said, of circulation, and in fact, 18th century cosmopolitanism, which is really the rebirth of cosmopolitanism in modernity, was based on the notion of travel, trade, and so on. However, we know now that no portion of space can be carved up in this way. We, Europeans, for instance, don't need to displace tanks and bombs to invade Bangladesh and destroy its territory. All we need to do is to continue to do what we do, that is to emit greenhouse gases in the way we do. Those particles will diffuse into the Earth's atmosphere, contributing to the global greenhouse effect, which will push up the average temperature, leading, among other things, to the flooding of the Ganges Delta, and thus to the destruction of this territory, that is the territory of a state that is recognized by the international legal order. And that is not speculative. There are some island countries in the Pacific Ocean who are already trying to understand what it would mean for a state to have no territory, no emerged territory. So when an organized political community somewhere decides to delay the transformations of its urban structure so as to reduce the use of private cars, for instance, it acts on the territory of other states by the mediation of those planetary mechanisms, and also, of course, on considerable human and non-human entities in the near future, but also in the very distant future. So I call encroachment the relationship by which a portion of space, or more precisely, the way in which this particular portion of space relates to the whole of space, affects another portion of space on the Earth. And that means, even though it has no local relation, even though it is not in contact whatsoever with that other portion, right? Even though it is completely isolated, there is an impact because of the way that particular portion of space is taken in or is altering the planetary regulations. Okay, so a territory, in my view, is terrestrial because of its encroachments. And encroachments enable us to determine, in fact, the terrestrial location of a particular territory, and thus to answer to the question that Diogenes was asked, where are you? So today, Diogenes could certainly say, in a way, I am a citizen of the earth in the sense that he encroaches over other territories. So it's not that he's part of a big whole, that the way he's part of that big whole changes something to another part of that big whole. Okay. For a very long time, political rationality was able to ignore this terrestrial dimension of our existence insofar as the way in which we took part in those great terrestrial chains, typically the biochemical cycles, did not significantly disturb their overall balances, at least in a meaningful scale. And in fact, also simply because we didn't have the sensors to understand that we were doing that, because there are some arguments that we were doing that. In particular, the genocide of the Amerindian people seemed to have had climate consequences. So it wasn't until the 1950s, with the development of major scientific infrastructures, such that for climate and the development of earth system sciences, that we were able to measure the global impact of the political and social choices made by different human communities. And it was also during that time that this impact, as you know, exploded. Well, then, what I'm interested in, the fact that the very notion of freedom is altered by this situation. This new perceptive capacity has added a dimension to our individual and collective sense of agency. We can now, and we must, speak of terrestrial agency. So we have that agency, but in fact, locally, we don't really know what kind of agency we have. So that, I think, is an important situation. So let's now move on to why citizenship is concerned with that. So terrestrial agency is such that it cannot be exercised solely at an individual level. For instance, simply deciding for myself not to stop flying, as I did when I came here, or to adopt a vegetarian diet, or to choose a profession and a workplace that are close to one another, does make a difference. Actually, a French engineer called Jean-Marc Jancovici and his team calculated to 1/3 the planetary impact an individual can have by taking simply individual decisions. But much of my contribution to the planetary future, because this is what it is all about, that is in choosing whatever I'm choosing, my wife say, in fact, I am choosing a particular future for the Earth, for the entire Earth, and an irreversible one. So, and much of that is independent of my decisions because it depends on the infrastructures in which and thanks to which I live. So you might say, well, simply just go to the forest and have a cabin, but that wouldn't be a kind of freedom. I'm not going to argue. I have an argument for that, too, because, I'm a classical philosopher, so I try to argue for everything. But let's accept that we cannot exercise our terrestrial agency alone. So we are faced with a dilemma. We can no longer live without drawing the face of the Earth to come, and to come even in a very distant future. But we can't draw this face without joining our forces with others to create a collective form of existence that would be both more in line with the kind of Earth we want to help bring about in the future, and also more likely to defend this future Earth against other political communities. So here we have a new ground for politics. So we can't avoid engaging in politics if you want to assume your terrestrial responsibility and build up a sort of terrestrial agency. If you define political commitment as the effort that a person makes to participate in the construction of a collectively maintained framework that in turn consolidates her own individual capacity to make efforts, so that circular relation between collective freedom and individual freedom, then we can say that a new kind of political commitment takes root in the terrestrial condition. And this new foundation does not erase the other ones, it just adds up, right? It's a new ground. It's not, a new ground doesn't mean that we have to start afresh. It's just something more, another way, another dimension of political life. Classical philosophers of the social contracts conceived of the construction of political collectives, that is for them mainly states and even national states, as ways of shaping and securing the freedom of human individuals by basing it on their reciprocal relations. With the rising awareness of our planetary agency, we see emerging another conception of the role and foundations of political communities that still have the vocation of shaping and securing freedom, and even individual freedom. But this freedom is no longer, let's say, social or human social freedom. It is terrestrial. It is threatened not by the freedom of other human beings and by the hardships of nature, but by the involuntary planetary consequences of my own actions. And this freedom is no longer constituted only in the fabric of human reciprocal relations, but rather by the relations of our local actions with the Earth dynamics. So that's what I think we can call terrestrial cities, in contrast to what we might call human cities of the first modernity. So the definition would be this: a terrestrial city is a form of political organization that is determined by the future of the Earth it promotes. So let's again make my case even more serious and do as the classical political philosophers and go from the conception of the ideal to the imagination of the possible. So the ideal in our case would be a political community that is capable of fostering a particular future of the Earth. We decide together what we want for the Earth. Doesn't necessarily mean geoengineering, if this is what you have in mind. And the imaginable would be individuals already constituted or groups that are sufficiently united to stand as a single unit of action, detaching themselves from their original collective infrastructures of existence precisely because those infrastructures condemn them to participate to a future of the Earth they disapprove, and gathering to create a terrestrial city that is more in line with their, let's say, value, with the future they want for the Earth. So that political community is just like any political community, also made of values and interests, except that we have added to those values the notion of a future of the Earth. So it's not a matter of saving the planet or not, right? It's a matter of choosing your Earth, right? So it seems to me that actually an imaginary of that kind is already taking place in, for instance, people who in rural areas try to isolate from larger infrastructures. In France, we have the zone de défense for that. But maybe I should simply, I guess you get the point, and I can move to why is it cosmopolitical. So the cosmopolitical idea, as I've said, at least according to me, only makes sense in contrast to the notion of the international or even the imperial and even the universal imperial logic. And so I actually have a little diagram to make it. So I think there are 4 stages in the history of cosmopolitanism, and I'm not going to go through that. But basically what I want to say is that if the notion of the concept of nations was sufficient to deal with political issues, and with the political issue that concerns everything, that concerns the whole, then the notion of cosmopolitics would be useless. It's because there is something in what concerns us all that cannot be caught by international or imperial relations that we need a cosmopolitical attitude. And this, in fact, comes from Kant. Kant tried to reintroduce the notion of cosmopolitics into the legal political thinking in a very famous essay called For Perpetual Peace in the last years of the 18th century. And I think it fits pretty well with my concerns because it says basically that cosmopolitics is about a relation between a political community and foreigners, so people who are not part of any political communities. And that goes well with my encroachment story. However, we have to part from Kant on a very important point. Kant thought of the terrestrial space as a homogeneous one, in fact, as a sphere, and he granted cosmopolitical rights on the fact that humanity has no other place to go anymore. It's in a finite space. And also on the idea that political rights come from an absolute right on virgin territories. So it's a notion of property, of Roman properties. And that, I think, is absolutely wrong today, because between me and the meadow, basically, and between me and any object, well, there is the planet. So to live is not simply, to be an organism, it's also to take part into cycles of regeneration of things, which doesn't mean that they are stable, simply means that their nature is to be recycled. And there are many interlocking cycles. So I think that's why we need a new form of cosmopolitanism than the modern cosmopolitanism. And in fact, that postmodern cosmopolitanism is not bad. It's not bad for that. So postmodern cosmopolitanism interests me because it takes a very radical view on the idea that cosmopolitanism is by nature transversal. Like modern Kantian cosmopolitanism, it agrees that cosmopolitics does not consist in extending the city to the limits of the Earth, but rather of exploring the transversal relationships that cut through all the borders without annulling them. However, postmodern cosmopolitanism differs from Kant in 2 ways. First, it grounds the call for cosmopolitics on the necessary divided and incomplete fragmentary nature of any particular identity, and not on the universal character of the rational subject as master of herself. So to be oneself means to be many things, essentially. So that's basically the idea. And the other idea is that it rejects the notion that the world could be totalized, just like Kant with his sphere, that its parts could be integrated in a homogeneous whole and have univocal identity. On the contrary, postmodern cosmopolitanism argues that it is because the parts cannot lock onto themselves as homogeneous units that a whole range of their relations cannot be dealt with in terms of relations between external entities and require precisely transversal relations. So, sorry, it's a bit like ontological, whatever. It's a bit formal, but that's the idea. So the idea that the relations here are not relations between external entities, but relations that go through, or that basically define. So maybe I can take an example. So if we imagine a cosmopolitan citizenship here, that would be, for instance, a citizenship that would be granted to a foreigner, let's say a migrant person, not in spite of their being foreigners, but by virtue of their being foreigners. But not by virtue of a duty of hospitality, as in Kant, but because we think those people give to the community, to the political community, a better understanding of what it does, of where it is, basically. Because, in fact, it is in many places at the same time. And it could be argued that, after all, Afghan people who are here in Greece have to do with what Greece has done. Or in France, it would be probably the same reason. And so the idea would be we have to put those people within the political community so as to understand what that political community does. So the political subject needs them who are outside precisely because it helps understanding the relations that we have, whether we like it or not, with distant entities. So that's basically the idea. So maybe I don't need to go, that's the idea. So I don't need to go much further after all. So I had a precisions to give to, in order to explain what terrestrial cosmopolitanism is by contrast with that postmodern cosmopolitanism. But basically, the idea is the same, except that you introduce biogeological aspects of the situation. It does change many things, but so basically it argues that politics is always in the web of life and that it is impossible basically to distinguish between political relations as such as opposed to natural relations. In fact, since the Earth is always in the middle, you always are also producing a particular geological reality. But the most important aspect, and I will finish here, is the multiscalar nature of that kind of cosmopolitanism. Because for postmodern cosmopolitanism, it was a kind of direct problem. Whereas here, in fact, what is new is that it is the way, postmodern cosmopolitanism and postmodern thinking in general was against totality, let's put it that way, was all for the fragmentary. Where here we actually say it's precisely because there is some meaning to the word totality that there is fragmentation. So it's because of the way the parts are taken into a larger whole that, in fact, it is impossible to integrate those parts into a harmonious whole. As Bruno Latour very beautifully said, we don't live on the same planet. Trump and myself, we don't live on the same planet, right? Because there is no room for the two of us on that particular planet. So that's the shift from postmodern cosmopolitanism to what I would call terrestrial cosmopolitanism. I would have had a slide about why that can include other than human, and you can have the Amazon have a seat in the Greek parliament, in fact. It would be probably a good idea to understand the political agency of that particular state. But in fact, I think it's an easy topic, but we can go back to that. I think it's over. We make too much noise about that, I think. And there is also the pluralistic dimension of that kind of cosmopolitanism, but again, that's probably for people like myself who are excited to introduce within earth sciences comparative anthropology, but that is not necessary. The main idea, basically, is that a cosmopolitan earth is an earth where the unity of the earth doesn't go against the plurality of the earth. So that was a motto by the Zapatist group from Chiapas which I modified. I said a world in which many worlds fit. So I would say an Earth in which many Earths fit. And to look at things that way, I think, would help at least being concerned with the oracle injunction, know thyself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrice, and warmest thanks to both of our speakers for such wonderful, wonderful interventions. We're going to take 15 minutes for quick Q&A. So there's one down here. I don't know where the microphone is. Where is the mic? Oh, is there a microphone? Here they come. Here they come.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Luciano Floridi. Very, very interesting categories you gave us. And Patrice Maliglier, I think I have my question and my comment is more towards your speech, because maybe I've been working a little bit more on that. My name is Alexandra Theodoropoulos. I'm in the board of the European Centre. So trying to establish an Earth consciousness, an Earth citizenship, that would be very, very useful. But it's not the first time. There has been Earth consciousness in the past, and we know that it still exists in a way within the indigenous people. There has been here in Greece. There has been in Delphi, where it was considered to be the nombril of the world, the navel of the world. And there was also in LFCs, it was like the matrix of the world. But if we're trying to see the connection between the human and the Earth with the lenses of survival, then we can go on a numerous of programmatic ideas about how we'll be. But if we're trying to see through human experience, where we go, where we get mostly is imagination. The Earth consciousness of the past was based on myths and ceremonies. It immediately touched the imagination. So people were ecologically conscious, not because of the fear of survival, or maybe because the fear of survival were deeply connected with faith, which is based on imagination, just as Professor Roylos said before. Wouldn't that be the main human characteristic? I won't be long. So my question is around this problematic. This imagination in ancient Greece was expressed through an animistic conception. So that's why we have the navel and the matrix and other parts of this lady called Earth, and a very sensory relationship. Maybe we can also ask, do machines dream and sense in that way? So still, the question exists. How can we find this type of consciousness? And would that help us to build the Earth consciousness you're talking about? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question. In fact, I think that we should not separate too much, let's say, perception and power. I think political institutions are not only about powers and actions and so on. They're also about getting a sense of our own actions, of what we do. You know, I quoted the oracle, but after all, we could also quote the Christ. You know, they don't know what they do. Might not be a reason to forgive them. But so I have this idea that we should maybe also introduce within the political thinking the question of how our way of practicing, also our way of creating political institutions, help getting a sense of what we do. And I think that was really the Greek idea of the city. I think the Greek idea of the city was really the idea of building, free individuals, which doesn't necessarily mean democratic cities, not even in democratic cities, but in all cities, citizens are free. And that, I think, is a very important thing. So to be free also means to have a sense of what we do. And I think the problem today that there is such a huge discrepancy between what we actually do and the way we perceive what we do, that no wonder that there is a democratic crisis, because we are completely at odds, right? We completely, there are certainly other reasons, but I think that's part of it. When you look at the issues people discuss within the political spheres, it seems to me so distant from the real issues that, meaning in the sense of what they're doing, that, of course, there is no rationality here. So that's what I would like to help fostering. It's creating all those innumerable institutions, rituals, whatever, everything, but also possibly, AI or at least digital tools. When you go to the supermarket, I would be very happy to have an image of the Earth scenario that corresponds to that particular thing. I don't know. We can imagine a lot of things to reflect to us the very nature of our agency. So, and as to the question of animism and so on, that was my fourth point. Yes, I totally agree that a lot of human beings have had different views on what we are all in, to quote something that actually Rosie used. And I think Earth sciences, for instance, should be aware that they are on Earth, in that sense that they are within a discussion, within a conversation. And that doesn't mean a kind of stupid relativism. It means rather adding to the understanding of, because Earth sciences wouldn't exist in the huge modern infrastructures in which we are, right? It doesn't make any sense, even technically speaking. So to understand what is that kind of terrestrial entity, I think it would be interesting to add to Earth sciences what I call comparative anthropology. That is, to try to understand that particular Earth as a variant of other Earths. And in fact, that's my structuralist idea. If there is structuralism, Lévi-Straussian, in fact, if there is a concept, a good concept, I think, of the unity of the Earth, it is the system of the variants that are given of the Earth, of which the IPCC version is just one. But this is a grand plan, so but that's more or less the idea. May I add also?
Taking
just
advantage, yeah.
Just like to add that in fact, I took the posthuman on the side of the Earth, right, whereas it was taken on the side of the IA. But in fact, there are obvious connections between the two.
So I take advantage of what Mrs. Sakellaropoulou said, but you have to remember actually that cosmos relates also to jewel and to beauty in Greek, isn't it? But it's like that. And Gaia is another concept connected also with mythology. And you see it as Erda, for example, in Wagner. It's the wisdom. So these are philosophical and beautiful themes. What I wanted really to say, it's whether I agreed with everything that Luciano said. And everything, because you asked us to do or not to do so. Well, there was a moment you spoke about twinnings. The moment you spoke about cities, isn't it? As a means of progress, anthropocentric. And then we go to the aspect of Patrice, if I'm not allowed so. Twinnings, you mentioned as an example, has been a wonderful instrument in the past. If we didn't have had 150 twinnings between Germany and France, the Treaty of Versailles, 1963, could never been signed. Unfortunately, today they became a photo opportunity, and they were replaced by what Patrice is telling, although I can't see the magic wand there, where you are going to come. But instead of twinnings, we have the networks. And the networks today, which are functioning at the level of cities, if they are called C40, for example, and they take advantage, I mean, they are a global notion. I think that's the evolution we will have to the terrestrial citizenship, or how can we call it? But it's a gradual process. Don't you think so? That will take a very long time. Thank you. Oh, pardon.
Yes, it will take probably a very long time, and we don't have that time. So I guess one of the messages I wanted to... Okay. So one of the things I think I wanted to convey, the idea that this Earth citizenship business is not about uniting into a harmonious whole. It's all about fighting. So it's about thinking differently of the ways we are divided, and making of the planetary issues political questions, which means also antagonic questions. So yes, sure, there is no magical wand here, if this is what you meant. I've actually remarked that Gaia was the first temple here up the hill when I visited the temple. And I also want to make a clear distinction between sustainability and terrestriality. So the question here is not whether the current infrastructures are sustainable or not. The question is whether they fit your or mine or our vision for the future of the Earth. So there is an element of decentering here. So it's a matter of choosing, as much as it makes sense to use the word choose here, to choose a particular future of the Earth. And in fact, I have in mind the scenarios of the IPCC. So in fact, if you want to describe the Earth, you only have a pile of scenarios, right? So the question is, how do you make a difference within those scenarios? So it's not about sustainability. So, but of course, it is important to tell people, look, you know, the way you encroach on other territories will probably have a consequence on your own life in your lifetime. But it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that political, Earth political agency means we are now and here choosing something, deciding something for the future of the Earth in billions or at least millions of years. Well, I don't know.
The difference between sustainable and sustainable.
Yeah, well, Dipesh Chakrabarty says, for instance, it distinguishes between sustainability and habitability. So we have to care for the habitability of the Earth and not only for the sustainability of this or that particular social. And I think it's a very good point, not only for moral reason, but because, again, it gives a better sense of our own real agency, what we are actually doing.
I can only add a footnote to this conversation. One about anthropocentric. That's a bad idea, very bad. That's how we destroy the world, the nature, this planet, whatever you want to call it, where we live here, and there's only one. So if we could just leave behind anthropocentric anything, and we could put the other at the center, and then make even a third step. Put the relationship between Juliet and Romeo, rather than either Juliet or Romeo, we would be way ahead. Unfortunately, is a strong, still remarkable legacy from our modern times, that we think that the best thing to do is to move forward and in a sort of anthropocentric perspective. Not a good idea. So, in fact, actually, what has happened to the development of applied ethics, if you look around, has increasingly moved towards first the heterocentric, the patient is at the center, and then a sort of relation-centric approach. We're getting there. So the good news is that we're getting there. The bad news, we're getting there slowly. The other thing that I think it might be useful in the interesting debate, which is way above my pay grade, is we could also stop thinking in terms of mechanism and start thinking a little bit more in terms of networks. It's very simple. A mechanism is something that is made of pieces. Each of them is independent. You put them together, you build something that is more than the parts. Think of your car, the engine, the wheels, they're all independent. You put them together as a mechanism, boom, you have the car. A network does not have the nodes before the links. It's inconceivable to build roundabouts and then roads. You first have the relationship, the roads, and then you have the roundabouts where the roads cross each other. So it is not bottom up, it's top down, it's relations first, it's not entities first, and we're getting there too. Our contemporary epistemology is moving towards a more network-oriented thinking. Not widespread yet, but all over the place. If you talk, especially among experts here, but our culture is getting into that philosophical thinking. Now, put these two things together, a bit of extra epistemology that is no longer modern. I do not wish to use the word postmodern, doesn't mean much to me. And put together an ethics that puts relations at the center, and all of a sudden you have ethics and epistemology coming together, telling us relations first. We fix those, we fix the relata. End of the footnote.
Thank you, Luciano. I'm going to abuse my position by asking you one direct question to you, because it would be a crime with you here if we didn't address at least one question directly to you, and yes, and responding from specifically to your talk.
What have I done?
No. Well, yes, pressure is a privilege. You've earned it. My question is, in the end of your discussion, which was wonderful, incredibly clear. Your position, if I understood it, was, we can use these tools in this direction or that direction. We have the choice. The question that raises for me is whether, as you see it, there is any inherent tendency within that technical form to go in one direction or another, or whether it is a fully neutral tool in that way.
This is a great question. It's a great question because there's a big misunderstanding about it. So we didn't get together before. This is totally spontaneous, totally jazz. So you get some people telling you, step number one, technology is neutral. And you must have heard about the knife, because who doesn't mention the knife? Who can cut the bread and kill someone? Okay, so obviously, no, neutral. Depends on how you use it. Then someone starts saying, look, neutral, not that much. By the way, in some contexts, of course, we use the dual use of some technologies, like AI, for example, which is already catalogued as dual use, or nuclear power, typical dual use. And if you are not the United States and you want to make sure that your power is controlled, etc., you start making sure that the dual use of anything computationally based stays in the country, doesn't go to China, etc., etc. Anyway, so we're back to the knife. That's step number two. That's a mistake. Compare the following two knives. A bayonet has the length to reach a human heart and it cuts both ways. It's made to kill. Now, someone must have seen one of those little knives they give you on an airplane. No, there is no. They're blunt. I mean, try to kill someone with that thing. It would be horrible. I mean, it's like so, not doable. So, not really. Some things have an inherited tendency. Step number 3. Some things have a tension, meaning that if they don't move, it's not because they have, no one is touching them, like imagine this pen here, but because both of us are pulling it and it's going nowhere. If there is a tension inside, that tension can be triggered quite easily. Imagine 2 people pulling a rope. Can go either way. It's either on the floor, not going anywhere, neutral, or it doesn't move, but because the tension is immense. That's AI, nuclear power, some energy, some technologies are like that. They look like neutral, but they're actually under an enormous tension to go one way or the other. Hence, the triggering of politics. Politics, capital P, can trigger the sending of a technology in the right direction. It could be electricity, or in the worst possible direction. And that could be one of the slides we often also this morning, for example, we heard. But it's a political choice of unbalancing something that is in tension between super great and super awful. Hence, yes, there is an intrinsic tendency, but it can be sent one way or another by political will. Now, unless we regain, I know we're way out of time, unless we regain some real faith in the socio-political will of making a difference, all this conversation, it really is pointless. But that faith has to be regained because we don't have it, not at the moment. And that's part of the democratic deficit we have these days. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Luciano. And Panagiotis will bring us to a close.
Okay. It's much less complicated. I thought it was. Okay, so another question for Luciano. I loved your presentation, as I loved Patrice's presentation as well. Now, you defined cybernetic power in terms of that kind of power that is exerted to control things or information about things. What about power that is exerted to control subjects? So, is this some subcategory of the cybernetic? And if this is so, then what are the agents of cybernetic, or are there any new agents, or agencies rather, of cybernetic power in the post-A era?
Thank you. Your question means that I was not clear. No, and I'm not being nice. So power is control of subjects, people, the real thing, okay? The power described by Hobbes, by Locke, the power of having the unique use, legal use of violence. The usual. I mean, we've seen that a million times. That is the power there. Who exercises power? That's why I call it the grey power. Grey power comes from this monk that used to advise Richelieu. And Richelieu, of course, was advised, exactly, used to advise the king. So the power behind the power, what kind of grey power do we have today? And that's what I was talking about. And the grey power used to be the power of rich people who own stuff. It could have been the aristocracy. It could have been land or industry, or then it became a little bit further in the back. They didn't, no, power on the people, power on things, they keep piling up. They don't disappear. So the power behind that becomes the power of those who control information flows. Now, the new estate, etc., Washington, you name it. And then further in the back, these days, we don't even have to produce information. We need to produce the means through which we produce and handle and process information to have the power across the doom, 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 doom. So those who control uncertainty control information, which control things, which controls political hard power. So if you can, like Trump, you are allowed by Twitter to be online and say what you say. Who is in power here if not Twitter that says one day, enough is enough, I unplug? The deplatforming of a president, that is the real power behind any other power. Of course, the other ones are huge, immense, they make a difference. But deplatforming the president of the United States, well, that shows a new form of power that is immensely influential. That's the one I was talking about. But thank you. It means that somewhere we made a mistake. As I said, somewhere we made a mistake. We got there the wrong way.
Okay, I have to draw us to a close. Before we all go, I want especially to thank our translators and all of the tech people who have made this possible for us. Thank you very much indeed. I want to thank you. For your attendance and your questions, and I especially want to thank our two wonderful panelists for such extraordinary contributions. Thank you.
And the moderator.
Αξιότιμε κύριε Πρόεδρε του Ευρωπαϊκού Πολιτιστικού Κέντρου Δελφών, αξιότιμα μέλη του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου.
Members of the board of the European Cultural Centre of Delphi, I would like to convey the greetings of Mr. Fanis Panou, who is abroad, and this is why he is not here with us. He has been a great supporter of the European Cultural Centre and of all its activities. The region has always supported your vision, which is also our vision, that of the Delphic Academy. So it is very important for us. I would like to welcome all the professors to the land of Delphi. It is with great pleasure, yet in spite of the fact that I have not been able to attend your meeting, I followed it through live stream. You realize that technology gives us the opportunity to have direct access to information. This is a possibility given to us by technology, but of course we should not limit ourselves to the possibilities and opportunities given to us by technology. Technology entails problems and risks. Will we be able to overcome them? Will we be able to manage them? These are very thorny questions of our everyday life, which has greatly changed recently. So my warmest congratulations for the institution of the Delphic Dialogues. We stand by you as region of Sterea Lasse, supporting all your activities.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Saravandinu. The region of Sterea Lasse and the head of the region and friend Fanis Panos has always been standing by the European Cultural Centre of Delphi. And as Mr. Saravandinu said, the region is financing another international institution of the European Cultural Centre of Delphi, that is the Delphic Academy. And we have the pleasure of having among us the professors teaching at the Delphic Academy, two distinguished colleagues from Harvard and one from Cambridge, as well as the students coming from various countries of Europe and from the States. Please convey my personal thanks to the head of the region, Mr. Fanis Panos. We start with our third session. A break will follow, and then we will have a round table discussions where other distinguished colleagues will participate. Justin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paniotis. It's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce the speakers for our third session today. I will follow the lead of my predecessors and be scandalously brief in my description of their very influential work. So we will do our papers and then we'll have discussion after the three papers. First up is Rosi Braidotti, who is a feminist continental philosopher and distinguished university professor emerita at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. She has received many, very many accolades and honors, which I won't list, though I will say in 2022 she received the Humboldt Research Award for lifelong contribution to scholarship. Her numerous influential works have been on the post-human philosophy and feminist theory. She is among a small number of names that would immediately show up for this kind of influential work. Her paper today is entitled Post-Humanist Convergence and Affirmative Ethics. Please.
Thank you, dear Chair. I take the floor because if I stand, I speak more slowly for some unknown reason. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this second session of an amazing colloquium, gathering, dialogue. Thank you, Professor Roilers, for including me in this distinguished assembly, and thank you, translators, for putting up with us. I'll try to be not as fast as I would like to. The aim in this paper is to give you a quick definition of my approach to the posthuman in terms of the convergence, to plead a case for ethics of affirmation. It must be ethics that guides our epistemology that guides our ethics, politics then follows. And try to do quickly three case studies to illustrate the relevance of this particular approach. For all details, I've written numerous papers and books. I will have to go quickly, but I hope to be conceptually coherent and keeping you awake. I define the posthuman as the convergence, a set of intersections between advanced technologies, fast environmental degradation, and raising socio-economic inequalities. And what worries me is the impact that they have on the formation of subjectivity. An intersection or a convergence means it is not a single issue. It's not about the digital. It's not about climate change. It's not about a fractured society and a broken down democratic system. It's about all of these things at the same time. And if our minds crack under the strain of keeping so many contradictions in place, we have to ask ourselves, how can we live in terms that we cannot adequately think about? And that is the question that my leading philosopher, Baruch de Spinoza, asked himself, the question of adequate understanding of the conditions of our subjugation. Okay, my paper is finished, we can open the discussion. That is the thesis. So the posthuman is a navigational tool that gives us a course across the fourth industrial revolution and the sixth extinction. It's a methodological tool. It is also a set of premises or concepts. A navigational tool is something that requires accountability. For me, accountability is what my old Marxist friends used to call cognitive mapping. I'm a student of Foucault. I studied with Deleuze in France back before many of you were born. For us, it's the question of cartographies, an adequate rendition of the conditions that make it possible for us to worry about the posthuman, for instance. Being a navigational tool does not make you a single issue person. It's the opposite. It's collective, it's relational, it's shared, and it is not one directional. It could go in any direction. And I really want to subscribe to many of the things that my distinguished colleagues already said. Nothing is played out on the posthuman predicament. A lot is ongoing, but it is a lot. And what we need to do is create coalitions, what I call the missing people, create subject formations, alliances, heterogeneous assemblages that would allow us to actually tackle together the complexity of issues. The worst thing that we could do at this point in time is to turn the posthuman into a single issue. It really is not about the digital. It's not as if we have AI on Monday and climate change on Wednesday afternoon. We have them at the same time. A great deal of these advanced technologies, cryptocurrency comes to mind, are a killer for the environment. The carbon trace is criminal. So we should ask ourselves, should we have them, given that they are killing the earth? These are the discussions that we need to do. Open perspectives and ongoing dialogue. So bless Delphi and the spirit of the ancestors in this valley of the gods. May they inspire us to find the wisdom that we need in these dark times and these wonderful times simultaneously. The affective temperature of the posthuman is a manic depressive alternation of anxiety and despair. It really is what my teacher Gilles Deleuze called in his immense brilliance, capitalism as schizophrenia, up and down and roundabout, not one direction, all directions at once. Move fast, break things. Yeah, have you heard that one before? A recipe for the disaster that we're in. From a philosophical angle, but it's too early in the morning, it's Saturday, I will not go in there. The philosophy is new materialism, also known as critical Spinozism. Spinoza is the thinker that we need. He's the philosopher of the nature-culture continuum. He's the philosopher that says we are all part of a single meta. We're all part of something that we call nature, we are not in a dualistic relationship to our environment. Our culture back in the 17th century had a choice. Do we go with Cartesian dualism, mind versus bodies, culture versus nature, the West versus the rest? Or do we go with the Jewish philosopher Baruch de Spinoza, who argues the opposite? The Spinoza that Carlo Rovati says, how can a modern physicist not be a Spinozist? We are all variations on the same elementary particles. We're all modulations on the same matter. We're all variations on the same genetic code. Cuckoo, where have you been for the last 40 years? In an old-fashioned humanities faculty, maybe? Being taught humanism and anthropocentrism from morning until night, maybe? Here's Rosie, the provocative professor, digging in a critique of humanism from the beginning of my conversation. So for me, the posthuman entails a critique of the limitations of humanism, a critique of the limitations of anthropocentrism, and a serious reading of what goes on between Western humanism and anthropocentrism. In this valley blessed by the gods, was there one direction to the way that humans and non-humans were interacting in Delphos? No, a multitude, a multiplicity, a chorus of philosophical voices. We need to go back to that multiplicity and to that complexity. Complexity doesn't mean relativism. It doesn't mean never-ending regression. It just means complexity. We are complex, but we are very much bounded. We are very much contained. So the other philosophical framework is something that for you junior researchers out there is like the cathedrals of the 3rd, 12th century, phenomenology and psychoanalysis, the great philosophies of desire of the 20th century that say we're complex, but we are contained. And what contains us is the boundary of our body. And the boundary of our bodies is the skin. And the skin is open. That's why we sweat. It's a relational interface that registers information from morning until night all the time. It thinks in you. If we haven't registered that basic displacement of the centrality of the philosophical ego, in my terms, you can't even enter the discussion on the posthuman, because you run the risk of doing what I heard some of my distinguished colleagues do, marry the great technological revolution to liberal individualism, to the supremacy of the self. If we do that, we are lost, because the planet cannot possibly sustain egocentrism in an era that's screaming out for ecocentrism. So I find in Spinoza the philosophy of active involvement in a common matter through an ontology of becoming that I reread through French philosophy, my own teacher, Gilles Deleuze, being the great Spinozist, but the entire generation of philosophers after May 68 returns to Spinoza, abandoning the Marxist Hegelian framework, which, may I remind you, failed in May 68, failed as a political revolution. It succeeded as a cultural revolution. Balibar, Negri, Materon, a whole generation of scholars returns to Spinoza through the 70s, saying we need another philosophy of life, another philosophy of nature. What happens to Spinoza? A quick connotation, not because he's Dutch, I'm not a nationalist, but Spinoza is the only philosopher in the history of philosophy, that is Western philosophy, that is still excommunicated. Descartes was the other. The Bishop of Utrecht had excommunicated him from some minor point of theology, but my noble university lifted the excommunication on Descartes about 12 years ago. We made him a free citizen. Spinoza was excommunicated by the great synagogue because of his disrespect for the sacred text, the Torah, of Judaism. So there was a movement to lift the excommunication of Spinoza. Everybody had agreed, the great rabbi, state of Israel, everything was in order, and then one living philosopher vetoed. The story is told by Edgar Morin in his book, Mes Philosophes. The philosopher who vetoed it is Emmanuel Levinas. And at this point in time, Spinoza remains the only philosopher under excommunication, which I'm sure he will wear as a badge of honor. I could talk for hours about this, so I won't, but these are the philosophical assumptions. Philosophical neo-materialism, rejection of dualism, cartographies in order to achieve adequate understanding. Adequate understanding means that you navigate your course through contradictions. There is not even a single subject in Spinoza's philosophy. That's why Deleuze calls it a subject assemblage. It's a formation of subjectivity that means that you capture information everywhere you go. Affect is important. And what affect here means is what Antonio Damasio tells you that affect means in a very important book dating back to the 90s, says in The Search for Spinoza. The search for Spinoza is understanding that affect is important. Affect requires psychoanalysis and phenomenology. Affect is not just individual psychological emotions, although they are part of it. Affect is the capacity to affect and to be affected. It's the ontological relationality that makes us living beings of desire. Desire, before it marries into sexuality in the 18th century, desire is the fundamental metaphysical passion. Those of you who study philosophy or theology know this. Love and hate, sadness and joy, and desire, the 5 fundamental passions of metaphysics. And Foucault, and Deleuze with him, brings it to a higher point. Desire means the endless pursuit of the freedom to become everything we're capable of becoming. Conatus for Spinoza, potentia for Foucault, Deleuze, and the Braidottians that follow from all of that. Affect. Do not confuse it with I'm feeling good, I'm feeling bad. We leave that to Gwyneth Paltrow and to the wellness industry that they are very right-wing, by the way, that have erected that to some ideal of wellness. This is about the openness, being receptive to the multitude of connections and relations that make you tick. Everything that lives, from earthworms to humans, has only one desire: to persevere in its existence. We are programmed to go on. 70% of suicides fail. It's very difficult to die. So the fact that we are programmed as living machines, desiring machines, is of the greatest importance because that gives you a philosophy of life that is not essentialist, it's not biological determinist, it's ontological. And I expressed it in my immense elegance with a very simple expression. The first English translator of Spinoza, an amazing woman by the name of George Eliot, Mary Ann Evans, in Middlemarch says exactly this. If we were open, we would hear the roar of energy that lies on the other side of silence. As things are, we walk around wrapped in stupidity. Stupidity is a major concept in Spinoza, and it means the inadequate irrationality, superstition, self-deceit, narcissism, the illness of the West, forms of distortion of reality that don't give us an adequate perception of what is the case. Today, fake news, alternative truth, you got to tell, conspiracy theories. We are plunged in inadequate forms of understanding. Stupidity. The equivalent of artificial intelligence is natural stupidity. They require each other, and we need to study them together out of a profound commitment to the truth of adequate knowledge. Adequate knowledge, adequate understanding, means confronting pain. Factor that in. Affectivity is not a picnic. Relations are not all goody-goody. Sorry, Gwyneth. It entails processing pain. Taking in the world means taking on the pain of the world. Processing pain is what adequate understanding is all about. And the tool that Spinoza gives us to achieve epistemological clarity, adequate understanding, is the ethics. He calls it the ethics of joy. I call it affirmative ethics through the operation of Foucault and Deleuze that bring this philosophy into the 20th century for us. Affirmation is a social horizon of hope. It's the collective practice of constructing social horizons of hope. We, the people who are caught in the post-human predicament. I could talk for 6 hours about this, but I will not. But just do remember, affirmation is a way of processing pain, not of denying it. And that's not lost into it. The negative is there. The negative has an analytical function, not a substantive one. This is for my Hegelian friends, so that we can clear all of that and get into the Badiou-Deleuze debate, Hegel-Spinoza debate, if you wish. It's the eternal debate. Affirmation is a way of processing pain. 3 case studies. I wanted to get there in the last 14 minutes, and I'm almost in track with myself. Scary when one is in touch with oneself, really. So quite terrifying. 3 case studies that quickly actually resonate with the 3 axes of the post-human convergence. Technologies, climate change, political populism, contemporary stupidity. Technology, in this distinguished assembly, there's nothing else to do but to summarize everything that we have already heard. We all know contemporary technologies are invasive and pervasive, non-binary, all-encompassing. They are our second nature. We live through them. Cuckoo, hello, hello. Are you against the system? Are you against capitalism? Throw away your mobile phones. I want to see that, Gen Zs. I want to see you do that. I dare you. Then if you don't throw away your mobile phones, don't say that you're against advanced capitalism. Go with Spinoza and say, I am part of the problem. Consequently, I want to become part of the solution. That's the road to go, because we love our technology. I certainly do. But their pervasive nature, their non-binary system is the problem. Advanced capitalism is non-binary. This is why we need to go with Spinoza, not with Marx. It's not either or. It's not thesis, antithesis. It's and. It's move fast, break things. It's anything and its opposite. It's an axiomatic system aiming at profit. That's what it is. It can attach itself to any state formation. Chinese capitalism, Venezuelan capitalism, Greek capitalism, American capitalism, it does not care. It's the utter carelessness, the ferocity of that lack of care that makes contemporary capitalism a very difficult animal, because it is an animal that defeats its own foundation. It erodes the possibility of its own endurance. Don't have to believe me, believe Lord Durkheim, the Lord of Poverty, when he said capitalism is an unsustainable system, it erodes its own foundations. There is a dominant form of technological posthumanism in our society. We have to out it. We heard a lot of it in the previous paper, and that's transhumanism. Transhumanism believes that the solution to technology is more technology, that the problem of technology is human enhancement, and that human enhancement needs to be, I leave that open, 3 dots, regulated, abolished, expanded. In any way, it would be good to actually discuss it and not let Nick Bostrom in Oxford decide for us what mode of enhancement we are going to be available for. By the way, Oxford did shut down Nick Bostrom's institute 2 months ago. I opened the Prosecco bottle on the spot, because to have in Oxford an institute that proclaims human enhancement as the future of something they call humanity is at least annoying, shall we say. I come from a tradition of critical theory that considers the human not a unitary idea. The human is not neutral. The human is not one. We are not human in the same way. We are human in very different ways. People that are sexualized, racialized, and naturalized are simply less human than others. Or we are all human, but some are more mortal than others. Women, LGBTQ people, Black, Indigenous, Jews, Muslims, and the endless corpses floating on the Mediterranean. Are they humans? 3 questions. To not keep in mind the differential nature of being human and not to carry that conversation into the post-human discussion is an ethical flaw. If we are not human in the same way or to the same extent, then we cannot become post-human in the same way or the same extent. And the transhumanists are not doing us a favor, but imposing one model to what we are to become, just because that model is cheaper and easier for capitalism. I'm sorry, look at disability. I remember when disability studies was something that nobody cared for. It has become a laboratory of post-human becomings. The Paralympic Games, again, in the Valley of the Gods, the Paralympics, whoever watched them, today they are a laboratory for prosthetics, for human enhancement. Natural-born humans are envious of the carbon fiber legs of the post-humans, saying, you're running faster than me because you've got enhancement. Can I be enhanced too? A reversal, like a post-human envy. Incredibly interesting discussions. So look at disability studies to see how complex the question of enhancement is. I'm all in favor of enhancement. I want it free, democratic, refundable on national health schemes. That's the road to go with all of these, and I've already given you away my critical post-human alternative, pro-technology, open discussions about what we're capable of becoming. Do not detach the technologies from the environmental and socioeconomic consequences. Don't treat people like idiots. They know what is going on. Give them the option to enhance themselves. And what this means in terms of the ethics is that we have to accept a range of positions, and you see this in disability studies, from disabled people who say, live me this way, I was born this way, renaturalize me, I stay the way I was done. In the trans debate, this is cis people who say, I was born this way, live me this way. At the other opposite end, people who are saying, transform me. If I can be mutated, do that. Let technology make something else of me. And in between, an entire gradation of positions. To impose one morality at a time like this is to close the doors that technology has opened for us. A range of positions until we reach a new democratic consensus on how we can regulate these technologies for the common good. I wanted to signal 2 extraordinary examples of regulations, and I was surprised that they were not mentioned until now. The European Union has been an absolute forerunner in regulating these technologies. I refer you to the 2018 General Data Protection Regulation and to the 2022 Declaration on Digital Rights and Principles. I refer particularly the starting researchers to the speech on public policy that the Vice President of the Union, Commissioner for Trade, Margareta Vestager, gave at the Institute of Advanced Studies in Princeton, an alumna, so I get their newsletter. Look it up. Hosted by Alondra Nelson, who is the leader of the proposal for an AI Bill of Rights that the Biden administration is planning at the White House. It's already happening. Regulating these technologies is the way that we have to go in terms of dignity, openness, transparency, equal wages, taxation, and social solidarity. This is the European Union. For as long as we exist, when Trump comes, we will stop. We are trying. So look this up. Regulation is already ongoing. It's not of the order of anarchical utopianism. It's right here. Let's expand it. Let's discuss it. Let's make this work. And there was only technology, and I have 6 minutes. Climate change. If we start from Spinoza's premises of nature-culture continuum, we don't have to do a Latourian set of hysterical conventions to find a way of putting together nature and culture. They go together. If it's good enough for our physicists, it's got to be good enough for our ethicists. The non-human, the non-anthropocentric is part of the equation. We are part of the same nature. For Spinoza, what matters is not what you're made of. What matters is what you're capable of, what degree of affectivity you're capable of in your relations to others. Spinoza has been the point of reference for Gaia hypothesis since Lynn Margulis in 1974, the first paper on Gaia and symbiosis, together with John Lovelace. Then Lynn dies at 54, John lives to be 103, everybody forgets Lynn. But Margulis, the thinker of symbiosis, is the thinker that we need here to think of the connection to the non-human as not a very big deal. It's only a big deal if you're married to anthropocentric humanism and you still believe that man is the measure of all things. With all due respect for classical humanism, we are in a different historical phase, where the human is an assemblage that involves non-humans. Non-humans are organic, animal, oxygen, trees, plants, the organic, animal, nature, and they are non-organic, algorithms, cables, and codes. The non-human covers a range of issue where we are modern-day Spinozist, is that I go with the 3 ecologies of Guattari, the ecologies of the technological, of the environmental, and the social. The technology are our second nature. Our nature is heavily mediated. There is no difference. This is not a flat ontology, sorry, Latour. It is a differential material philosophy that entails a set of relation to the non-human. If we don't start taking the carbon trace and the impact on the environment as the criterion, we are doing what capitalism is telling us to do, eroding the foundations of our own survival. Because there is only one Earth, there's only one planetary home. It's up to us to see how much care or not we take of it. The last, quickly, 3 minutes, concerns the kind of commercialization and commodification of inadequate knowledge by populist movement and populism of the left as of the right. I consider populist movements the expression of contemporary stupidity on a global scale. They live through fake lies, alternative truths, conspiracy theories. The effect on all the issues that I care about, technology, the environment, social justice, is negative. They don't believe in climate change, they don't believe in science, they don't even believe in democracy. They believe in hysterics and in propagation of lies. And I think the success of these political movements, left and right, really is a question that is hanging over all of us. What is happening to our system? We've had many, many distinguished papers on it. What interests me as the way of entry into the populist manipulation of the post-human contradictions is the extent to which they really exploit negative passions They make negativity their primary tool, anxiety, fear, panic. You know, if you think that the robots are coming to take your job, you have a reason to be anti-science. But from there to saying that the other things that are going to take our jobs are these hordes of immigrants that are coming here to destroy our civilization is another step. What is the connection between anti-science and racism, anti-immigration, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia? How does negativity spread as the new invisible glue that keeps our struggling democracies going? And what are we going to do? We, the scholars, the pursuers of truth, know thyself in the valley of the gods from whom we descend. What are we doing to say, no, this is not true? Where is our commitment to an affirmative ethics that confronts the manufacturing of lies as a way of attacking everything that we've believed in, everything that we stand for? The post-human alternative is to go, we can go with the Pope. Pope Francis did a magnificent letter in defense of the environment. We don't have to go with Deleuze and the radicals, if you still think that Deleuze is a radical, is a social democrat. And Deleuze was a vehement European federalist. I close the bracket. Go with the collective effort to produce adequate understanding of our condition so that we can work on alternatives geared to affirmation as the processing of anxiety, the processing of paranoia, for the sake of the only thing that can get us out of this, hope. And I have 32 seconds left. Thank you for your attention.
What a wonderful way to begin the day with that affirmation of an ethics of joy. Our next speaker is Melanie Cammett. Melanie Cammett is the Clarence Dillon Professor of International Affairs in the Government Department and Director of the Weatherhead Center for International Affairs at Harvard University. She is the author and editor of several books that have been both timely and influential, including a recent Oxford Handbook on Politics in Muslim Societies, and an earlier Political Economy of the Middle East, among many other works. She is currently researching a new project on how people live together after violence, focusing on Bosnia-Herzegovina, Lebanon, and Northern Ireland. Her talk today is entitled "The Promises and Pitfalls of AI for Divided Societies."
Thank you so much for the introduction and for the invitation to be here at the Delphi Dialogues. It's really a great privilege to be here. And as you know, I'm from the introduction, I'm working on politics in divided societies. So it's in that context that I want to speak to the theme here this year of the Delphi Dialogues, the post-human. And we are living in a world characterized by polarization. I focus on ethnic, religious, sectarian polarization, but there are many forms of polarization, ideological, partisan, which have acquired kind of tribal identities. So in that sense, I think they share some similar properties, and it's in that context that I want to relate to the themes of the post-human. So I am looking at how people live together after so-called ethnic conflict. How can people construct or reconstruct social relations waged ostensibly in the name of ethnicity when you've had violence waged in the name of these categories, and particularly when people have been targeted as members of a particular group where this sense of threat is heightened and makes it all the more difficult to establish relations across group lines. How can we expect people to just get along? So I'd like to link this focus on politics in divided societies to the post-human condition. So I understand that the post-human is a multifaceted concept. I'm not going to attempt to define it. I am not a philosopher of the post-human, but I will take one dimension of it, which I understand to be the ways in which new technologies erode, undermine, or alter existing understandings of what it means to be human. So how might the post-human reshape agency and the boundaries of human subjectivity? Will AI and technology such as ChatGPT erode the distinction between humans and computers or the machines that we use? And if machines become autonomous decision makers, does this spell the age of human agency in the context of antagonistic intergroup relations? So I want to look at what the post-human means for politics in societies divided along ethnic or religious lines. And in particular, I want to think about algorithmic thinking as a dimension of the post-human, what it means for divided societies. I take this to mean using an algorithm to solve problems, which is increasingly a feature of our life. And so what is the implication of algorithmic thinking for divided societies? And so what I want to do is think about, I'm an empirical social scientist, so I've been looking at various bodies of literature in empirical social science, in my field in political science, that address this question. The first, which has been touched on by many of our speakers, is the relationship between social media and polarization. And there's really a lot of research in political science that explores how social media drives polarization, but also might have alternative effects. And the second is the application of algorithms to security and policing, or what people call predictive policing. So spoiler alert, and I think I'm in line with many of our colleagues here, I am not particularly sanguine at this point about the application of these technologies to these realms of social and political interaction. I tend to see more pitfalls than promises, but nonetheless, we have algorithmic thinking here to stay. And so I want to highlight also what some researchers in this realm have identified as the potential promise of AI for addressing potential sources of division. So is it possible for humans to try to ensure that the promises prevail over the pitfalls of algorithmic thinking? And I think humans are essential here. So let me first touch on social political dynamics in divided societies, and say a bit about how these identities, the identities that I study, such as ethnicity or sectarian identity, become politicized in the first place, and how such divisions might actually be softened. And then I'll touch on these case studies, so to speak, of social media and predictive policing, and draw on what they say about the exacerbation or even the amelioration of social divides. So what does social science research suggest about their implications for divided societies? Now, let me just say that I use these terms like ethnicity and sectarianism interchangeably because they are perceived as descent-based. So they are properties that are perceived as difficult to change in the short term, and categories such as ethnicity and sect structure economic, political, and social life in similar ways. In the places that I study, Bosnia, Lebanon, Northern Ireland, many other places, even if they don't refer to the same substantive types of identities. So also I would like to emphasize that, like basically all social scientists, I do not regard these identities as primordial. We know that people have multiple identities, diverse identities that become politically or socially salient under different circumstances. And likewise, neither ethnicity nor sect cause conflicts, even when people describe themselves in these terms. But when you have war or violence or antagonism waged in the name of these categories, they become sites of antagonism in everyday social life, and particularly when people are targeted in the name of ethnicity, this creates or reinforces their attachment to these identities. And if you have watched things like the war in Syria play out in real time, and studied it closely, you can see how this happens, how a war that basically has nothing to do with sect becomes politicized along those lines, and those categories become meaningful to people in ways they were not previously. So we know as social scientists a fair amount about how tensions ramp up along ethnic or social or sectarian lines, social scientists refer to constructed identities. They refer to constructivist and instrumentalist approaches to ethnic or religious conflict. And at its core, constructivism holds that identity becomes politically relevant through the creation of social and political institutions and practices over time. So these are constructed by humans. And similarly, when we talk about instrumentalism, we talk about the actions and motives of agents that shape and politicize identities for their purposes. So we can think about the archetypal cultural or ethnic entrepreneur who aims to whip up identity-based divisions to shore up their own support. And again, this comes back to the micro-level experience of the actions of ethnic or cultural entrepreneurs. When people perceive that they are being targeted and threatened in the name of a group identity, this makes people more receptive to the kinds of group-based appeals that ethnic entrepreneurs have. And this very much thrives in conditions of insecurity and state weakness, certainly in the places that I study, like Bosnia, like Lebanon, and so forth, but certainly we've seen it also in places like the United States and elsewhere where supposedly we have more consolidated democratic institutions. We know a lot about how these identities become politicized and sources of antagonism, but we know much less about how to put them back, how to bring them down, and that, I think, is a vexing problem and relates to the topic at hand. And it's very much in the interests of ethnic entrepreneurs to intensify these divisions because they profit materially. They profit symbolically from a divided society. And they perpetuate these divisions that are very much difficult to undo at the grassroots level once they're activated. So in my ongoing field work in Bosnia, in Lebanon, in Northern Ireland, I want to just say two factors that I've observed, and they relate to the topic at hand today. The first is that political elites in particular are key actors involved in ratcheting up tensions. And again, they profit from these tensions. So they make divisive statements in speeches, in print, in broadcast media, and in social media, and they whip up passions among their supporters and drive intergroup tensions. They shape the attitudes and behaviors through both material leverage and symbolic leverage. The other factor is more micro level, and it also seems to take on a life of its own, which is the construction of social norms. So at the grassroots level, social norms take root in which it is not acceptable for you to express compassion to members of other communities, to engage constructively and productively across these intergroup lines. And social norms can be very powerful in and of themselves, quite apart from the leverage that political elites exert. So even when a Serb in Srebrenica would like to engage more constructively with their Bosniak Muslim neighbor, they face the possibility of social shaming at the grassroots level, and it becomes more difficult to engage in a publicly more constructive way across group lines. And so we have multiple layers in which these intergroup divisions get propagated. Now, I don't have time to go into the various ways in which social science studies how to bring down these tensions, but let me just say that it is extremely difficult, and I think we have much more insight about how the tensions ratchet up than how they come down. So let me turn to algorithmic thinking in divided societies. And I mentioned the research on social media and predictive policing. And these bodies of work suggest ways in which algorithmic thinking either exacerbates or potentially mitigates social divides. So I'll start with social media briefly, and we've heard a fair amount about it already. But let me just say that on social media platforms, machine learning models are used to predict the content that is most interesting and relevant to us as users. And it's quite frightening how they get this right if you look at the ads that get targeted at you and so forth. So one wonders how much information they have. By now we know that algorithms applied in social media are trained to feed us what we want to see, which has great implications for how we view others and how others view us. So if we understand algorithmic, the post-human as algorithmic life, then we can think of cyber engagement in social media as a form of participation in some larger public sphere. And in principle, at least in the abstract, exchanges in this sphere are neither inherently positive nor negative for social cohesion, but it really depends on the nature of the actors, whether they are human or post-human, that take part in the conversations, that generate posts on social media platforms, that seed the ideas that generate. So in principle, we can imagine that social media engagement can build shared bonds across social divisions, or conversely, can undercut social solidarity. So let me just cite a few examples from existing research, and I'll start with the positive, even though, as I've said already, I'm not convinced that the positive really prevails over the negative. So can social media be an impetus for enhanced social cohesion? So one thing that scholars have highlighted is that where you have highly segregated residential living patterns, and here I'm talking about real-life face-to-face interactions, and this is a characteristic of divided societies. In fact, if you look at Lebanon, a place where I've done extensive research over the last couple decades, patterns of communal living have changed drastically precisely as a result of violence waged in the name of sect. So previously, people lived together in much more integrated neighborhoods in real life. And as a result of war and violence perpetrated in the name of these categories, we see much more segregated patterns of living. So in principle, social media platforms can expose people to more diversity than they would otherwise encounter in their daily lives, in face-to-face interactions. In the offline world, people tend to socialize primarily among family and friends from the same cultural communities because of human homophilic tendencies. So posts by members of extended online social networks in principle can expose us to views and ideas that we might not normally encounter. And recent research by scholars such as Lisa Argyle and her collaborators have indicated that the post-human in the form of AI chatbots can be harnessed to promote more constructive online discourse. Of course, whether such interventions succeed ultimately rests on the willingness of humans to actually opt into these experiments, to opt into these programs in which they participate in social media experiments with chatbots that are trying to promote more civil discourse. Do you choose to heed the civil discourse advice of the chatbot? There is some human agency there. And similarly, in Lebanon, a study conducted by Alexandra Siegel and Vivian Badan indicated that some types of messages that were injected into divisive exchanges among Sunni Muslims and Shia Muslims helped to tame the most hyper-sectarian discourse. And if you've watched the way that wars play out in the Middle East, they don't just play out, of course, in the physical violence. They play out in cyberspace in very, very nasty sectarian rhetoric that further divides people. So these researchers and others have tried to leverage the post-human to try to temper the war in cyberspace along sectarian lines. And so they've injected through chatbots messages from hypothetical religious leaders who have chastised members of their own religious communities for spreading hate speech, referring to passages from the Quran that chastise people for using such divisive messages and emphasizing that we are all part of one religious community. So they found that this works and that this tempers the most sectarian discourse. Whereas interestingly, and this accords with my own research, when they tried to do this with political leaders, it had no effect. No doubt because people are really disenchanted with their political leaders who they do not trust. So I've highlighted studies that find positive effects of social media through these social experiments. But I would say that my reading of the research on social media and ethnic and sectarian divides is that it by and large fuels divisiveness. I don't think that's a controversial statement to make. And so why is that? First, algorithms generally ensure, as we've all noted already, that people see what they want online. So this reinforces our natural tendency towards motivated reasoning to produce echo chambers. Second, social media, as many have observed already, is famously associated with spreading hate speech and particularly prejudicial views. It's also third associated with spreading misinformation and disinformation. So it's a key vector for spreading this harmful information. And finally, evidence suggests that social media provide ready-made platforms for the ethnic entrepreneurs I've already referred to play upon the threats that activate sectarian sentiment in people at the grassroots level. And it's particularly pernicious because politicians tend to have large social media followings. So they have a larger platform to spread these dynamics. But of course, algorithmic thinking extends beyond social media platforms into other realms of human and post-human exchanges. So let me briefly refer to this body of research on predictive policing, which I think has been very concerning and has been the subject of not only social science research, but a number of investigative reports by journalistic outlets like ProPublica, for example, which famously reported on this Compass algorithm used in the police departments of a number of American police agencies across the country. So in recent years, algorithms have reshaped policing practices through what I've mentioned is already predictive policing. And some have argued that this can promote algorithmic fairness. So algorithmic thinking in law enforcement leverages generalizations derived from machine learning techniques to predict crime risk based on group membership. Machine learning then is increasingly harnessed to guide sentencing, to recommend high crime neighborhoods for extra surveillance, to identify demographic profiles associated with higher crime risk. And we know that we humans are fallible, right? We are notoriously prone to prejudice. through unconscious bias and conscious bias that shapes our interpersonal behavior. And so in very low-tech ways, and usually or often in inaccurate ways, we constantly draw conclusions about others in our daily interactions through profiling. So in principle, we might think that sophisticated algorithmic predictions can be more accurate, can be more equitable than us humans, than our fallible judgments. So on this basis, proponents contend that predictive policing can have a social good effect, can reduce bias through algorithmic fairness or the absence of prejudice or favoritism toward a group based on their inherent or acquired characteristics. So if humans are especially prone to bias in ethnically divided societies, maybe bypassing our judgments through algorithmic reasoning might enable fairer governance. So what could possibly go wrong? The problem is that accuracy, fairness, and transparency of algorithmic thinking ultimately depends on humans, on human-generated factors that bias the so-called decision-making of the post-human, of algorithms. So first, the data that are used to train machine learning systems encapsulates our prejudices, our inequalities, our power dynamics that are present in the societies from which the data are drawn. So data is not a neutral depiction of reality. This can have enormous social consequences. And so more concretely, facial recognition algorithms that are trained on predominantly light-skinned faces have struggled to identify non-white faces accurately due to underrepresentation in the training data sets. Criminal risk assessment tools trained on historical arrest records from discriminatory policing practices overwhelmingly associate members of minority groups with higher criminality. So prejudices are then learned by these algorithms, which take on an agency of their own to perpetuate stereotypes. Certain variables like gender, race, ethnicity effectively then become proxies for risky behavior. And then the algorithmic decisions then recommend higher policing of certain zip codes, of certain types of people. And then through feedback processes, decisions or rankings generated by algorithms strengthen these initial biases. So this has similar consequences as those echo chambers that we see in social media feeds. And so a number of people have already sounded the alarm about this, and there's lots of research about this. And so the problem is that with more police on the beat in neighborhoods that have been flagged by algorithms, it follows mechanically that then these algorithms detect more crime in these areas, and then human police officers make more arrests there, corroborating the algorithmic prediction in a kind of feedback loop. So in the realm of these post-human applications that I've highlighted, it's easy to see that the risks of relying on algorithmic thinking for divided societies are profound. So we can see that bias sentiment analyses or profiling can incorrectly flag entire communities as extremist or hostile and thereby increase tensions. And these algorithms used to counter online extremism can backfire if they are based on biased data. So we can see that these inequalities then can fuel intergroup tensions and result in cycles of heightened grievances and strengthen the incentives of cultural and political entrepreneurs to engage in what we call ethnic outbidding, to show that I am more of the defender of the ethnic group than the next guy, and to increase the ethnic threats that I deploy in my language to shore up my own support. So through these and other channels, algorithmic thinking can be really profound for conflict-affected, divided societies. And what can be done then to avoid these dynamics? Now, there are techno-optimists who highlight ways in which we can leverage technologies for good. So that to the extent that humans can exercise control over the post-human, maybe there are ways to temper the most pernicious ways in which human prejudices get reflected and amplified in algorithms. But this, of course, depends on which humans are in control and what intentions they harbor. And it also depends on our collective abilities to overcome the very serious collective action problems and to decide on and adopt regulations that we've been referencing here. And there's a lot of unevenness across the globe in the capacity for collective action. So we've highlighted examples from the European Union, but if you look at my own country, there's all kinds of legal reasons to start with why it's particularly difficult, not to starting with the First Amendment, not to mention all kinds of other regulations and laws about who are deemed producers of content and who are going to be held accountable for content. So there's all kinds of challenges, and that doesn't even get to some of the places where I work, where the regulatory capacity of the state is quite circumscribed. So some have shown how technology can be harnessed to promote harmony rather than antagonism, and I've mentioned these bots, these chat bots that have been injected into the Arab Twitter sphere to counter hate speech, or the chatbots that have promoted civil discourse and enhanced listening skills to improve online exchanges about divisive topics. So it is conceivable that improvements also in technology can reduce the risks of algorithmic thinking for intergroup relations and governance. There are computer scientists and ethicists that are working on ways in which they can harness the power of computer processing to seek more fairness and equity, and to tweak the algorithms and so forth, and through other channels. There are ways in which computer scientists are trying to develop technological fixes to mitigate the most discriminatory effects of these algorithms. And more generally, if AI systems if the developers of these systems can incorporate more consciousness of biases used in training data, this can improve things in principle. Maybe specialists can carry out audits of the data sets used to train data sets with more representative data and build in more oversights by diverse teams to identify and correct these biases before they get applied to address social and political challenges. Yet these technical fixes have limitations, and in my pedestrian view, they can't replace human oversight, human awareness, what is going on. And so we really need to be attentive to regulatory frameworks that are emerging and are being discussed. But again, as I've already said, they're quite uneven. And multilateral cooperation at all levels is essential to regulate how these algorithms operate, which are, by the way, increasingly applied also to do things like cross-border security as well. I am losing my faith in supranational actors like the United States, United Nations, maybe that was a Freudian slip, to address these kinds of challenges, but there are many levels, as Patrice has outlined and others, at which we can think about addressing these challenges. So I hope that a community of concerned humans can come together with awareness of these biases that get baked in and have such pernicious ramifications for exacerbating social and political divides, to try to address them and bring these technological algorithmic approaches in life that are here to stay to bring about more positive social good. Thank you.
So let me introduce our third speaker this morning. It's my pleasure to introduce Martin Crowley, who is Professor of Modern French Thought and Culture at the University of Cambridge, where he is also the Anthony Lister Fellow and Director of Studies in Modern and Medieval Languages at Queen's College. He has a recent book entitled Accidental Agents, Ecological Politics Beyond the Human. I grew very suspicious at his limited biography in our guide, and whether that's a kind of policing on my part or not. I investigated and discovered, of course, that he is the author or editor of several more books, no less than 10, by my quick count, of influential works on literature, film, politics, and theory. The title of his talk today is Political Agency in the Age of the Post-Human.
Thank you, Justin. And I'd like to start by thanking Panagiotis for this invitation to be part of this event in this extraordinary place, and among so many very distinguished and inspirational scholars. It is an honor to be here. Thank you. So first, just a few words as to my starting position. I'll be understanding the age of the post-human as indicating the collapse or the refusal of the centuries-old Western fantasy of the infinite superiority of human beings over all other sublunary beings, invariably extended through these centuries to only a minority of actually existing human beings. And thanks especially to the definitive work of Catherine Hales and Rosi Braidotti, I would see this collapse or refusal having been produced by developments including the rejection of the category of man on the grounds of its constitutive exclusions, ever greater skepticism regarding the supposedly distinctive capacities of human beings, the techno-scientific modification of human body and mind at newly microscopic levels, and the unavoidable evidence both of the intertwining of human actions with the existence of the innumerable other forms of being inhabiting the planet, and of the catastrophic effects of these actions on those others. By way of example, I'll focus here on just one area in which supposedly distinctive human capacities find themselves in question. As for several of my fellow speakers, that chosen area will be digital technology in the form of the all but omnipresent operation of digital algorithms. I'll not myself be addressing the question of artificial intelligence as such, although I would be very interested in any thoughts on the compatibility or otherwise of AI with the model I'll be presenting. My particular concern will be the significance for our understanding of political agency of a digital political culture. By this I mean not only the partial shift online of institutions of government and civil society, but also and especially the shaping of political and electoral practices by processes that depend on the capacities of digital algorithms, server farms, and vast processing power. These processes are producing a mutation in the constitution of the public, whose for now partial recomposition in terms of user profiles, for example, poses fundamental questions to post-Enlightenment understandings of political subjectification. Massive data harvesting and granular voter profiling have redefined the production of citizens through political interpellation, in alliance with more or less legal financial instruments, semi-clandestine government surveillance and manipulation, and the digital weaponization of information. They have given rise to a political landscape whose defining operations of assembly, deliberation, and decision-making take place in part in realms inaccessible to human perception and cognition. I'll be calling this landscape digital algorithmic politics, and my concern will be the nature of the political agency that can be identified within it. The participation of digital algorithmic decision-making in all manner of social and political activities has thrown dramatic light on the relationship between human and technical forms. When the latter are conceptualized as tools, this relationship is configured as mutual exteriority, whose inevitable outcome is instrumentalization in one direction or another, either human beings remaining masters of their tools or rebel tools turning on their masters. In either direction, the only conceivable mode is domination. For the human beings imagining this relation, the affective tonalities available are accordingly triumph or panic. As Louise Amour writes, however, one does not need to look beyond the algorithm for an outside that is properly political and recognizably of ethics. The algorithm already presents itself as an ethico-political arrangement of values, assumptions, and propositions about the world. Rather than locating values exclusively on the side of transcendent human users, then, we might follow here the inspirational work of Bruno Latour and see humans and digital algorithms as mutually formative and transformative allies ranged along decision-making agential fronts of differentially distributed capacities and values. This broadly Latourian framework will shape my approach in what follows. So although this is not a relation of mutual exteriority then, it certainly is a relation marked, like so many, by opacity and discontinuity. For in the case of the digital algorithm, of course, key processes, including decision-making, are often beyond human perceptual and cognitive grasp. With machine-to-machine conversations, the fully automated creation of financial value, or adaptive machine learning, we humans encounter a realm we could at best describe as quasi-phenomenal. That is, as occupied by events and processes, including the formulation and actioning of decisions that may be amenable to representation by human consciousness, but not in the time of their appearance. Encountering digital human alliances within the political sphere, we find radically distributed structures in which the politically partisan intervention of the alliance is composed of local decisions taken at positions and through processes that remain mutually opaque. As this realm is also where significant parts of political operations are taking place, we accordingly need a model of political agency that can accommodate the quasi-phenomenal decision-making of what Catherine Hales has called the cognitive non-conscious. The challenge posed by digital algorithmic technologies to the phenomenality of politics within the human life world results primarily from two aspects: scale and speed. In terms of scale, the technologies in question derive their power from their capacity to harness the massive to the granular. The step change they effect in taxonomic detailing is made possible by the massification and granular parsing of datasets. Relaying between the mega and the nano, these processes eclipse the Vitruvian scale. If the physiology of the human body acquires pertinence either as disassembled and dispersed within massive aggregates, or as the locus on which their effects are registered, these effects are secured by the operation of processes out of all proportion to any individual human form. In terms of speed, the relevant discrepancy is between processes of electronic transmission in biological and ICT systems. These speeds have mostly been discussed in relation to high-frequency trading, HFT. In 2017, Catherine Hales described HFT algorithms as conducting trades in 5 milliseconds or less. By 2019, only 2 years later, Donald Mackenzie could give the equivalent time as 84 nanoseconds. For comparison, human consciousness takes about half a second to register perceptions. As Catherine Hales observes, this disparity radically estranges human and digital algorithmic temporalities. The microtemporalities of HFT, she writes, are inherently inaccessible to human cognition, which can follow their electronic traces only in a temporal window that has, from the viewpoint of the algorithm, already faded into the past, but which, for the inquiring human, resides in the future of conscious recognition. Conversations between high-frequency trading algorithms produce and wipe out value in a realm beyond human perception and cognition, which can register the consequences of some of these actions, which is after all their point from the human perspective, but to which the vast majority remain opaque. This is the new level of cognition, which my colleague, AI researcher Neil Lawrence, calls System Zero, and which he describes as an emergent property of the digital oligarchy. I'll return to this. These effects of scale and speed place the operations of the digital algorithmic beyond the human sensorium. As Mark Hansen writes, they impact our experience without yielding any perceptual correlate. In addition, non-rules-based adaptive machine learning and the development of accretive algorithmic ecosystems generate processes whose complexity is beyond explanatory reconstruction in the terms of human narrative, and which for this reason remain opaque to human agents. This discontinuity gives rise to justified anxieties on the part of the human beings who find their capacities outstripped. With human consciousness and perception partly bypassed, a financially profitable gulf opens up between human and digital algorithmic phenomenality. When digital algorithmic processes become operational within the political realm and further monetizable on the basis of this operationality, this gulf places in crisis the phenomenality of politics itself. The rhythm of deliberative democracy is indexed to the apprehension of phenomena within the human sensorium. When forms of political address, for example, are enacted, analyzed, and managed by procedures to which this sensorium has no access, politics starts to take place below and beyond the threshold of human experience. The discrepancies of scale, speed, and complexity between human and digital thus install the transcendence of the former by the latter. But significantly, this transcendence is perceptual and cognitive, it is not ontological. Accordingly, such perceptual and cognitive transcendence announces perhaps not the end of politics, but an emergent political form, differently articulated. We might get an intimation of this from the weird solidarities sociologist of digital labor Karen Gregory imagines at work in contemporary data alliances. As Gregory writes, the value currently extracted from data, quote, is already predicated on a social body and the generative connections that can be forged among its constituent elements. And these elements, she specifies, do not necessarily have to reduce to the human. Crucial here is Gregory's insistence that, as she puts it, we must also take up the notion of weird solidarity to explore how the more than us but not us is giving rise to new forms of sociality and social relations. In Gregory's words, a map of this weird terrain is necessary to foster a politics of solidarity that understands how and where value is being produced. Just as Karl Marx identifies the conditions of possibility of revolutionary action precisely in the industrial concentration of the working class, so Gregory allows us to think that the already existing fact of intimate, saturated coexistence between human and digital technical forms opens new forms of political action. Gregory writes, a weird solidarity is already being created among us in and through the ubiquitous project of building algorithms into every facet of day-to-day life. That solidarity is there, and so it is there for us to see, to experiment with, and to build from. So we're now in a position to see what this might look like in terms of political agency. Various existing alliances between human and digital participants are characterized by the distribution of consequential decision-making across their agential fronts. Geopolitically, this distribution is most acutely evident in the area of digital security and warfare. Here, as Louise Amour and Rita Rayleigh write, quote, advances in non-rules-based machine learning algorithms are producing new forms of political authority in which the algorithms authorize what or who is surfaced for the attention of a security analyst who, in turn, cannot meaningfully access this process of authorizing and surfacing. The example of this with the most extreme consequences would be so-called signature strikes, the military version of algorithmic governmentality, in which targets are identified not as individuals, but as profiles, defined by Lauren Wilcox as, quote, packages of information that become icons for killable bodies on the basis of behavior analysis and a logic of preemption, unquote. In such instances, the drone pilot or security analyst is no longer the sole locus of decision. To quote Amour and Rayleigh, she is a composite figure of distributed human and non-human agency. Consequently, the moment of security decision remains an indefinite moment of profound uncertainty, jointly taken by human and algorithmic actors with neither having access to the other's decision-making processes. If the decision to kill this individual may depend on that human being, the prior designation of the individual as killable clearly does not. The decision that this individual is to be killed is irreducibly and irrecoverably distributed. As Catherine Hales has shown, to insist on the composite nature of an agential alliance is not to amalgamate all of its positions into an indifferent mass. On the contrary, such insistence allows more and better agential differentiation. As Hales writes with reference to drone strikes, quote, understanding the situation as a cognitive assemblage highlights this reality and foregrounds both the interplay between human and technical cognitions and the asymmetric distribution of ethical responsibility in whatever actions are finally taken, unquote. Far from cloistering responsibility on one side of a gulf, this kind of heightened attention better delineates its differential distribution across sites of action. On the basis of such more and better differentiation, and in addition to their geopolitical significance, the lessons of global securitization and drone warfare can significantly inform a theoretical model of digital algorithmic political agency through the sharpened account of responsibility imposed by their differential distribution of decision-making along fronts composed of human and non-human actors. And so it becomes possible to conceive of such distributed agency in political form. If we move into the realm of social policy, and Melanie has already discussed some examples from this area, we find a still greater share of decision-making processes claimed by digital algorithmic operations. Philip Alston, United Nations Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights, declared in October 2019, for example, that the era of digital governance is upon us, defined specifically by the automation of decisions in the areas of policing, security and surveillance, immigration and welfare. Alston's remit sees him focus particularly on the arrival of what he calls the digital welfare state in many countries across the globe. Looking ahead, he states that there is little doubt that the future of welfare will be integrally linked to digitization and the application of AI. This is the production of what Virginia Eubanks has termed the digital poorhouse, in which, quote, automated eligibility systems, ranking algorithms, and predictive risk models control which neighborhoods get policed, which families attain needed resources, who is shortlisted for employment, and who is investigated for fraud, unquote. The integration of digital algorithmic systems into welfare provision is indeed well advanced. With reference to the United States, Eubanks notes that automated eligibility is now standard practice in almost every state's public assistance office. In Eubanks' summary, 40 years ago, human discretion still ruled the day. Today, we have ceded much of that decision-making power to sophisticated machines. Philip Alston's attention is primarily directed to instances in which such approaches have generated injustice, in order to underline the importance of human oversight, emphasizing the discriminatory effects of these approaches in terms especially of race and class, and the self-validating algorithmic amplification of prior decisions. Eubanks goes beyond local instances to identify the systemic coherence of this tendency as what she calls a feedback loop of injustice, a generation of astonishing sophisticated technologies that automate discrimination and deepen inequality. Now, for my purposes here, the salient fact is the inaccessibility of the digital algorithmic decisions in question, which even with increased human oversight may prove irrecoverable. In the case of the automation of eligibility decisions in Ontario in 2014 through the social assistance management system, for example, discussed by Philip Alston, the digital system, quote, made decisions very difficult to understand for both recipients and staff. This opacity is frequently at the center of concerns about such automation. Reporting for Algorithm Watch on a case from the Swedish Public Employment Service in which 10 to 15% of automated decisions were likely to have been incorrect, Tom Wills notes that it is unclear whether it will be possible to identify and correct the erroneous decisions and when exactly the problem started. From the perspective of the citizen who is targeted by an algorithm, Eubanks writes that you get a sense of a pattern in the digital noise, but you can't put your finger on exactly what's amiss. More fundamentally, it may also be the case that no human analyst can trace the decision in question. Speed, scale, complexity, and non-rules-based machine learning sequester the digital algorithmic decision for digital understanding, locking in the distribution of social policy decisions across the human-digital divide. In warfare, security, and social policy, we can thus see the distributed decision in action, and its drastic stakes also remind us of the confrontational stance of the alliances concerned. Sensors, software, operators, commanders, managers, government, and other public officials. Across these three areas, we see such participants composing agential alliances that operate decisively on one side of a clash of interests. In the cases I've just considered, they are also aligned on the dominant side of existing power relations. Indeed, I've focused on these examples precisely because of their often fatal and discriminatory outcomes. Partly because this makes their confrontational character strikingly apparent, but partly also because the severity of these outcomes throws the harshest light on our understanding of the agential dynamics involved. Faced with such outcomes, the urge to insist on the need for more extensive human oversight is strong. We should make our tools behave better. But the opacity inherent to these systems has already by definition withdrawn them from any such instrumental relation, and consequently from any such comprehensive oversight. This is emphatically not to argue for indifference or resignation in the face of these outcomes. It is, however, to argue that effective engagement cannot be grounded in a transparency that will always remain out of reach. Whether we are interested in addressing digitally enacted violence and discrimination, or in enlisting digital algorithmic technologies in more progressive causes, we will have to understand these not as tools, but as actual and potential allies. Now, between the geopolitical realm of drone strikes and the social realm of welfare decisions lies the realm of politics, perhaps. That is, of decisions as to the nature and conditions of existence in common. So, do we also see composite decision-making between human and digital algorithmic participants here? I would suggest that such alliances are indeed in evidence in contemporary forms of activism. From Me Too to Black Lives Matter, from Rhodes Must Fall to the hacktivism of Anonymous, say, varied and antagonistic forms of interventionist digital solidarity are already active, including opposition to the fatal and discriminatory actions of dominant digital human alliances in such areas as securitization, policing, welfare, and voter registration. The agency displayed by these alliances constitutes a significant development in political culture, presenting new kinds of antagonistic intervention which crystallize where the exercise of power meets the dynamics of group formation and the modalities of action operated by their platforms. These embed digital human decision-making processes within the confrontational agential alliance as a whole, which also comprises other participants, such as funding mechanisms, media outlets, print, broadcast, and digital, and the forms of a pre-digital civil society, including street protests, speaker meetings, and legal action. And the action of these alliances takes place right along this front, with particular militant inflections at key positions. But the alliances in question are irreducibly defined by the visibility and anonymity, the speed and social penetration, the geographical concentration and dispersal, and the deliberative plasticity of their particular digital human coalitions. That is to say, they are defined by the particular mesh they present of human and digital algorithmic decision makers, which, at their respective positions along the agential front, take local decisions that define these and other qualities of the alliance in action, and thereby compose its partisan political alignment. If the actions of such alliances are politically decisive, interruptive, and, in some cases, emancipatory, the mutating real-time rhythm of these actions sees authorship of even key moments similarly distributed across the alliance, as its decisions emerge in part via quasi-phenomenal operations of data processing, feedback, anticipation, and modification. To pluralize authorship of political action in this way is not to undermine the contributions of the human participants concerned. On the contrary, in identifying eminent sites of accountability, it offers more and better differentiation of how and where effective interventions are made, how and where the contributions of human participants interact with those of their digital allies, what kinds of responsibility may be attributed to these different participants, and what practices of deliberation and contestation the alliance sustains. Some of the forms in question certainly function to short-circuit such practices. The alliances of social media platforms, quasi-legal funding mechanisms, fine-grained user profiling, and populist grotesques that have characterized so much recent digital politics are plainly anti-deliberative in orientation. And others, such as the discriminatory forms of digital biopolitics we saw above, no less plainly constitute newly capillary regimes of social exclusion. But these exclusionary and repressive effects are not in themselves attributable to the digital human character of the alliances concerned, as is readily indicated by the existence of those digital human alliances whose political interventions are contestatory and potentially emancipatory, from Minneapolis to Johannesburg and beyond. To my mind, then, the key aspect is not so much the composite nature of the alliance as the conditions of its operation. For this reason, I find the opacity of digital algorithmic decision-making less concerning than the facts that, regardless of the field in which it is located, and whether this is nominally in the public or private sector, Such decision-making overwhelmingly serves the interests of what Neil Lawrence calls the digital oligarchy and requires both vast server farms whose drastic environmental consequences are barely recognized and super-exploited content moderators, principally in the global south. As Bruno Latour knew, not all participants in an alliance are equally willing or equally enthusiastic. There are conscripts as well as career officers. Political agency has always been differentially distributed across composite alliances of technical forms, pottery shards, paper and pencil, broadcast media, underground websites, and more or less inclusive groups of human beings. In all such formations, the question for me would concern less the composite nature of these alliances than the power relations structuring their actions. A corresponding evaluative framework for the digital human alliances of our political landscape would involve questions such as, which capacities emerge for which participants at which sites in the alliance? What forms of decision-making thereby become possible at these different sites and across the agential front as a whole? What are the power differentials between the participants? Which interests are furthered and which occluded, not only by their decisions, but also by the structure of their composite decision-making? If the partisan digital human alliances I've sketched here look unlike a conventional picture of politics, then one virtue of this change of perspective may perhaps be that the differential quality of these compositions, and so the discrimination, exploitation, and violence, as well as actual and potential liberation, that form part of the distribution of agential capacities within and between conflicting alliances, can no longer be ignored. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you to all the speakers, and thank you to all of you for patiently waiting your turn to ask questions and initiate discussion. I believe we have plenty of time for discussion now. I mean, not too much, but 15 minutes. Okay, so 15 minutes of discussion, then a break, and then the round table. Is the microphone circulating again today, or is that something for yesterday evening only? It's coming. Okay, just a moment. Please.
Hello, I just wanted not having wide knowledge in the realm of AI, I must say I was very impressed by the planetary cognitive ecology that Professor Hales demonstrated, which I think... Yes. I say that not having a wide knowledge in the realm of AI, I was impressed by the planetary cognitive ecology that Professor Hales described in very wide, very nice way, an intelligent way. And I think it is very much linked with Professor Manilier's speech yesterday. And the other thing is that I wanted to ask Professor Melanie, how come that she chose Bosnia-Herzegovina and Lebanon? I haven't read your book, but I was very interested to see why, how come you chose those?
Well, with reference, so the reason I chose them is because I'm writing a larger book about these places, and why did I choose those places for the book? Is because, I'll try to be succinct. These are obviously places that were the sites of violence waged ostensibly along ethno-national or sectarian lines, and as the violence ended decades ago, so we have the opportunity to observe on the ground how people actually live together. And so those are the approximate reasons why I chose these places. And without getting into much detail, I think we need, as social scientists, to look at how people live organically on the ground. And actually, as the discussion at this forum here has highlighted, in cyberspace as well, because many of the approaches, well-intentioned approaches to addressing conflict waged along ethnic or sectarian lines are premised on things like the contact hypothesis from the famous social psychologist Gordon Allport. And I won't go into too much detail on that, but this has spurred an entire industry of researchers and NGOs trying to promote better intergroup relations after violence on the base of productive contact, whether it's on shared vocational training programs or sports programs or whatever it might be. And some of the leading researchers in this field have shown that these programs are bumping up against limitations. They're not working that well. And so I think what's instructive about these places and where we should be looking more is in observational research, in how have people, in the absence of interventions by researchers, by NGOs, to try to improve intergroup relations, how have people come to live together and construct or reconstruct social relations across group lines. So that's why I chose these places, because the violence ended decades ago, and it was perpetrated in the name of these divisions, even if I and other experts on these places don't believe that those divisions actually spurred the origins of the conflict. So that's my immediate answer.
In Israel, for instance, with the Palestinians, no? And isn't it?
Yes, although I think the dynamics of that conflict, which I've been speaking about and writing about to some degree and addressing quite extensively on my own campus, which you may or may not have noticed has made it somehow into the international news around this issue, although I think there are better topics to cover than Harvard politics in the news. Yes, I do. Some of the insights from the research I think are quite relevant to that context. The difference is that in the Bosnia case, in Lebanon, in Northern Ireland, in other conflicts where you have power sharing agreements, the dynamics of conflict have been much more equal, whereas in Israel-Palestine you have an asymmetric conflict where one side clearly has more power, more resources, more international backing by powerful actors that changes the dynamic of the conflict. So I think there's a slightly different set of dynamics that don't translate 100% across here, even if each side thinks that they are the victim, there is, in objective terms, an asymmetry of the conflict. So I think it makes it somewhat different.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. So both yesterday and today, a word that that I heard mentioned again and again was regulation and the need for regulation. I heard the Professor Floridi mentioned it, Professor Bridotti, Professor Camet. Now from my vantage point in the financial services industry, I'm also in a senior position in the main lobbying body of the insurance industry in Brussels. So we have the pleasure of working with and lobbying with the regulator for insurance, the Commission, the European Parliament. So we just had elections. So without going into detail, I mean, just to give you a 30-second case study, you have dirty databases where you have my name spelled 3 different ways. This is a huge problem in the financial industry across the world. You could not practically solve it in an economically feasible way in the past many decades. Now with AI, you can literally solve it in 1 minute, in 1 hour. In 1 minute is more accurate and with very low cost. But Professor Braidotti mentioned, I remember the acronym only, GDPR, the protection of data, which is a good thing, right? Except that now with GDPR, it's not allowed to be solved the way it can be solved. So back to square one. So I'm just making the point that as technology advances, other things move, and you don't know which direction you're going. But my experience has been that when you have technological developments that are not easily understood, are very complex, and you have political bodies, like the European Parliament, to give you an example, who don't understand them very well, if there's not something in it for them, they become extremely conservative just to get rid of the problem. So what happens then in a capitalist society? Capital moves away to another country where regulation is different and easier, and so on and so forth. So I'm just saying, you marry capitalism, which I'm all for, obviously, technology, and politicians who, I don't know, don't have the time, the energy, or the interest to delve deep into issues, and regulation becomes something unpredictable. I will leave it at that. So I appreciate your comments.
Can I speak as the old-fashioned European social democrat? Deregulation does not work, and deregulation doesn't do any service to democracy. The 2018 General Data Protection Regulation is already enforced in our system to protect people from being data mined to death by the tech companies that take every single bit of data that can out of you in the digital version of the extractivist economy that worries all of us who care not only for privacy, but also for human dignity in the broadest sense of the term. There can be way around the slowing down. See, the problem with democracy, it's a slow system. It's a time-consuming system. Now, if you centralize everything, it's so much quicker, yeah, but then you don't have democratic participation by everybody. The 2022 Declaration on Digital Rights and Principle, which is being enforced now, demands transparency and accountability for the algorithms that the 4 tech companies, all of them Americans, are actually deploying at the moment. It has allowed the European Commission to sue Google and Apple for a number of transgressions and actually win the cases. The last one was a few days ago. Don't believe me if you're an anti-Europeanist, but you would be wrong in being a Eurosceptic. Go to the Princeton dialogue between Verstager and Alondra Nelson, who is leading the American AI Bill of Rights discussion, which has already been drafted by the Biden administration in an attempt to create a Western alliance of democracies who are trying to stop the digital oligarchy, if I may quote many of our distinguished colleagues, in an era of declining American geopolitical power when we have also the Chinese to worry about and that type of data mining protection. This is the situation that we're facing. I think a public discussion about what modes and forms of regulation is necessary. And this is what the democratically elected European Parliament is trying to do. We elect the European Parliament. If people don't go to vote, it's a different discussion. It's democratically elected. We choose them to do a certain work for us. Bless the Council of Europe that is supporting the Delphi Cultural Centre, and this process needs to go on democratically opening forms of regulation to decide what mode of posthumans we want to become. I forgot to thank the translator, Marta, forgive me. You were very kind to me. Retrospectively, I add this to the end of my speech. Thank you.
So I think this raises a really important set of questions because we need to regulate, right? I mean, there's so many dangers, and there is this cat and mouse game whereby private firms and investors and so forth come up with new innovations. And I'm thinking more the financial sector per se, where I have some friends and colleagues that are involved in U.S. Financial institutions. And so in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, there was this push to regulate, right? And so what happened was you have all these, this pressure to regulate, and financial markets should be regulated. And these things like high-frequency trading are enormously destabilizing. So I believe that we need regulation. The problem is that the incentive structures, at least in American capitalism, it might be somewhat different in the European Union, are such that people with the most expertise and technical skill want to go into private sector firms. It's not sexy and attractive to go into the SEC, right? So you have an imbalance of knowledge where the most, skilled people, I guess, for lack of a better word, go into private sector firms. The rewards are there, the salaries are higher in the United States than in Europe. And they're not interested in working for the regulators. And even the regulators themselves have subtle incentives or not so subtle incentives not to regulate too much, because there's a empirically demonstrated revolving door between who goes into the SEC and then who goes into private sector firms. So I think, we have a problem here because we need these people that select into these, the Goldman Sachs of the world, to go into the SEC and to collaborate with regulators. Our public sector institutions are never going to pay the salaries of Goldman Sachs. So we need some kind of, ethical reward or something. It needs to be valorized to be part of this, to have more of a partnership between the private sector and the public sector in regulation, because there are countless examples of, in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, the people working in private sector investment firms outsmarting in this cat and mouse game the regulators, and then regulation also on the flip side being dumb regulation, too blunt, not effective, and not actually achieving what it needs to achieve to allow markets to do some good. There are actually some positives, I suppose. It's not all negative, without detrimental consequences.
To be clear, I'm all for regulation. I'm just commenting that I've seen so many disinterested, not well-informed, biased politicians. It doesn't mean that because they're all like that, it doesn't mean that because it's that we shouldn't have regulation, that it's very worrisome. That's the point I'm making. It's not an easy problem to solve. If you look at the European Parliament and you look at people who talk to the European Parliament, you will understand what I mean. So,
I wanted to, speaking of non-democratic regulation, it's my job to step in here at this time and say that we're out of time. And we have a roundtable coming up, so the discussion will continue. Let me just thank our speakers and translators so much. Yeah.
So it's a pleasure to have with us at the round table Professor Anthony Hadjimoisis, who's Professor of Contemporary Philosophy and Chair of the Department of History and Philosophy of Science at the University of Athens. Antonis Hadjimoisis has held academic posts at University College London and MIT. As well as Theodore Avapagis, who is Professor of History and Philosophy of Science at the University of Athens. Theodore Avapagis has held several fellowships at Princeton University and the Max Planck Institute, and has been the president of the European Society for the History of Science. We also have with us Professor Andreas Goffas, the director of the European Cultural Center of Delphi. So at the beginning, Professor Hadjimenesis will say a few words. He will share some thoughts of his with us, and after him, Professor Arpagis, and then we'll, I think you're going also to ask a couple of questions.
Gladly.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the invitation, the chance to be in this round table among esteemed colleagues. I would like to start with what I would call the paradox of information. Taking my lead from Professor Floridis' talk yesterday, you mentioned the 3C approach, so coordination, cooperation, collaboration. Ideally, the flow of information should help us deal with the major problem of perspective taking so as to move towards perspective sharing. Now, we have a traditional name for it, which is empathy, as a both affective and cognitive skill. However, instead of a politics of empathy in the social media, what we encounter is a politics of anger. And taking also some hints from Professor Braidotti and Martin Crowley, I try to understand why anger is so popular, why the politics of anger is such a big business nowadays in the cyberspace. I think this has to do with two aspects of the concept of anger. The first is that when someone is trying to offend us or belittle us, we think that this offense is unjust. So anger implies a sense of missing justice. And the second aspect of anger is, of course, that we do not feel totally powerless. We think as if we have the ability to respond, to strike back. What happens, I think, is that in a total reversal of conceptual priorities, by feigning anger or by buying into the politics of anger, we find a narrative of justice and of emancipatory powerfulness. So what seems to be missing from our sense of identity is found in the space of rage. And this also takes me to Professor Braidotti's talk. The notion of subjectivity has two aspects. You can be the subject of or subject to. You can be a source of agency or you can be subjected to norms. Now, supposedly, Spinoza had an answer for both aspects of our being, but within the Spinozist system, we are just modes of the one. Call it God or nature, whatever you like. If we start from the bottom up, so if we take as our main currency our citizenship, and we think of citizens as irreducibly different, we might commit ourselves to some sort of ontology that does not allow for this holistic, or some would say totalitarian view that some find in traditional Spinozism. So how can we nowadays deal with this challenge? And finally, and this goes back to Martin Crowley's talk and also Patrice Manignet's talk, we try often epistemically to second-guess ourselves. I mean, all the literature about AI, especially outside the academia, is a guessing game. We try to foretell. And we have the fearful scenario or the hopeful scenario. But I think epistemically these are the wrong attitudes because they're both passive. What we need to deal with is, on the one hand, a notion of epistemic anxiety that makes us part of the problem, makes us accountable for how things will turn out, and to respond not with just nice ideas or optimistic forecasts, but with some sort of resolution. And I think that this is also why Professor Floridis' image of the tug of war, of this rope that can move either way, can be an initiative for trying to see how the post, in the post-human, is actually a commitment to a certain projection. We project ourselves for the next day in a different way than the way we tend to take for granted in the non-academic literature. Try to make the best of what sort of identity we want to have next week, in a month's time, in 10 years' time. Okay, I'll shut up. Thank you.
Yes, Professor, but just a few comments first.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I have to say I was pleasantly surprised when I received the invitation because I have no expertise on the topic. I haven't worked on issues related to the topic of the conference. My background is in history and philosophy of science. So I will say a few things about the possible relevance of history and philosophy of science to the topic of the conference. Now, history and philosophy of science has to do with history, of course, and I tend to think more about the past than about the present and the future, but at the same time, the past is relevant to understanding the present, and I don't want to say predicting, but perhaps guessing about future developments. And so one thing that I found missing in the talks, and I'm not saying this as a criticism, but I found missing a historical perspective on the developments that we are living through. I want to comment on one particular aspect. We live in an age where researchers and universities are evaluated on the basis of various metrics. In the good old days, we were evaluated on the basis of human judgment. These days, we are evaluated on the basis of the number of citations, age indices, and so on. Now, these metrics track the impact of scholarly work, the academic impact of scholarly work, and provide no information about its quality. And I think this has a lot to do with lack of trust, the attempt to be, quote-unquote, objective in our evaluations. And this is not something new. This has its origins, this goes back at least to the 19th century. Two works from the historical literature are relevant here. The first is Ted Porter's work, Trust in Numbers, where he argues that one of the functions of quantification was to compensate for the lack of trust in human judgment. And this is a similar theme in Rainey Daston's and Peter Gallison's book on objectivity, where they trace what they call mechanical objectivity in the 19th century. I think that we see a similar trend today, that is a shift from the qualitative evaluation of academic performance, among other things, to the quantitative evaluation by machines. Now, the other thing that I want to, the other dimension of HPS that I want to say a few things about is the philosophical dimension. What kind of philosophical tools do we have for understanding these unbelievable developments and that take place at a pace that is very hard for us to follow. Now here, I want to mention an old book that I think is still relevant and also fresh in some ways. And I have in mind Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. It was published in the early 1960s, and it is considered a milestone in history and philosophy of science, and it raised all kinds of issues about the rationality of scientific development. Kuhn argued that scientific development is non-cumulative. There are gains, but there are losses also. There are epistemic losses associated with its major development. So again, I think that something similar has been taking place, and I understand that this was a theme in some of the talks. There have been gains. We are able to do things that we were not able to do before, but at the same time, there are losses. And I would like to invite the speaker to reflect on those losses. What is lost, with the transition to the algorithmic age, to the extensive use of AI. So that's all for, for a start.
Okay, thank you, Professor Avapadzis. Professor Goffers would like to make any comments, or you may want to have any questions for later.
Let me just raise a general question. when we started publicizing the event, many colleagues raised an eyebrow with the term post-human, because even though the term has gained track in the field of philosophy, in the wider field of the social sciences, is a term with which many colleagues were unfamiliar, myself included, I have to concede. So I keep wondering the following, given the proliferation of terms with a post, something, is it the post-human term indicative of some sort of, for lack of a better term, theoretical embarrassment or perplexity? We cannot actually fully figure out what is going on, so we use that term because we're still in the process of understanding. Hence, we try to conceal our conceptual embarrassment. Or is it an analytical indice of convenience? And I came that when I heard Rosie, whose passion I really envy, I have to say, when she was saying that it's a complex of things that it's under investigation here, and I found that very convincing. So if that is indeed the case, is the post-human just an umbrella term under which we put all that, or is it the theoretical embarrassment that I said? A question to everybody, obviously.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. And Mr. Alexandros Avigoriou, who is the CEO of Eurolife, FFH, our the grandest possible sponsor, also has a few comments and perhaps questions.
At least we do something good, right? So, being the only one who's not a professor in this group, first of all, I'm very humbled, and I feel that the only contribution that I can make, excuse me? So, the only contribution that I can make is just to present to you from, not from the academic perspective, obviously, but from real life, a case study that somebody in my position might be facing today as we speak or over the next few months. Because as I said, this AI, etc., is here and now, is not next year or even in 5 years. So imagine you are running a financial services company, you have hundreds of thousands of customers, and you have a call center with a couple of hundred people who, much like all of us, have been calling call centers for one reason or another. Now, up to now, the person who answers the phone and is presented with a problem that might be trivial or not so trivial is a human being who may be having a good day, a bad day, may be well prepared, not so well prepared on the specific issue that he or she is being asked about, and will answer, and will give an answer to the best of their knowledge and their ability, but they perceive, you know, in the question there may be something where they round the answer a bit, maybe they tell a white lie to sort of save face for the company, or not, you know, they're human beings. And in answering, they're not regulated. I come back to, you know, because nobody will regulate whether I tell a little white lie or a big white lie or not, you know, just answer straightforward. And then, a few months later, literally a few months from now, you can have AI in the place of the person. And this AI will answer with the, if I'm sure you're following, ChatGPT 4.0, not 0.0, for Omni, answers in a human way and laughs and, you know, sounds very much like a human, and with very little latency, answers in milliseconds. So, sounds the same as a human, but this model can then be trained by whom? By the company, probably, or I don't know, I really don't know, to tell no white lies, nothing. You just give the answer straightforward, or you round it a bit to save face, or maybe you lie in a big way, which we don't want, obviously, and because this has other repercussions. And experts in AI tell me that models can very much be trained and calibrated to in what way they answer. And I say Obviously, you need regulation for that, but I'm just presenting this because the regulators are not there yet, we are not there yet, nobody's there yet, and yet the technology is here today. So just some food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakellaropoulou. So let me explain to you that my approach to this roundtable discussion is very democratic and, to use a Deleuzian term, very rhizomatic as well. So we're not going to, so not arborescent, Rosie. So, so there's no any strict order. So following the ancient Greek motto, "Tis agorevin voulete," whoever wants to speak first. So who wants to speak first and to respond, to react to those comments and questions? Rosie.
No, I didn't. Did you notice the coercion by charm that makes Professor Roilers the success that he is, apart from his remarkable competences? Thank you. Overwhelming questions, and what a great dialogue. This would require, of course, much longer. We all know that. I will address maybe the points that were directly spoken to me, very relevant and very complex. Starting from Professor Sakellaropoulou, if I pronounce it correctly. The idea that the Spinozist ontology is a kind of a messy holism is a standard objection to Spinoza.
Rosa, it was Professor Hadjimoisis. Yes.
Just Anthony.
I'm not a
well,
professor
no,
yet.
Both of them did.
Sure.
Yeah. Sorry, you just turned them around. Oh, interesting. Sorry. Anyway, that objection is a pretty standard objection to Spinoza. It's the one that made Hegel think of him as a hippie fool. He didn't speak in those terms, but who believes that we're all part of nature. And there's a long history to that we can skip. But what interests me is the modern reappraisals of Spinoza through two essential areas, really. French philosophy post-68, Balibar, Deleuze, the early Toni Negri, the Negri of the anomalous, savage anomaly, the role of the imagination in Spinoza, which is a remarkable book, and then he goes the wrong way. But that moment where they think we need a different political ontology. Why? Because capitalism is mutating. Let's not forget that the switch from Hegel to Spinoza was not an academic whim. After May 68, it was clear that the madmen were coming, that the media society were coming. The French were very quick in picking this up. Roland Barthes in 57 says media is coming. The Situationists in 63 are saying, hey, media is coming. What does that mean? Bretton Woods happens in 71 when we disengage currency from the translation into gold. That's the birth of neoliberalism, when the financial economy is born independently of the real economy. That's the moment that Gilles Deleuze photographs. And he says, if this is the case, what is capitalism telling us? That it is able to mutate, not break, bend. Sorry, Marxists. That's the moment. It bends. Consequently, the whole dialectics of the breaks from within and the power of the negative does not work for this capitalism. That's the moment. And then they go to Spinoza to look for a philosophy. I don't want too long. It is not holistic. It becomes materialist and differential. But we are variation on the same meta. Genetics is coming. The new neural sciences are coming. And I think that Andy Clark, Damasio are saying it's affectivity, it's relationality, epigenetics. We are the result of encounters. And that's the moment, not a flat ontology, a differential one. And then within that, multiple conversation and discussion. A quick annotation, Spinoza is the author of the political theological treatise. He is the thinker of radical democracy. He is the critic of Hobbes and Locke, of the social contract. There's no such a thing. You leave people to themselves, they do really well. It's when the state intervenes that things go wrong. And I think that anarchic, liberal, the Spinoza of the commons, the digital commons, is really an interesting ally. If anything, it is very appropriated by conservative groups, and so it was in the early Gaia hypothesis. Quickly on the other one, and then I'll be quite quick forever, how to go, the umbrella term. I define the posthuman as a navigational tool and as a figuration. It's something that can guide us through a diverse range of readings and interpretation. It would be very interesting to do just a mapping of what has happened in this dialogue. Very interesting, multiple cartography. And so it must be at this point in time, because we're in the middle of the translation. So let's do the cartographies. Let's be aware who we are. The composition of the we is very important. We cannot be one unitary, universal subject. It is a heterogeneous, messy assemblage. The we in question need to reconnect to what the dualism of our scientific system has disconnected us from, nature, the environment. In that endeavor, we have great allies in our tradition, Spinoza's one, but the perspectivist, Leibniz, Viviero da Castro, a student of Deleuze, I think it was Patrice who mentioned him, with Philippe Descola, is going really to the perspectivist tradition of philosophy, Leibniz notably, to say we have Nietzsche, we have this in our tradition. So back to the future, to think this multiple perspective, and if I can think with my Australian head, non-European philosophies, the role of indigenous system. I work with my Aboriginal colleagues in Melbourne, my other city, third Greek city in the world. And we work together comparing indigenous concepts with materialist embedded continental process. It's an incredibly interesting dialogue. So comparative philosophy and a fantastic discipline that has endless resources. Sorry, a bit long.
I'm not going to call upon anybody, so please. Obviously, you know what's about to say.
Oh, it's on already. Okay, okay. Well, thank you for calling on me, and I wanted to introduce a little technical knowledge here that I think is very important for our discussions. Every company now likes to claim that it is using AI. And so AI has become a very sexy term, but there is a very clear distinction in my mind between algorithms in general and artificial intelligence. And I think it's important for us to understand that, especially if we're talking about how human supervision can intervene. So algorithms in general operate through relational databases. So you have subjects, and you divide those subjects into attributes. Are you male? Are you female? Do you live in the north? Do you live in the south? Do you make this much money, or do you make that much money? And one of the problems of relational databases is that no matter how many attributes you have, you can never capture the full complexity of the individual person. So both Melanie and Malcolm were talking about predictive policing, and there's a program called Compass which makes a recommendation on whether someone should go back to prison or be given parole and so forth. That program operates through relational databases. So how it analyzes the question is to look at all the attributes that compose this candidate, look at all the other candidates who have those attributes, and then make some recommendation. So human supervision of relational databases appropriately focuses on the part of a candidate that cannot be captured in attributes. Maybe you have an intuitive sense that this is basically a good person. That counts. And the a relational database will not be able to capture that because it's an intuitive, holistic sense that cannot be broken down into attributes. So many of the algos that people have been talking about operate through these rule-based relational databases. They have their strengths, they have their limitations. In my view, no algorithm that operates on a relational database is artificial intelligence. We've had those algorithms for decades now. There's really nothing new about them. You can fine-tune what the attributes are, you can fine-tune various aspects of how the algorithm processes those attributes, but they're rule-based systems. A completely different kind of animal is what I would call an artificial intelligence based on neural net architecture. And neural net architecture is fundamentally different than analyzing a relational database. The data that an artificial network ingests is unstructured. It's not broken down into discrete attributes. And what neural nets excel at is taking this unstructured data and detecting patterns in it. And as Melanie mentioned, these patterns can reinforce human biases because human biases are implicit in that database unless it's very carefully curated. So the kind of supervision, human supervision that you want on neural nets is fundamentally different than that for relational databases. It is to be aware of this feedback loop that Melanie was talking about, where human biases are now reinforced by artificial intelligence biases, and that's all based on the detection of implicit patterns that are there in the data. So I think it's helpful for us to keep in mind the difference between algorithmic structures and neural net structures, which I would call artificial intelligence. So that's just a general note of clarification that I hope might clarify our discussions. And then second, I'd like to address what seemed to me an immensely important problem that Melanie laid out for us. And that is, you have these, what she called ethnic entrepreneurs, which I think is a wonderful phrase, ethnic entrepreneurs who want to exacerbate conflict because they get more power by exacerbating conflict. So the question here is, how can you take this tendency toward ethnic entrepreneurship and turn it in a positive direction so that these local leaders now see that it's more to their advantage to facilitate cooperation than to facilitate conflict? And her research is fascinating because it indicates that the real problem here lies not in individual people who manage to get along with each other pretty well, but rather in these local influencers. So this becomes now a primary problem. How do you turn the dynamic? And here I'd like to pick up on something that Luciano was talking about, survivability. And Rosie also mentioned that. So Luciano gave us a wonderful description of the dynamic between governance and sovereignty. Those who have the power but don't have the means of practice, those who have the means of practice but don't have the power. I think there's a similar dynamic between power and survivability. So at some point, if survival becomes extremely problematic, no one has power. If you're going to die because you've been riddled by machine guns, you don't have any power. So there's a negative point at which the positive value of survivability exceeds the positive value of power. That at some point, survivability trumps power. And the question here then becomes, how can you emphasize survivability versus power. And here I'll draw on another point that Luciano made, democratic deadlock. So if you get ethnic entrepreneurs or any kind of entrepreneurs who are facilitating conflict rather than cooperation, and that happens in a democratic environment, the result will be nothing gets done. And we see this, of course, in the US Congress, where now they can't even pass a budget. They can't even pass a budget that says we'll pay our debts. And that's a situation which is catastrophic for everyone, because everyone suffers if the national credit goes down. And so at that point, you're at the point where you're talking about financial survivability. And if your financial survivability is damaged enough, it really doesn't matter if you have power. Everyone is going to lose in that situation, and they're going to lose big. And we've seen this play out when Congress can't pass a budget, then there are disastrous financial consequences for that. So I think that part of the answer here happens in the political arena, survivability versus power. It happens on the planetary scale, survivability versus power. If people are not going to survive, it doesn't really matter how much power they have. So at some point, survivability has to trump power, both in a democratic systems or context, but also in planetary context. So the kind of mind shift that you were talking about, towards the terrestrial, is part of enhancing the inevitability of this trade-off dynamic between power and survivability. So that's mostly what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kate, for this extremely sagacious, wise comments. So, any other intervention or comments on? Yes, Patrice.
Okay, so that you don't have to call anyone, I jump in the conversation. Thank you very much for all those interventions and also for the comments. I want to react to the question of the post-human and how it is relevant to our issues. I think what Rosie Braidotti said about the post-human being defined by the conjunction of three, let's say, words, which are as many challenges and issues: AI, the planetary environmental mutation, not to call it a crisis because it's not going to be resolved, and democracy. So those three things and the articulation between those three things. What do they have in common, I think? What they have in common, and that's the reason why maybe a word like the post-human comes in, is the discrepancy between agency and what we could call subjectivity. And it is true that the notion of subject, of course, has this play on subject to and subject of, so active and passive. And in fact, that's why I try to suggest the notion of citizenship is there, because to be a citizen is to be constituted as someone who is capable not only of action, but of a sense of one's own action. But that entity is constituted as a subject by its relation to collective, whatever, institutions, powers, and so on. And I think the situation in which we are and what makes those three things go together is the huge discrepancy between agencies and the selfhood or subjectivity or citizenship. And that also echoes what Luciano already said about this relation between sovereignty and agency. And the notion of the subject is very much fueled by concept of subjectivity and even theological ones, as a matter of fact, in the modern tradition. So I think this is really the challenge. It's to try to put more in line or to resolve the gap, the immense gap
that has been created between agency and a sense of selfhood. And it's both individual and collective. Rosie and I and many others think that the traditional notion of the universal, of self-mastery, are not sufficient to bridge that gap. Some people think they are. There is a debate here between basically the more modern Enlightenment people and the more postmodern, post-Enlightenment people, like myself, I suppose. But that I think is a challenge, and that might be one of the reasons why the notion of the post-human is very helpful here, because the notion of humanity was a way of putting together agency and sense of selfhood. Well, that was my contribution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. No. You keep getting interrupted. It's your turn.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Just something reasonably quick, I hope, on Professor Hatzimois' point about guessing games, because that, I think, goes to this question of regulation that's been bouncing around, and there's just a couple of things I want to say in relation to that. So I want to start by the something that also we just heard about, which is the fact that moves in that guessing game, let's say currently, are repeatedly overtaken, outstripped by advances within the technology. And one reason for that is that the guessing game itself is based on notions of given capacities. Which is to say that this type of being can do this, and that type of being can do that. And the problem is that that type of being keeps being able to do that, and that, and that, and that, and to the point where you get to a step change of the kind that Catherine Hales was just describing. So, two things in relation to that. One is that in this area, and this would be true of any kind of information technology, but it's especially clearly true in this case. In this area, the guessing games themselves are not only informed by the outputs of the technology, they're also structured by the operation of the technology itself. So they have a kind of weird, recursive, reflexive dimension. It's no longer a matter of policing the operation of an object, because the operation of the object is already shaping the forms of its policing in all sorts of ways, and not just in terms of the content of the information that appears, but in terms of the structure of the processes themselves. And so linked to that is the fact then that the relative capacities on the part of the different participants are not therefore fixed or given in advance. They're plastic. And they're plastic as a function of this entangled relation between the different participants, in this case, human and digital. So it seems to me important, therefore, that these are guessing games, which you might also read significant regulatory attempts and existing processes, need to build in that awareness of this reflexive, recursive dimension if they're not consistently to be outstripped. So it's somehow, there's an element of plasticity and uncertainty that needs to become part of the structure of those discussions and the legislative procedures that follow from them. Otherwise, you end up with this situation in which the tool is constantly outstripping the master, and that's which is never going to be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Well, there's so many important points being raised. I'll just make a few comments. One is I'm really fascinated by this distinction between, or this juxtaposition of survivability and power. On one level, it gives us hope, right? it also evokes for me classic issues that political scientists and sociologists and others study about the nature of collective action and challenges to collective action. Because in order to address the enormous challenges we're facing on a planetary scale, we require human, and maybe in collaboration with the non-human, collective action. And it's almost axiomatic, maybe in the human world, that collective action is easier among smaller numbers of actors than large numbers of actors. I mean, we know this from Mansur Olson and many others. So I wonder, how can people act collectively around survivability? It is an existential question, but it raises issues of at what scale, as we were talking about yesterday with Patrice, what scale do you have collective action and how can this come about? I actually get inspired by the anger. We were talking about this in the coffee break with some of the journalists here present. I get inspired by the anger of Gen Z and millennials. Because they're not going to put up with this. At least some portion of them are not going to put up with this. And I think that inspires collective action. I'm not trying to say that it is the job of Gen Zs and millennials to clean up the mess that Gen X and boomers and others have made. I apologize for that. But they are truly inspirational, and they also have, they're digital natives. So I think they have capacities to act collectively and to organize in ways, perhaps leveraging the post-human or various dimensions of it to do so. So that's my hopeful thought. And maybe survivability is an inspiration for this form of collective action. I just think that this brings me to my next point, which is we need a shared sense of community in order to collectively act. And we don't have this on a global scale. Others have made this point. And I mean, I see this in my own work at the very local level. There is no shared conception of, say, the national political community in the places where I work. It's not to say people aren't committed to a Lebanese national identity or a Bosnian or whatever it might be, but what they understand to be that national identity is quite different depending on who you talk to. And that has implications for collective action, because we know that we need a we in order to think that we have a shared interest to act collectively. So can fragmented, and I have started a conversation about this with Patrice yesterday about this, but can these fragmented we's act in a way that is effective to address the enormous challenges that we have? And then I just want to make one final comment, which gets at this point about qualitative sensibilities, which I think are very important. I'm a mixed methods researcher, so I use quantitative and qualitative methods in my research. And I started as a purely qualitative researcher and moved into more quantitative research. And what I'm finding is that the quantitative research is sort of barren in some ways, that we need a qualitative sensibility to understand what is actually going on. And so it never feels complete for me, at least for the questions that I address, to address them in a purely quantitative way. But I wonder whether this is evolving over time. I mean, not the algorithms, but the artificial intelligence, does it have qualitative sensibilities? Can it develop more of a qualitative sense to at least mimic, if not have its own human consciousness in a way? I mean, Kate was describing the other day over lunch how she's been having conversations with ChatGPT about literature that she's engaging with, and ChatGPT-4 is having intelligent responses in ways, it's subtle, nuanced ways of addressing some of the concerns or questions that she raises in reading some of the literature she's engaging with. So I wonder whether we're evolving into a world in which these forms of AI are developing qualitative sensibilities, and I leave it to others to tell me where the limits of, and what's the value added that we humans will have and always have.
Thanks, Melanie. I think the question, the issue of the possibility of qualitative sensibilities of AI, etc.,
It's very relevant, I think, Luciano, to digital ethics. Or I would expect that it has a lot to do with that. So any comments on this point or on anything else?
I thought I could be forgotten in the background.
You can never be forgotten. No.
So I was taking notes, first of all, a reminder. I never thank you for the invitation yesterday, so apologies. Bad manners, but it was the enthusiasm of participating. Anyway, I was taking plenty of notes because I think I participated in this meeting more as a student, admitting that some of the things that were said were very informative, instructive. Some of them were, I'm not sure I actually was up to the task of following entirely, but it's been enlightening. And so I have a little summary of the things I've learned, and I know we don't have many minutes. So I gather that I think a lot of people here said that we live in a world where online, offline, you are from the 90s. We live on life, constantly connected, all the day. And if you think you're not, your mobile phone is geotagging you as we speak, just in case, okay? So experience, the experience that we live in this post-human world is on life. The space in which we live, I think it was clear during the 2 days, is an infosphere. That's where we spend all our time, like it or not. And it's very inclusive, but it is made a lot of information. And the time, I had the impression, again, listening, that is even more historical than it has ever been, meaning that we depend on the technologies that make the transition from prehistory to history, writing, and then the book, and then the computer, etc. So we depend even more. So there is no end of history, despite some bad books around, but there is hyper-history. We are hyper-historical, if you like a word. You don't have to have it. But so we live on life, we live in an infosphere, we live hyper-historically, at least in some corners of the world. There's always someone reminding me that some people have never made a telephone call. I know, of course, and their life is determined by those who actually made the telephone call. So don't forget about that. So that's the background. Because of that background, I think we also heard, at least that's what I'm bringing home, that we are looking at two architectures coming together. One is the digital. If we had had this meeting only a year ago, we would have been talking about the metaverse and virtual reality. This year, the new flavor is AI. Trust me, in a year or two, it will be something else. But all these pieces of the digital, internet becoming web, becoming social media, data becoming databases, and then becoming something you train your AI on, etc., mobile phones and blockchains, etc., they are building this infosphere, this hyper-historical life, this on-life experience. The other architecture, we also heard today and yesterday, is the legal architecture, at least in Europe. We're lucky because we live within a context where someone is thinking in terms of what rules. And so we heard about the GDPR, you heard about the AI Act, but of course, especially some people have heard about the Digital Service Act, the Digital Markets Act, the AI Liability Act. This is the European architecture that we are building in parallel to the digital architecture. I'm almost there, because I think that a lot of the conversation between on-life experience, informational space, hyper-historical time, two architectures growing as we speak, is that we have some resources to deal with all this. Some, I like to think in terms of design resources, give shape to this digital and legal world, and they are classic. And trust me, I'm from Rome. I can't claim to be a Greek philosopher, but as close as it gets, so to speak. And so since the good old days, we have had three resources, and there are always three, and there will always be three to shape all this. One is nomos, the law. You regulate, since old days. The other one is paideia. You teach and teach and teach, and you make sure that the new citizens will be taught again and again. But above all, behind all this, you need to understand, and that is your philosophia. So we got the law, nomos, paideia, and philosophy, and repeat. Those are the three resources we have to give shape to those two architectures that they are shaping our life experience, our infosphere, and our hyperhistorical sort of time. To answer, again, picking up from what has been said, almost there. I wrote down basically three questions. What people we want to be, what world we want to live in, and what society we want to build. What people, what world, what society. It's classic. But we are at the dawn of a new age. And that's why, despite all I heard yesterday and today, I cannot buy entirely into the post anything. I understand we are post. That is chronologically correct and inevitable. But I like to think that we will have the resources to think of ourselves as a new step. Something that we don't have a word for. And of course, as an Italian, I can only think of Renaissance, which is a bad word. I wouldn't use it. But I'd rather think of something close to a Renaissance rather than a post, with the acknowledgement, of course, that we are post. We cannot be but post. But maybe we can also step on a new Renaissance of some kind. To work not, and I close here, not with hope, because we're not fool. If you understand how the world is going, you cannot work with hope. But with a bit of rhetoric, we need to work for hope. And that is el peace, if I get it right. And that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador, yes.
Thank you. So I just have two questions. I think I'm the only audience from the Asian countries here. So two questions. One, democracy actually is the common values for the all humanity. So it is not the prerogative for one certain countries or a tool to repress the other countries. And nowadays we see that the AI technology in United States goes too fast, because at the same time the relevant regulations has not been established. So some people are worried about the AI overcapacity, and worried about the AI hegemony, because this technology could be abused to influence the public opinion, could be manipulated for political purpose. So, some people proposed, or maybe the EU and the China's AI technology should be also be encouraged to develop. So that means at least 3 AI powers in this world could be maintained at the same level. So this will be helpful for the peace and the stability of the future world. So I just want to know, is this opinion correct or not? So this is a question for Professor Kate. Another question for Professor Melanie. I think a few months ago, the House of Representatives of the United States passed legislation which request the ByteDance to divest TikTok. Otherwise, TikTok will be banned in the United States. So some people say this is related to the security of data. And some other people say this is related to the situation in Gaza. So what's your opinion?
Well, maybe we should talk privately off the record. But I mean, Yeah, these are incredibly tough questions. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how, okay. So one thing I will say is that there's been accusations that TikTok has been favoring pro-Palestine, right? But there was pro-Palestine content, and there's been accusations in our politicized debate in the United States about Israel-Palestine. And there was a very interesting study that was conducted about this, and I think this relates back to the remarks that I and many others have made, which is that algorithms feed us what we think we want to see. And the fact of the matter is there's been a generational shift on public opinion towards Israel-Palestine in the United States, such that Gen Z is actually more sympathetic to Palestine than other generations. So it's not that TikTok is feeding this, it's that the algorithms are feeding Gen Z what they want to see, and Gen Z, more than prior generations, which is, of course, Gen Z is more on TikTok than older generations, want to see pro-Palestine content disproportionately. So not to absolve the social media companies of their responsibility for driving conflict, and that's a whole other discussion. But I think what we've seen in that debate is that a lot of times these algorithms are feeding what people want to see. I mean, that's how they operate by design, and so that's the dynamic at play there. So it's hard to find a sort of nefarious action to influence young people vis-a-vis Palestine. I mean, other things may be influencing people, but the algorithms are in some ways just self-reinforcing there. The larger question of U.S. congressional efforts to regulate TikTok is way out of my pay grade. It's not my expertise. Maybe Luciano has thoughts about that. I'm going to punt it over to him. But certainly this is part of a larger dynamic in U.S.-Chinese relations that I personally, I'm not speaking for the U.S. government, I don't work for the U.S. government, find very detrimental, and I think it would be much more in our interest to find more constructive relations between the two governments than divisive ones. And frankly, I think for so many of the issues that have been raised in this conference here, we need that. The planet is at stake here. The future health of the planet is at stake, and divisive relations at the most macro international levels are not in the service of the planet. So I would hope that my own government can adopt a more constructive approach here, as the Chinese government would.
Thanks, Melanie. And of course, the issue of the question about algorithms raises once more the question and the issue of the so-called biased algorithms. And in that respect, our colleague at Harvard, Latanya Sweeney, has done a great job, and I think we should all learn from what she's doing. I think, yes, Kate, Professor Hales.
That also involved with the development of AIs is linguistic hegemony. So there is a feeling among many people that AIs being developed in the United States, which are very powerful and developed by these very rich and powerful tech companies, are accelerating or emphasizing even more the hegemony of English over Chinese or Turkestan or in many other languages. There's actually two currents running here. There's a deep connection between machine translation and artificial intelligence. So machine translation took a huge leap forward when technicians stopped trying to do it by grammar and syntax and instead looked for comparable passages and used neural net technologies to make translations. So they no longer go through a dictionary or formal grammar or anything like that. They go by comparing passages on, let's say, pointer dogs in Chinese, pointer dogs in English, pointer dogs in French, pointer dogs in Thailand, so on and so forth. So What I'm trying to say is that these advanced AIs have formidable translation properties as well as cognitive properties. So they're much, much more effective as translators into a whole variety of different languages than has ever been possible before. And this is in part because of the way that the data on which they are trained is curated. So the antidote to increasing hegemony of English is to curate the data so it includes all the major languages and many minor languages as well. So this is another aspect of how algorithmic governmentality is really affecting our political and linguistic spheres as well as economic and other actors.
Luciano, anything to add? Since Melanie mentioned your name.
About my pay grade, but I two quick comments. First of all, I agree that it is a race to the bottom at the moment between China and US. Any competition in the digital sphere, it just means that we are duplicating efforts, we're not taking advantage of economy of scale, we are reproducing essentially solutions that could be exported and imported at a time when the world does not need that. Well, we never needed that, but especially now. So I'm afraid that is where my optimism ends. Despite all my best efforts, we're not going to see China and US for some time being best friends, and that is part of the problem. In terms of just a quick comment on the very valuable, interesting points about. Oh, by the way, sorry, I know we've been talking about ChatGPT, but you know that it's not the best bot around, right? So just in case. So just because he's around, I recommend others. Check carefully. But with the usual suspect, no, the one footnote about what the GPT stands for, especially the P, is pre-trained, meaning that some people have actually made a difference to the training of their thing. I'll give you a tiny example. If you ask, at least until recently, the usual suspect, give me almost lunch, give me a recipe for how to cook a nice meal with dog meat, you got a big scolding. Say, don't you dare, this is not, no, wrong culture, dogs, etc., etc. Which of course, no, is perfectly fine in other corners of the world. But if you ask for a nice recipe for a steak, well, it gives you immediately. It means that someone, forgive me, from Texas probably trained the whole thing. So we need to understand that these things are not that autonomous, are not that independent. There's a lot of agency there. But someone decided that the recipe for dog steak was out and the actual steak was in. That is where power lies. Speaking of who decides what. Some things are not being asked and cannot be answered. Some others can. And depending on who does what, we depend on their decisions. I think that emerged robustly yesterday as well from all the other great speeches we heard. Who is behind the decision of business models that make a difference to everything else?
Luciano. Mr. Giorgos Alogos-Koufis, former Minister of Economy, has a question or comment.
Okay. First of all, congratulations for organizing, Panagiotis, for organizing this very interesting conference, and congratulations to all the participants. I learned a lot. I mean, I'm not an expert on all this. I learned a lot, but in the meantime, I asked ChatGPT to write me an essay on democracy and culture in the age of the post-human, which is a very informative essay, I have to say. Try it if you want. I will just read the conclusion. The conclusion says...
What ChatGPT told you does not make us redundant.
No. I gave the exact title. It's another challenge. So it says that the age of the post-human presents both opportunities and challenges for democracy and culture. which is fairly general, of course, but thoughtfully integrating AI and other emerging technologies, societies can strive to enhance democratic participation, cultural expression, and social equity while addressing the ethical and practical challenges that arise. So I think this is a conclusion that I find also very relevant for this conference as well, unless some of the participants disagree.
Good, thank you. So, any responses to ChatGPT? Kate, any thoughts? I'm calling upon Kate since, she's the pioneer of the post-human here. So how would you respond to ChatGPT's?
ChatGPT tends to go toward the average. So if I were conducting this conversation that you just mentioned, I would say, please avoid cliches. Try to achieve originality in your answer and see what kind of different answer came out. Because it's very good at generating cliches, and we need to go beyond those if we're going to tackle serious issues.
Thank you. We have time for one last question, and I would encourage any members of the Delphi Academy, the young scholars and researchers, to intervene. Yes, please. What's your name? So that, yes.
Hi, thank you. I guess I can stand up. My name is Anya Tropnikova, and I'm a film and media studies student at Yale. And I have a question that kind of loops together.
Student of Professor Floridis? Or?
Sorry?
Are you a student of Professor Floridis?
No, I'm not. Sorry. But
Not yet.
Maybe a future student. Anyway, in my question, I'm hoping to loop together what Professor Crowley was talking about together with Professor Braidotti, which is that Professor Braidotti makes this remarkable, wonderful case for embracing hope, right? And we have had many different examples of various collectives, you can call them assemblages, who attain agency, who then get things done. And Professor Crowley mentioned some of those. So for example, you can, on the positive end, see Me Too and Black Lives Matter, and on the negative end, you could see maybe something like the January 6th insurrection, right? And I wondered about the how. How do you envision making this particular collection of beings direct themselves into the direction that you are calling for in your urgent call to take up Spinoza and for us to become more, I know, Terran and Gaian? What are the distinguishing features? And I don't, maybe one answer might be a nefarious political agent comes in to seek to exploit a particular community for their political gain, as was mentioned. But that's not always the case, I don't think. And so I wondered what the difference was to maybe Professor Braidotti or maybe Professor Crowley. Thank you so much.
Anya, there we go. Thank you for the question. Well, first of all, in response, in relation to the how question, I don't have an answer to the how question. If I had an answer to the how question, I wouldn't be hanging around. I would be implementing it. But what I will say is that, and this is something that would come through, I think, particularly from Bruno Latour, who I mentioned earlier. And so it's also, and it was very much part of Patrice Manillier's talk yesterday as well. And it's to do with situatedness and positionality then. And thinking then about how various collectives might be encouraged in this direction or the other. The thing I want to say is that there is no meta position here. Yeah? That encouragement is not coming from some position that would somehow be above the fray, to use that term, yeah? That would somehow be not already involved in and implicated in these processes and their outcomes, including, as Patrice was showing us, including planetary outcomes. So, in one sense, the how question is already, it's not, there is no position from which it would be possible to determine, as it were in the abstract, an ideal answer to the how question. The how question is being thrashed out in the interactions, encounters, conflicts between different collectives of all sorts. And in a sense, perhaps, again, learning from Patrice, I think, it might be interesting in a way to learn that lesson and to think then that we are all already involved in immanently elaborating answers to the question how, all the time, already, particularly if we think of that in terms of that planetary dimension. So it's not a question of waiting until we formulated an answer that then we can somehow implement. But we are all of us, and I mean by that a very expanded sense of the types of being that might be involved in that. We are all of us involved in improvising answers to the how question all the time in everything we do. And maybe rather than, as I say, waiting until we finally get it right and then trying to apply it, maybe understanding that we are already starting from within the middle. We're already in the middle, and that's where we're starting from. That's how I would go about responding to it. Thank you, Anya, for the question.
Very quickly, the how question for me is what we as teachers, and university professors are just teachers, have a responsibility to address. In the job of pastoral care, which is what we need to do with our students. How? There is really no other questions, and there is a variety of answers. My angle is to take in the question of subjectivity. How can we make you care, not you individually? Why should you care? Why bother? Isn't it easier just to turn the other way and not think? And it's an old question in philosophy, of course. Why should I care for the world? Love for the world? Oh, please, I'm busy. So how do you trigger that, which I call affirmative ethics, not because it's optimistic, not because it's silly, it's a deep concern that we are in this together. Now, the old universalism, and here there is a residual moment of postmodernism in the discussion, the old universalism made that we an umbrella term that allowed us to postulate universal human rights, not for the women, not for the blacks, not for the Jews, not for the Muslims, but universal enough. And the revisions of all the limitation of that universalism now makes me say we is a fragmented, differential, not infinite, heterogeneous assemblage. We are in this predicament together, that this is not one cartography, it's a multiplicity of cartography, different readings, but we do swim or sink together, whether it's in terms of the digital, in terms of the environmental crisis, or the social injustices. We cannot deal with this alone. So putting the active back into activism, making engagement part of our ethical pursuit of truth is a thing how. And I think teachers, designers, and influencers, whoever can get to the information and to a concern for subjectivities. I don't want you to be liars. I don't want you to be crooks. I don't want to tell lies out of the incredible intelligence and privileges and education that you're getting, you have a responsibility. Don't let it be a burden. Be engaged actively. So that is, for me, in some way, a very classical humanistic answer. Nothing wrong with that. A lot of the post-humanists are revived humanists, but with a number of very critical observations on the limitations of the old universalism. Beyond identity politics, care for the world. I think that that's, in a very secular manner, how I would put it. Now I'm going to get shot down in pieces.
Okay, a very last question. Yes.
This is something that really worried me. You said, you talked about empathy. So where does empathy get into all that? Empathy. It is a very important term.
I think empathy and ethics are very close, Luciano. Or not? Am I wrong?
So shall I?
Well, then I was really trying my best to hide, unsuccessfully.
And affect, of course. And empathy.
Well, then because I've been called to action, the how question. I think, if anything we can learn from history, the how will be answered by history or by us. Sometimes a bit of both. History will go the way it has always done. Disasters will happen. The worst will be there, and then we will change. History teaches us that basically we do not prevent Auschwitz, we liberate Auschwitz. And that is the darkest moment we can possibly think of. Now, in terms of climate change, we will wait until whole countries will disappear, millions of people will suffer, etc., and then we will finally make something of it. Or we could do something in advance. You know, remember Nomos Paideia philosophy? We know it's happening. We know that the social issue, the environmental, etc. So the how becomes a question of how do we force, and I use that term in the Platonic sense of forcing people getting out of their cave. If you reread that passage, it's violent. How do we force people out of the cave? And it's not a gentle procedure. It's not democratic. It's democracy by stealth. And I'm afraid on that front, I'm a little bit less of a doe than I would like to be. I'm a bit more hawkish. Force them to change. Invite them first, but force them if they don't. And the alternative is necessity. So I'm afraid the how is force or necessity. Not a good alternative. I prefer force.
Professor.
Thank you.
Professor.
We can't go out on a hawkish note at the Delphi Dialogues. Maybe some combination, heterogeneity of oppositions. But you said working for hope. Working towards. Hope is a very modernist, passé virtue, but it is also a necessary one. So working towards, so the posthuman is a common horizon, multiple paths into it in a spirit of cooperation and peace.
Professor.
Good. I think we don't have any time anymore.
Can I say 3 words since I was given
3 words?
3 words.
Okay.
3
Go
words.
ahead.
Okay. 3 words. So I would say
1 word, 2, 3. Your time is over.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would say survivability, survival. This would be our death consciousness. Power, on the other side. This is where right now our common action is oriented. Common action is something that is common, is what some people call the sacred. If common action goes towards survivability, which means towards nature and the consciousness of death, towards the means of survival, towards the earth and the seeds of the earth, then we can go through the memory.
Okay, and your question, because...
It's a comment.
It's a comment. Okay.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you
unity.
so much. So, any comments on the comments? Okay,
calls
we'll
into question
I think we'll continue our conversation over lunch. I have dozens of comments and questions myself, but I'll save them for lunch and dinner. And thank you, Alexander, for this wonderful comment. We'll discuss it later. Okay, I want to thank all the participants in the roundtable discussion, and of course, my distinguished colleagues who spoke at the Delphi Dialogues, and I hope to see you also all. Thank you as well for coming here, and I hope that you'll join us also next year at the third Delphi Dialogues, which will continue with the generous sponsorship of Eurolife.